'cause you're under pressure, under pressure. Pressure. You're cooked. Pressure. Like your shitty ass book. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. Pressure. You're under the pressure. Drowning in the pressure. You're now under pressure. Pressure. Pressure's got you by the tongue, and it's over now. You're under pressure. The pressure, pressure. Full force, no lecture. 'Cause we're here for pressure.
Happy Father's Day, everybody. Dads and moms alike. Anybody who's been a father and a mother, caregiver. Oh, okay, sorry. Happy Sunday, too. Welcome in, everybody. So good to see you guys. Thank you for being here. Hey, Carolina. And sis, under pressure. It's funny. I forget what was I listening to the other day. Anyways, it was like body cam from some other case, and he said something about under pressure, and we were like, pressure? Huh? What did you say? Thanks, Jolene. Right. Hey, Aussie Cheryl and Auntie Cheryl and Amanda. Aussie Cheryl. Girl, you changing your names. I'm always like, wait, I forgot, like, because whenever you're on your phone, which I'm mostly on my phone whenever I'm talking in chats. So I have to type, you have to type it out, and oh my God, me and my thumbs do not get along on that keyboard. So, you have to do all the things. And so I'm like, oh my gosh. Okay. So I forget. And I'm like, I forget when I go to make my comment. Anyways, personal problem. It's a me problem. Hey, just me. It's a just me problem, huh? I'm here for how long remains to be seen. Oh, you tired? You better get up. Wake your butt up. Just kidding. Glad you're here, though. And Donna Coggin. Hey, how are you? Beautiful. And Faye Loves Nature. Good. It's always good to see you. And Bert and Ernie's Adventures, not Bertrand, just Bert and Ernie's. And F Mom, oh my God, it's so good to see you again. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Yeah, do history homework. Oh, make sure it's correct history. I'm just kidding. I liked history too, but I'm like, I'd love to know what you find inaccurate or accurate. I don't know. I'm nosy like that. I'm a nerd like that. But hey, Angie, good to see you as always. And the Sacred Secret Society, how are you doing? I think I got an email from you. Pretty sure. My memory is not the bestest. Like I watched this, what we're going to go over tonight. I watched this Wednesday, and now I've been like, I didn't want to watch it again today because I tend to oversaturate and it really messes with me. I think I overcomplicate things a great deal. That's welcome to difficult research. Right. So I've kind of forgotten a lot of things, because since then, which we are going to go over tomorrow, I believe, tomorrow evening with Nonsense, the channel Nonsense. Tim Ballard, y'all. Oh my God. I mean, when I'm sitting here and I watch this reaction video of Tim Ballard, he's not reacting. He's rebutting everything everything that Ryan Fisher has said. And if you have me where, I've done my research on Tim Ballard. Okay. I've done it. I do it. And where I'm going, and I'm agreeing with him, and I'm just like, well, I can see that being plausible. Okay. why wouldn't you say this sooner? I was like, oh my God, am I going to have to give this dude an apology? I will, if I'm wrong. I just feel like it's very politicky. I feel like, and so if that's doing that to me, what is it doing to everybody else? I'm like one of the biggest critics of Tim Ballard. And so I was like, oh my God. So I told Nonsense that and another, her chat for something else. And I was like, have you seen Tim Ballard's 4-hour video? And she was like, no. And I was like, oh my God, and she was like, oh, you got me a little worried because if that's, if it's having that effect on you, oh my God, so we're going to dive into that tomorrow. It's 4-hour long video, so I doubt we'll finish it, but we're in for the long haul too. So if you can, pack a lunch, pack maybe a dinner, maybe some beverages, and just come along for the ride, because I need Nonsense to be the voice of reason while I'm the voice of I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't know. Just I need a voice of reason, because I'm like, what? Why am I like, okay, I can see that, Tim. But why would you say it sooner? Again, why would you go on and on? It seems very like he's had this many years to work on it. I mean, hell, and he's got PR teams. This is what they do. So I'm like, it's the end times, y'all. It's the end times. That's all I keep saying, reminding myself, is this the end time? So it is what it is. I'm trying to think of what else, but welcome in, everybody. If I didn't get to, personally welcome you, just, you're so welcome. Like Donnell Allen, thank you. So glad to see you. Sketty Nona, Kelly, Texas, I think, or TX, Kelly TX. Beach Bum, what's up, lady? Oh, good. You better be careful driving. And Cheryl Ozzy. Okay, see how y'all change the names? There's two of y'all to keep up with. And I love it. I love it. Hello, Helen Larson. Good to see you. Welcome in. Okay. Yeah, so this is not me being rude. This is me just, I have to move on, because I'll sit there and make this 20 minutes. And, we'll never get through this. But this was so revealing to me. I was just listening. That's what I do. Just kind of revisit these things. Or this is actually kind of new. This one was from 4 days ago, June 17, 2026. And it's We Are the People, Utah. Okay, please subscribe to We Are the People, Utah. They've been really digging into these stories as well and exposing ritual abuse, which I believe is this practice, this underbelly society of people. This, some people call it a shadow. Whatever, it's the shadows. They lurk in the damn shadows. Okay. I believe that's Lori and Chad. I believe that it's not just some money, power, sex. Okay. Yeah, that applies to everybody. I do believe, oh, what's the motive? Money, power, and sex. Okay, well, that's very vague. But when you start looking into things like blood atonement, which is a practice, or was whatever, I say it is, because I think my family became victims to this. Okay. And I mean, it all goes with the bloodlines. That's very important with people like Lori and Chad. And they raided my entire family. They raided different sides of our families, but they, and their victims, most importantly, but they raided my entire lineage. Like, I'm just like, I feel so grossed out by this and invaded. It's like maybe I don't know if it's spiritual. I don't know. It just feels very wrong. And like I said, violating, very violating. And not that I give any kind of credibility to Lori and Chad. I do give them credit for freaking killing my family. You know what I mean? Like, they are accountable for that. They were charged, convicted multiple times for Lori, in a court of law by their peers. So, I mean, they're serving their sentences, and I'm still like finding in these stories that I'm listening to, I'm finding where the same practice is going on, the same, putting red dots and black dots next to members of the family's names, not just my family. So this is kind of like it's not just Chad's, imagination and Lori putting it to paper, putting it into action. I mean, I wish it was isolated and in a vacuum like that, but it's not. It's not. I'm not going to sit here and be delusional or and tell you that that's what it is, because it's not. It wouldn't continue to keep happening because they're locked away, right? Well, so was Orville LeBaron. So was oh my God, I can't think of the names, right? I just on the spot. All the people that have practiced blood atonement in the past. And I don't know. I just lost my train of thought completely. So welcome to my life. But yeah, so the Peterson twins expose Heber and its ritual abuse and blood atonement. And so June 17th, 2026, it says, in one of the most powerful and courageous episodes we have ever filmed, Jason and Alexia sit down with the twin sisters, Sierra and Alexa, formerly known in their community as the Peterson girls, who grew up in Heber Valley, Utah, in what appeared from the outside, as it always does, to be a picture-perfect, active LDS family. What was hidden behind closed doors is almost beyond comprehension. In this raw, unflinching conversation, Sierra and Alexa share their firsthand accounts of surviving decades of ritual abuse, trauma-based mind control, sex trafficking, and organized abuse at the hands of their own family and a wider network that reached into their church, their school, and the highest levels of their community. It's everywhere, y'all. In my opinion. And I mean, so they left some source materials here. Let me go ahead and put these in the chat so I can say I did so. Whoa, that's very long. Let's see. Hopefully that'll go. I don't know how to make them shorter. Sorry. Let's see. Well, let me just give you this one then. It shouldn't be that long. Yeah, it went 2 freaking comments. 1. That's just ridiculous. Okay. So there. It's in the chat. And then here's this one just as long. Damn. What the hell? They went to long.com. Okay. So survivor resources and educational materials, it says CherylRainfield.com, and then it says beautyafterbruises.org, multiplied by 1.org, and then Alexa and Sierra's Instagram handles are the twin. I put it in chat. I'm sorry. So it goes in chapters, of course, and I don't know how to really do this, because it's not my interview, of course. They did amazing, I think. And I mean, I can't wait to show you, how they validated what I was like, oh my God, that I got through research, that I got by digging into it myself as an outsider to the LDS religion. I mean, it was like, what is second anointing? I was just like, why is it the same thing that Lori said to my uncle? Why, that is very specific and unique. It's very, okay, so you call her crazy, but then I'm like, but I found the crazy book, or not book, you know what I mean? Like, I found the source or where it's been repeated before Lori's time. So it's like, how do you say it's Lori going crazy? Like, it's happened before. It's here. It is in this script, that was said whenever people were doing this spiritual polygamy, this spiritual wifery. So how can you say it's Lori going crazy? She might be talking crazy. It sounds batshit crazy to anybody who's like, what? What'd she just say? Because it's just weird. But I think it's meant to be weird and to sound just stupid. It's not made to be not made to make sense or be sensical. It's nonsensical all the way. And I think that's by design. And it's to keep people like you and I as sounding stupid ourselves. Look at Charles, my uncle, who was in his body cam footage, pleading with police. And he's like, I know you're talking in LDS terms here, and I don't know LDS terms, and I mean, I could sense the frustration in Charles, I mean, and I'm not comparing myself to him. I'm just saying, like, I've experienced that, and I've often gone back and I think about how horrible that was for him, must have been for him, because I mean, 100,000 times what I'm experiencing, and I mean, I'm just trying to look at it through that lens and say, well, God dang, I sound crazy too. Yeah, I do. It's not my crazy though. It's not my talk. It's not my belief. I'm just repeating it, trying to make sense of something nonsensical. And I mean, again, I think they rely on the system. I think it's why it's so successful. I think it's why it claims so many victims, and we're all just still over here in a debate about it. We're still over here debating whether or not we believe in ritual abuse or not. I mean, is that privileged shit or not? I think it is. I think it's very privileged to be like, yeah, I don't believe in that type. I don't believe in that kind of, you got any other kind of abuse that's more viable, that I can, maybe wrap my head around? Okay. No, that's so stupid. I mean, really, it's a choice now. It's a choice because you see it, you can't turn it away. I have not been able to. I'm not. A couple times I've wanted to. I'm like, oh my God, it's just not safe. This is not a safe path. This is a path that keeps you divided. This is a path that keeps you way over here, and everybody else is over here. General consensus, they are way the hell over here. And I'm always like, what the hell? How come I always end up like worlds apart? I mean, we watch the same things, follow the same things, and I'm still like, I've got so many more questions. I ask questions, and instead of depending on people to answer those questions, and that's according to their narrative, right? Instead of depending on them, I was like, let me just dive in, I don't know. Holy crap. It was more than I could, I bit off more than I could chew. And so I appreciate you guys for being here and doing this with me, because this sucks. It sucks. Everybody has their own, I guess, agenda or narrative, or what they picture the case as being, what they picture abuse as being, what they picture, I mean, justice, heaven, hell. I mean, what is your definition of these things? I mean, I'm just saying, Trisha and them, their definition of stalking and mine are two different things. I'm like, that ain't it. Or executive producers, I'm just saying, like, we're worlds apart. And I think it's very important to establish at least a definition and what falls into that. But ritual abuse, it's very heinous abuse. It's the worst of the worst, but it's real abuse. Some of these are ritual killings, and I believe that's where my family comes in. These are blood atonement, okay? But I also believe there's a lot of mind control, programming, experimentation. Something's happening, okay? And I mean, I didn't go to school for this. So, like I said, it's very specific. It's very niche. What do I do with this skill? If you even want to call it that, like, where do I go with this? It's very specific. And it's also, even by people who are cult experts, I'm just like, yeah, no, not in my opinion. It's like, you're covering for this cult, like you're it's really gross how this works. It's really fucking gross. All right. So what we're going to go into, I'm going to press play and we're just going to listen. Okay. We'll stop it.
Hey guys, welcome to the show. I'm actually filming this at the end of the show. You're going to see the intro here in a minute. I had no idea some of the things that were going to come out today. This is a show that I fully expect will be taken down. There's way too much in here. Please share it fast, get it out there, download it. It'll be, if it goes off YouTube, go to Rumble. Rumble will not be taken down. And if it is, go to our email. We will email it to you. Yeah. But this is one of the most explosive shows we have done today. We have a few more coming. So please watch it, download it if you can, or get it on one of the other platforms, because
if you think the Hamblin victim statements was explosive,
I was like, oh shit.
this is the only thing I can compare it to.
yeah. So thank you guys. I'm not putting an ad in this because it's not appropriate. It's just too much. But I will ask you, if you want to.
Now, I mean, yeah, definitely. I just put the link in chat to go to this video right here, and yes, definitely go support them for sure. And I'm gonna have it scrolling at the bottom here in just a second. So, welcome in everybody.
Healthy water, buckle in, for you.
I want some damn healthy water.
Your life will not be the same after you watch this.
Warning. This content is not intended to defame or harm any individual or entity. I'm just going to say it out loud. Some viewers may find the following video disturbing, and viewer discretion is advised. Okay.
And welcome back to We Are the People. This is your host, Jason Preston, and with Alexia back again in the saddle.
Yes, good to be here. It's been a while.
It has been a while, Ben. And this is a show we're gonna rock right into it because we're on a very tight time crunch. But this one, I'm telling you guys, everything is coming to a head. We have incredible things happening. This show is incredible. The next two shows are it's just amazing how everything's coming together right now. And so we are moving from a point from this being things people are talking about, and could it be, and to there being no doubt this is happening, and at the highest levels, and those things are coming, including names. And today is a show that we are thrilled about. We have two incredible young women, the Peterson sisters. They're originally from the Peterson family. Sierra, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. We are very glad to have you. And Alexa.
Hi.
And they grew up in Heber. Is that correct?
Yes, Heber Valley.
And they have a story that connects a lot of dots and a lot of names that we have been tracking for some time, and locations. Oh. And we are actually going to have some incredible B-roll footage in here too that we'll be able to enjoy, because we've been able to get out with these girls and film that. So buckle your seatbelts. This is an incredible story. These two are two incredible, brave, strong women. And I'm just thrilled to have them. Alexia, anything you want to share before we start?
No, I think when you listen to this show, just keep in mind all of the past shows that we've put out too, because like you said, it starts to put the pieces together little by little. And the more people that speak up, that are brave enough to speak up, the more that we can put together. So thank you for being here. I
do need to say this. Please sign up for the newsletter. We are going to be coming out with some very, very big shows.
Okay, hold on. I don't want to use all of it. So, okay, let me back up.
With that being said, Sierra.
Yes.
What do you got?
I just wanted to start with a message of empowerment to the audience. Yeah. I really think the audience underplays how much power they have in these stories. And I just wanted to say to them, like, trust yourself. Whatever Lex and I have to say today, trust yourself to hear it and to know what the right thing is to do. A lot of the time we want to defer to authority. We want to be like, somebody else will take care of it. Somebody else will tell me what to do. And I'm here today to say, like, no, you can do it. Like, you have it within yourself to help so many victims. And I just want you to trust yourself that no matter what we say today, like, your testimony can stay intact and you can choose what, like, God would want you to do.
I think it's important, and I've learned along the way that it's just as important to have good members of the church on the inside, becoming aware of all this stuff and educating and knowing that this, just knowing about that it's a problem and it's a thing, and, and so it's just as important to have people on the inside to teach other people. I'm not saying, hey, come on over. I really have nothing to offer you. You'd have to do it on your own because you want to, like, I'm not here to force anybody or, control you or anything. I just want to share these perspectives. I believe that they hit really hard on what happened to Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. I really do. And I mean, I can't tell you in one episode, one live stream. It's a process. It's a total process. And it's answered so many of my questions, I believe. So
Love it. Thank you.
Powerful.
Okay, Alexa, why don't you start? First off, obviously, welcome. We're so glad to have you guys. Our team has been thrilled about you. You both of you, your story. It's so neat when you have a family who can say, "Hey, it's not only me, but two witnesses of this." And your story is remarkable. Where would you like to start?
Yeah, I guess I just want to start by saying, any victim survivor who comes here is really taking a big risk. There are a lot of dangerous beliefs out there, and I've witnessed a lot of the harm firsthand and lost quite a few friends and family to trying to advocate against this. And Sierra and I are just like, we're fed up. We care about something now more than we do our own lives, and that's why we've come here, because there's something more important than staying alive for me at this point. And so I want to get that message out there and help as many victim survivors as we can.
At first I was like, oh man, that sounds so, I get it though. Like there's so many times it's like, F it. What else can you do? What else can be done? It's like, it's pretty shitty. Shattered my worldview. And I mean, whatever. Took my family away, changed my family's lives forever. It ain't the same. It's not been the same. It'll never be the same. We miss our our loved ones, not our friends. You know what I mean? We miss our loved ones. We miss Tylee and Charles and JJ. We miss them. They'd be here right now today. Joe and Tammy too. And it's just like, these beliefs are dangerous. They are fucking dangerous. They are crazy. But there's the beliefs, and then the practices that's the action part. That's the dangerous part. Believe whatever the hell you want to believe. But when it goes into practice and you're hurting people,
Thank you. Thank you for your courage.
We grew up in the Heber Valley, born and raised there into a ideal, what you might call a scripture perfect family, born and raised by goodly parents. And
see how she said goodly parents too. I forget their names, Alexa and Sierra, but they are the Peterson twins. Yeah. I know. I was like, and the host, there's Jason and Alexa. Oh my gosh, I was about to say Peterson, but it's not. Anyways, Jason and Alexa and Sierra. Okay.
And we were really active in the community. Cece and I were typically known as the Peterson girls. That's how we kind of were known in the community. We did a lot of service. I went to all the church activities, attended the temple regularly, watched all majority of my siblings go on missions, and overall had well-standing parents.
So this is one of these families that from the outside, it looks like the picture perfect Mormon household. Is that right?
Yeah, we've had pretty prominent callings within the church and within the community. My father was a high councilman. He was a county councilman.
Chad Daybell's dad was a high councilman.
My parents have been youth leaders, scout leaders, pretty much everything under the sun that you could become in the church and outside of the church, like my family is known.
So your neighbors watching this would be like, no way, how could that be?
I've actually had the opportunity to speak with some people that I was raised with, and the reaction was a little mixed, where people were like, I didn't realize it was that bad. Like, I knew something was going on. I just didn't know it was like that bad.
All right. And so can we start by who are your parents? Are we comfortable with that?
Yeah. So my father's Mike Peterson. He's a well-known standing member in Heber Valley. He's a contractor. He's built quite a bit of buildings, and we can, show you quite a few of those tomorrow. And my mother just supported him. She had 7 kids of her own. 3 kids came from a previous marriage, so 10 kids overall. We had a lot of kids coming into that house from different countries, other family members. So quite a large family.
So a blended family, but you both twins.
Yes.
I should also qualify, but that's your biological mom and biological dad.
Yeah.
After that.
Always stayed together.
Great.
Okay.
And can I ask, and I'm sure you'll get to this, are you still a member of the church now?
I am not. No. I identify more as agnostic. I believe there's some higher power out there. But as we tell the story, I think it will become quite clear why holding on to the church was just going to be absolutely
Impossible.
an act of self-betrayal.
Awesome.
Serious
Well, we
question.
appreciate you. Same as you together. Same.
Yeah, same.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. Well, we're just appreciate you guys coming out and at great risk, because your family, everyone your perpetrators are all still alive and they're all still right in this area.
Very active.
Wow.
So thank you for your courage, and I hope our audience will keep you in their prayers.
Thank you.
Okay.
So you've painted a good picture of the ideal upbringing. When were you aware that things were not so idyllic?
I think I always grew up with the sense that
It's got to be this monumental moment, or, for people coming out of, becoming self-aware about what's been going on when you're so used to living in your own environment, whether it's got abuse or not. It's like, oh, I just thought that's how everybody did it. It's so normalized for us, I think. So I don't know. It's got to be difficult. Got to be a very eye-opening moment for victims of, or survivors of this abuse, this type of abuse.
Not so idyllic.
Yeah, sorry.
I think I always grew up with the sense that something was deeply wrong. Something that the cult does is that they take a language away from you at a really early age. They rephrase things, they add the Mormon ideology to it. And so it's compounded left, right, and center. And I just never knew how to tell someone like something bad is happening. Language was completely controlled and stolen in my house. I mean, we had blacked out dictionaries.
Okay, I didn't have blacked out dictionaries, but as an outsider coming into this and viewing it and researching all this stuff, just in Mormonism, period, but just all world just flew at me, and I'm just like, holy shit, life happened, tragedy happened, and it was like I was hypervigilant. I was just, oh my God, it's like I was looking for the kids in any way I could possible. And, my mind, I was just like, what is this? What is this? Why, this has been said. And then, just trying to figure out where this comes from. What is this? First, I think that's like the first thing you want to do is what are we dealing with? What is this? And why? And then all the other things, and it was just I wish I could put it into words, the experience of the Facebook groups cropping up and the public, becoming aware and just filling into those Facebook groups and YouTube, all the platforms. Right. And it happened so fast, and it was just, I don't know. It was just a blur. It's really a blur still, but it was just hypervigilant is the best way I can explain that, I guess.
We had controls on our computer.
But the language, okay? Language barriers. As an outsider to the LDS religion, totally an outsider, don't know what the hell they're talking about when they're talking in scripture. I call it code. It's like, what? I know that means something, like for Melanie Gibb to tell Lori that she's a core whore. And I was like, who's core whore? Huh? I don't even know what that means, or, call her a bitch. And I'm like, yeah, you a bitch, but a core whore, I'm like, well, is that good or bad? That's kind of where I was. And core whore actually means, for anybody that doesn't know, it means Antichrist, an Antichrist. There's multiple Antichrists in this belief system, but it's the language barrier to me was the largest, barrier to go over. It was crazy. I was like, I don't even know what they're saying, but you pick up on the language as it's like culture shock, I guess you could say. It's like going to Tokyo and not learning anything before you go, not learning the language before you go, not even the basics. And you're just like, what? I don't even know what you're saying. It's frustrating too. It's very frustrating. And it's also a way to me, it appeared secretive. It was to keep me out. It wasn't to bring me in, that language. It was to keep me out, keep all of us out. And it gives them plausible deniability too. if it's weaponized and used the way that Lori and Chad and Melanie and Zalema and all the people were using it, okay? They are very manipulative with the language.
Something bad is happening. Language was completely controlled and stolen in my house. I mean, we had blacked out dictionaries. We had controls on our computer. When we would be researching for even just school projects, we would get flagged for words like abuse or victim or things like that. We had zero access to information outside of that house, and within it, it was deeply controlled. Words were misconstrued. Words were like nitpicked down to definitions of like what this word actually means and how it did not apply to us.
And you were homeschooled, so
Yes.
this was your exposure.
Can you
to-
imagine?
Homeschooled from 2nd grade to 8th grade, and then we went to a private school.
Which is a crazy story in itself with the private school part.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to get to that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm
yeah,
not
so
gonna turn my
walk
air
us
off.
through, like at what point? I mean, we can start by just talking about the childhood you had before you had memories, or you want to start with?
You can start with the split.
Yeah,
We can start
I
with
can
first
start with
memories.
split.
Yeah.
Okay,
Much better.
So one of the first memories, earliest memories that I have is being in my parents' bedroom, and I'm probably about
Trigger warning.
2 or 3 at this time, and my mom had just showered me for the night.
Okay.
And she was lotioning me up, putting my diaper on, and before she put my diaper on, she said, "Your father's coming down tonight." And I heard all my older sisters groan, and I just knew we didn't like it when Dad came down.
This is
And I see my
fun.
father walk in, and he steps to the edge of the bed where I'm laid across, and my mother grabs my wrists and holds them down, and she's like, "Look at me."
I'm sorry. Okay. Ugh. I didn't realize how much I was going to trigger my ass, but this is kind of how oh my God, I can't even believe I'm about to say this, but this is how I picture Lori being with JJ went at the very end, oh, it's okay. Anyways, that I don't know if it happened. It just, it's this confusion, opposites game that they do and play and confuse and to control and manipulate. Anyway, so let me back that up. And I'm so sorry. It just
Walk in, and he steps to the edge of the bed where I'm laid across, and my mother grabs my wrists and holds them down, and she's like, "Look at me, look at me." And she's making all these silly faces, all these fun voices, while my father sexually assaulted me, and I was not allowed to look. I was always told, "Nope, up here, eyes up here, eyes up here." And that really, I tell that story because it really shows where my dissociation started, where the splitting started to happen. And it felt like I had been split across this bed, where I was in this wonderful, imaginary, like fun world with my mother, where my head and my hands were. And something terribly awful and painful was happening below, and I could not look at it. And I really need the audience to understand that when this happens to a child's brain, like there is no other option but to split between these two realities. Like we were not allowed to touch, like these realities were not allowed to touch. It felt like you might explode if
as
they did.
above, so below.
And so the only way to survive was to split.
And that is the end goal,
Yes.
is to have you fractured. Is it only this one personality, or do you remember?
I mean, that's very important here, is to know that that is the goal. Okay. This is the goal of this belief system, is to fracture the mind, cause it to fracture into parts. And then they program each part or personality. It used to be, like the multiple personality disorder is what it used to be, as far as my understanding. And it's dissociative identity disorder now is what it's called. And they program each part that fragmented from the main structure of the brain, to do certain things and act certain ways by using symbols, colors, numbers, just different phrases and things like that, which makes me, it kind of starts to make sense when you look at what Julie Rowe was doing and how people were hanging on to her every word and it was just so interesting. Or Visions of Glory, the book, and why they use that kind of, I don't know, it's a rhetoric or something. It's crazy. I'm still trying to understand it. Just know the basics, not even, I'm just a beginner over here, because it's wild. And I think that we're really doing ourselves a disservice if we are not accepting and learning about how mind controlled we actually are, because I don't believe the government ever stopped. I believe it was just like, yeah, no, we're good. We were doing that, but we didn't tell y'all we were doing it when we were doing it. And then now we're going to deny we did it. And then we're going to get rid of half the records, or, destroy most of the records, but here's some. And then you just have to pick up the pieces. And then people are still very, what do you call it? Suspicious, or hesitant to even or, to even accept that it's a possibility. And it's like, oh my God, it is such a possibility. And if we don't wake up to it, I believe these end time programming, I'm sure there's different kinds. I don't know what I'm speaking about right now. I'm going to sound ignorant to somebody who's aware. Okay. But I mean, my understanding as of right now is that there's a lot of these murders that people, they just, I mean, why the killings, and then why do certain cases make it to high profile status? Is it so they can control the narrative? That's what I think it is. I think there's many more participants, perhaps, and the only way to, make sure that you don't get found out is to make all the confusion, just to cause, and kind of, I would equate it to destroying the crime scene. Okay. Destroying the evidence, allowing people who are members of this to construct their alibis around what's out there, to protect the group at all costs. And anyway, so to me, I don't know if it's the blonde hair, blue eyes. I think maybe that might be their choice of victim, but I'm sure I would like this to be factored into this equation as well, as what I'm saying. Basically, the ritualistic aspect of it, of these crimes, because I don't think it was just what's his face, Gilgos Beach. I think there are multiple participants. I don't think it was just Chad and Lori and Alex and freaks. Okay. I think there's many more. Okay. And they're protected. And they have like a hierarchy. And, Chad and Lori, of course, they are 100% the reason why my family was murdered, why Tammy was murdered. Okay. But then they're also going to be the scapegoats. And then if they say anything while in prison or whatever, then they know their fate. They know the vows and the oaths that they took, anyways, I don't know.
Where multiple fracturings happening.
There's
Way too many.
countless to count. Mm-hmm. There's compounded trauma, fragmentation. These events just can split off into a ton of tiny different parts, because it's just so intense in the moment, and your brain is like, I don't know how, but we're going to split this down until you can survive it. Yeah. And like, talking on the dissociation just for a second, I really just thought I was good at imagination. Like, we were daydreamers, and we would schedule time to daydream. We would literally sit there on the couch in the sun for hours at end, just daydreaming. And that was the way that we coped, was dissociating. And going into these worlds with these characters and friends and family that we had created, because our lives were so intolerable. We could not stand to be present.
How old were you when you first started having these memories?
I mean, I wasn't abused. And I mean, I was an only child for almost 8 years. And I had the same, I was bored. I was so bored. I wanted to play with kids. And, I mean, a lot, like many of us, I believe we come from parents who are there, but aren't there, if you know what I'm saying. Like, they're there, but they're not engaging, and some of us need more than just what we're, given. But And, you know, so I think we can all, or a lot of us can relate to dissociating and just thinking, you know, we have a wild imagination, but it's maybe because we had to. You know, I don't know.
Memories. And who had them first?
Yeah, that is a tricky question. We have remembered multiple times throughout our lives. But you find out rather quickly that remembering is very dangerous in the cult. As kids, it's a lot harder to suppress the ritual nights. And so when you would wake up in the morning, everybody would just be like, oh, it's a dream, it's a dream, it's a dream. And as a kid, you know nothing different, right? Substances could be involved. And so it just feels wrong and weird, and it's twisted and dark. So you're like, oh, I guess Satan is attacking me through my dreams. And eventually, as you get older, that split and that amnesic barrier becomes stronger and stronger until high school, where I felt like a complete robot.
Wow.
That's wild.
And you guys are twins, which is amazing.
Which is sought after too in this world.
Were you abused differently because you were twins? Do you know?
With these cults, you know, my parents are a part of multiple cults. It's not just the LDS cult, but also Nazis and KKK. And
I was like, what? Damn. Okay.
There was this odd fascination towards Sierra and I. We were what they would describe as the Golden Girls. So a heavy amount of CSAM was created involving us.
Now this sounds just like the Hamblin daughters. Okay. Their allegations, you know, they were called the Three Graces. And yeah, so there's a lot of similarities here, in my opinion.
A lot of clients wanted the one or both of us. Yeah. It was like a package deal for them. And
so they're insinuating, you know, prostitution, possibly. I'm going to say allegedly, okay, for all these things. I don't know. I was not there. But I mean, as always, I just say allegedly because I was not there. Not stating these things as fact, just chew on them.
My father did quite a few of torturous things trying to figure out what twins were like and if he could do something different to us than he was doing to our siblings.
So what you experience probably, I mean, I guess as it happens to you independently and these memories start surfacing, they have to be corroborative of one another. So walk us through kind of how that happened, how the memories came up for one or both of you, and how you were able to exchange those memories to know that they are in fact real.
Yeah, so I was the most recent person to start remembering. I would say my memories started coming back to me about 2.5 years ago. Started off as a flood of good memories. It was part of the program of this gaslighting and trying to tell me to go home to my parents. And then it quickly took a turn one day when in my mind's eye, I looked over to the left and my parents' bedroom door swung open and I saw myself as a little girl having one of these body checks, is what they call them, done on me. And my entire body flared up. I started shaking. All I could say was like, how could I forget? How could I forget? How could I forget? It was like walking away from your entire life and then looking behind you and feeling like you absolutely betrayed yourself. Because it was like, what am I doing? Where am I going? You know, like this mind control can get so intense that like you wake up one day and you're like, I forgot who I am entirely. Right. And so it's like going backwards in time and picking up all these pieces of myself. One of the last things they did in our last dose of programming was zip us up in body bags, right? So they were trying to kill these identities and basically zip them in body bags and dump them in the back of our mind, and create this like massive split that we had to somehow find our way across this cavern. And so I have a tendency to be a really good listener.
Yeah.
And so I just recall just sitting there like, I knew something was missing. I knew something was wrong, right? Because I couldn't remember my family. I couldn't remember my sister, who was so important to me. And I just felt like something was stolen and I was grieving and I couldn't explain.
And I mean, I'm sorry to cut her off, but I mean, like, add Othram on top of that. Add the bloodline thing, you know, where they're seeking out to find, you know, how they found or allegedly found the Jesus bloodline. And I mean, there have been allegations that M. Russell Ballard would say that he was related to Joseph Smith and by extension, Jesus Christ. And I mean, I don't know. Again, I wasn't there, but it's like, okay, all right, okie doke. I mean, so it's just kind of like these 23andMe companies. It really freaked me out now. I'm like, you're not getting my spit and spooge just so freely. Okay. You're going to have to get it through my 8th cousin or something. All right. It's wild. I mean, plus with Chad Daybell marking my lineage, it's really freaky. Really freaky. And then 3 members of my family being murdered. You know, it's like, shame on y'all.
Explain why. So I really sat with myself, and it was like grabbing this thread in the dark in my mind and like beginning to pull it until it just unraveled, and it revealed like an endless line of these like tormented children that they call devils, who are like caught in harnesses and animal traps. And
don't y'all remember whenever Gordon Bowen's dream? Let me go grab it real quick.
Have reins and all these awful chains like wrapped up around them, and they're just like sitting there terrified. And it's like, it's different versions of me that like, if I hadn't turned around, if I hadn't like swallowed my pride enough to be like, something is wrong, I need to go back, instead of just like living my life forward and being distracted in this modern day and age, like they would have been stranded there. And it's like, I wouldn't be here if they hadn't like stood up and taken all of these endless amount of torment and torture for me, you know?
When you say they, you're talking about different parts of you.
These children who survived this, right?
Okay, hold on. Switching to op-ed number 23. OUR op-ed number 23, Satanic Ritual Abuse Allegations. And this is by Lynn K. Packer from October 25th, 2022. And we're going to go looking at the Holy Dream in 1992, a story drafted by Gordon Bowen in his writings. Dearest Savior. Okay. Get ready to be grossed the fuck out. Okay. Sorry. It's gotta be put together. Okay.
And the Holy Dream. In 1992, Bowen began drafting a story, maybe a screenplay, that he titled Dearest Savior. He dedicated it to Barbara Timothy, who he had yet to marry, and to Jesus. Here are 2 excerpts. Open with a child, long blonde hair, blue eyes. She is in prison. As far as I can see, are thousands of adult men, naked. All have extremely small penises, but they're fixated on them. In fact, all are doing exercises of some kind or another, trying to make them larger. I take the child in my arms. All the naked men are in the fiery furnaces doing their penis exercises. I hold her next to my chest and escape. During a 2008 video deposition, Bowen admitted it was his handwriting, but claimed he could not remember writing it.
Gordon's Dearest Savior script for Barbara and Jesus, my only true loves. So 1992. There it is. Open with.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to catch it before I did that. So just know that Gordon Bowen is accused by the Hamblin daughters of, they say that, you know, he's allegedly the LDS Church of Satan punisher, and that they were tortured by this man. And allegedly.
There it is. Open with a child, long blonde hair, blue eyes. She is in prison. As far as I can see, are thousands of adult men, naked. All have extremely small penises, but they are fixated on them. In fact, all are doing exercises of some kind or another to make them larger.
He didn't blink.
Do you remember that, writing that?
I don't.
Is that not your writing?
Yes, it is.
A couple more quotes from Bowen's script. I'm holding the child. She is sentenced to death for killing a man. The man, who is the largest, looks surprisingly like my father, doing penis exercises feverishly.
Gross.
The man she killed was killing children and sexually abusing them. She says she was not sleeping with the man, although some accuse her of it. The second story, Bowen titled The Holy Dream. He was also asked about it during his deposition. It's a story about Jesus riding a horse. There's a scripture in the Old Testament about Jesus riding a white horse, but Bowen's story has him riding a black horse.
Inverted, you know?
Here's the storyline. A voice tells a boy child he needs to cross a treacherous ravine to find hidden treasure, gold on the other side. In the ravine below, he sees a river of blood with millions of heads bobbing to the surface, disemboweled, disembodied, but very much alive. The voice says, "You must cross the ravine now. Make the leap of faith. Jesus will carry you. Just come to me, Jesus, right on my back. We will cross the chasm together." The story describes a juicy, naked, engorged Jesus mounting a black horse,
Can you imagine?
wrapping his
No.
bare thighs around the hairy mane. It seems the Bowen's story infers at times he's the horse that Jesus mounted.
Ugh.
The horse says or thinks, "I'm ready for this eternal rider. Rub me, mount me."
Ugh.
Then he writes, and this is copied from the script, "Children run forward. There are hundreds of them, but a chosen few, come forward with outstretched
Listen.
arms and begin to stroke me, touch
Ugh.
all my hidden places, the tingling tenderness. I feel overwhelmed with awe.
Ugh. Everybody
Bowen's
puke.
phone records obtained during his custody dispute show he frequently hired male escorts in various cities to give him massages. One
Sounds
example,
Epstein, huh? Sounds like Epstein.
this is a Salt Lake Escorts website with a link to nude photos. Another in Nevada. I blacked out the escort's erection.
Thank you.
Bowen denied sex with male prostitutes, but he admitted being fondled by male masseurs. This Q&A is from a video deposition. Did you ever request the services of male prostitutes? I have never had a sexual relationship with another man, prostitute or otherwise, but I
Okay.
did have massage services from males that I hired to do so. And do male massage services that you used also massage the genital area? They can, yes. Did they, in your experience? A couple of times. I didn't like it, so I stopped it.
Did you ever request the services of male prostitutes?
I have never had a sexual relationship with another man, prostitute or otherwise.
Just plead the fifth.
That's the question. But I did have massage services from males that I hired to do so, yes.
And do male massage services that you used also massage the genital area?
They can, yes.
Did they in your experience?
A couple of times I didn't like it, so I
It's
stopped.
blurry.
Reasons for employees quitting.
Yes, we're triggered. Are you kidding me? We are so triggered. Yes. Thank you for the reminder, though, Salt and Pepper. If anyone is triggered by any content here, please remember to take care of yourself first and step away if you need to, or hit the mute and stay in chat for sure. That's very important. I'm glad you said that. Thank you. And yeah, Faye is like, hello, warning, warning, warning. I mean, it's so disturbing on so many levels. And I guess I just want to learn as much about it, as disgusting as it is. Like, people need to learn of it and be aware of it. You know, how do we know what to look for in our children if we don't know what they're, what's going on? Even the little, oh God. Yeah. The little factory video. Oh my God. Yeah. Well, it's so I kind of pulled this together, but how do I, oh, here we go. Full screen. Allegedly. Let me share this one just to kind of, I don't know. I don't like the voice on it, but let's check it out.
Let's kick off this explainer with a quote
Get
that
outta here.
literally shook things up back in 1990. It's an explosive, highly confidential allegation made by a prominent Mormon official, Bishop Glenn L. Pace. And really, this single quote sets the stage for one of the most controversial and, frankly, secretive investigations of the entire era. We are talking about allegations that shook the foundations of several very established organizations. Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we are objectively unpacking the deeply sensitive, incredibly complex documents surrounding the satanic ritual abuse, or SRA, allegations that absolutely rocked North America in the 1980s and 90s. We're going straight to the primary sources here. We're looking at internal memos, advocacy newsletters, and independent research from that exact time period to figure out what exactly was being alleged, why it caused such a massive panic, and how authorities actually investigated it.
Hold on, I got to get out of here because I can't move around while I'm in that. So let me try and do something different here. Or let me go over there and make sure. Yeah, let me take this down. Okay. Okay. All right. Now let me do that and let me do this. Okay. Now I can play.
Because of the incredibly heavy nature of these allegations, here's our roadmap for today. First, we'll see how the ritual abuse allegations emerged. Second, the links between Masons, Mormons, and magic. Third, the infamous secret Pace memo. Fourth, the Donna Jones case. Fifth, the resulting investigations and task forces. And finally, the ongoing controversy.
All right, part 1, ritual abuse allegations emerge. To really grasp the magnitude of these events, we have to look at how these allegations first began to surface and mobilize. Back in the late 80s and 90s, survivor advocacy networks, groups like SMART, started publishing these grassroots newsletters. Their goal was to expose what they alleged were horrific, systemic abuses tied to occult symbologies. And these newsletters were intense. They were filled with highly triggering accounts from individuals who claimed to have survived intergenerational cults. We're talking descriptions of elaborate ceremonies, animal and human sacrifices.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Beach Bum. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hugs, hugs, hugs. We love you. And to all you who don't have your dads today, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Whew. I didn't even think about that. So, thank you for bringing that up and reminding me. But yeah, let's think about everybody who don't have their dads today.
Severe mind control tactics. I mean, they often had to warn readers to make sure they had support systems in place before even turning the page. The sheer volume and the graphic consistency of these survivor narratives created an absolute shockwave, which essentially forced professionals to start taking these underground claims very, very seriously. Moving on to Section 2, Masons, Mormons, and Magic. So as therapists started reporting more and more of these nearly identical cases, researchers began scratching their heads, looking for historical and organizational context that could explain these disturbing claims. Enter sociologist Stephen Kent. He came up with a theory called deviant scripturalism. Kent basically suggested that these alleged deviants weren't necessarily inventing satanic rituals out of thin air. Instead, they were twisting existing esoteric teachings. Think the magic works of Aleister Crowley or the highly secretive rituals of the Masons and Mormons to justify and structure their alleged atrocities. By co-opting established symbols, architecture, and texts, the theory goes that these splinter groups could create a horrifying, sanctified environment for their abuses, hidden right beneath the surface of mainstream religions. To put this into perspective, researchers Gerald and Sandra Tanner meticulously documented the historical parallels here. They mapped out how the founder of Mormonism, Joseph Smith, was originally a Mason, and how elements like specific grips, vows, signs, and the 5 points of fellowship were allegedly adapted right into Mormon temple ceremonies. For researchers who were analyzing the whole SRA panic, this was a massive light bulb moment. It provided a potential roadmap. If a deviant underground group wanted to exploit their victims, they could theoretically hijack these overlapping, deeply secretive structures. They could use the familiar language and architecture of a mainstream faith to further confuse and terrorize their victims. Which brings us to Section 3, the secret Pace memo. Now, all these theoretical overlaps suddenly became an explosive internal crisis for the Mormon Church when a highly confidential document was unexpectedly leaked. Let's track how this escalated. It starts in January 1989, when a former U.S. attorney, Brent Ward, was asked to research these claims. This eventually culminated in July 1990, when Bishop Glenn Pace authored a highly sensitive 12-page memo specifically for a group called the Strengthening Church Members Committee. And get this, at the very top of this memo were the words, "Do not reproduce." But you know how these things go. By November 1991, the memo was leaked and published by the Tanners in the Salt Lake City Messenger, instantly making the church's most private
Absolutely.
fears incredibly public. The crucial point of that memo is grounded in some pretty stark numbers. Pace revealed he had personally interviewed 60 victims, all of whom were members of the church. Meanwhile, local therapists were reporting upwards of 360 cases of ritual abuse in the area. So, Pace did the math. He estimated that if each victim was tied to a coven of 13, there could be around 800 individuals involved in these secretive networks.
Oh my God, right? Can you imagine? And that was back then. And that was just an estimate, yes, but I mean, he was a CPA. All right. So I'm just taken back by that. That's a lot of people, potentially. And again, to just, it's like cancer, it just spreads and and warps things a great deal. If people don't buy into the ideology, then maybe their views are warped because of their run-ins with these people,
Just along the Wasatch Front alone. And here is the kicker. He alleged that these perpetrators weren't outsiders. They were potentially individuals in prominent church and community positions. We're talking youth leaders, doctors, even members of the Tabernacle Choir. The church, Pace feared, was being unknowingly used as a cover.
Okay, Section 4, the Donna Jones case.
This is wild.
So, while memos and estimations paint a terrifying theoretical picture, you really have to wonder, if these massive occult networks actually existed, how on earth could they operate hidden in plain sight without being detected by law enforcement or the medical community? Well, according to the sources, the answer lies in the deliberate infiltration of trusted professions.
And sadly, this abstract fear collided with reality in a fatal event in
Dr.
Utah.
Johnson.
This is the tragic case of Donna Marie Jones. She was a woman who allegedly suffered from multiple personalities and severe self-mutilation, which some therapists argued were the classic hallmarks of extreme ritual abuse. In October 1989, she
Thank you,
died
Barry.
under the care of Dr. Sherman Johnson, who is a pediatric and a former Mormon bishop. Dr. Johnson had been administering an astonishing 2,000 milligrams of Demerol a day to Jones.
Demerol.
He was completely alone with her when she died of a massive overdose. Then, he falsified her death certificate, claiming she died of ovarian cancer and pneumonia. It was basically the perfect cover-up until a nurse tipped off the police. Her body was exhumed, proving she absolutely did not have cancer, and Dr. Johnson eventually pleaded guilty to manslaughter.
That leads us right into Section 5, investigations and task forces. The Donna Jones case essentially validated the absolute deepest fears of investigators, that highly educated professionals could be actively using their credentials to hide illicit, potentially cult-related activities. This panic led directly to the formation of official state task forces. According to Dr. Corey Don Hammond and therapist Naomi Mattis, who actually sat on the governor's commission, there was genuine, widespread concern that these underground groups were systematically training their own members to become doctors and morticians. Why? Because it gave them free access to medical technology, restricted drugs for brainwashing, just like we saw with the massive amounts of Demerol in the Donna Jones case, and, horrifyingly, the ability to quietly dispose of bodies and systematically destroy physical evidence through the burial business.
And finally, Section...
Okay, can we just say Chad Daybell? Can we just say Chad Daybell? He was a sexton. His dad, Jack, was allegedly a grave digger for, I got to think of the name, Meldrum Crematorium in Arizona. And I'm like, is that like Rod Meldrum's family? And then there's the Levitt. I don't know if it's called the crematorium or funeral home. And I don't know if it's related to David Levitt, but I mean, come on. And they have, I don't know if this is related to Janet Russin, but they have the Russin Funeral Home. They have, I'm missing one. Oh, guess who? Oh my gosh, this is wild. And I hate that my mind even goes here, but it does because of what I research. Tylee and JJ's remains were cremated by Woods. I guess it's called I don't have the box right here. Crematorium. And I mean, it's a relative of prosecutor Rob Wood. And I'm just like, what is happening right now? And you have Joe Binion, who's a potter and has access to a kiln. I mean, are these coincidences? I would love to think so. I don't know. Just putting it out there. I don't know. I don't know if they're even tied to the family name or not or what, but I'm just like, wow. It'd be interesting to know.
And 6. The ongoing controversy. Despite the internal
Hey, girl.
memos, the formation of state task forces, and real-world criminal convictions like Dr. Johnson's, the overarching psychological reality of a massive satanic conspiracy remains fiercely debated to this day.
Yeah.
Experts in the medical and psychological fields are still deeply divided into two main camps. On one side, you have therapists who argue that the horrific, structured nature of ritual abuse literally shatters a child's mind, creating multiple personality disorder as a survival mechanism. They point to the sheer consistency of the victims' stories across North America as proof. On the flip side, you have the proponents of false memory syndrome. They argue that these elaborate tales of cults and sacrifices are actually the result of highly suggestible patients being inadvertently fed contaminated memories by well-meaning but leading therapeutic techniques. Sociologist Stephen Kent kind of hits the nail on the head here with his brilliantly objective summary of the source material. He reminds us that while the abuse of power by trusted figures is an undeniable reality, we know that happens. The literal existence of vast, supernatural, highly organized satanic conspiracies remains incredibly elusive to definitively prove. The trauma is absolutely real, the abuse of trust is real, but the supernatural framework surrounding it exists in this very murky gray area of sociology and...
Just, I gotta say to the Dreadful Penny crew coming in, I'm not trying to be the Debbie Downer, okay? Just know that. Just we were talking about some heavy shit. Heavier, more heavy. But yeah, welcome in. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you learned, Penny, how to redirect. I'm like, oh, okay, I get it now. Yeah, it's fun to do too. Thank you.
Psychology. So as you process the heavy facts and historical documents we've covered in this explainer, I want to leave you to ponder this final question. When exploring the dark intersections of belief, extreme trauma, and the pursuit of justice, where does the line between a contagious psychological phenomenon and hidden systemic criminality truly lie? Thank you for joining us as we unpack the data, the memos, and the complex history behind these incredible allegations.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Google Notebook. Okay. But we'll go back to the sisters, and I also have another one to share, but I don't know. It's a 19-minute, 21-second long explainer. Not like that one. It's audio. But anyways, let's get back to the sisters. Okay, so we diverted there for a minute to just check out what Gordon Bowen had to say in his depositions about weird stuff, the Holy Dream, and his whole mission allegedly is to learn all the secret combinations in the LDS Church, and if that's true, secret combination in Mormonism, it to LDS members means Satanism. It means that's what it means. I didn't know that. Melanie Gibbs said secret combinations in an interview with the police. I didn't know secret combinations meant that in Mormonism. I did not know that it meant they're practicing the dark shit. So I mean, these are those things that, again, keep it hidden, keep it protected, in my opinion, as an outsider. I didn't know that shit. I had to learn. And when it was time when I could have been raising hell about it, it took me that much longer to even figure it out. Yeah. Anyway, so been chasing my tail a lot.
Yeah.
Of you.
Yeah, she agrees.
These children who survived this, right? I feel like I'm just the advocate, the person in the front who gets to kind of present and tell the story. And like on the outside, I look clean and put together and that I got my life together. But on the inside, there are what I would almost say like concentration camp survivors. And if you could see them, they're bleeding, they're malnourished, they're starving for affection, they're hiding in corners, they're terrified someone's going to beat them. And like, they're absolutely traumatized. And to be the first, like, I need to be that first person to turn around and say, like, I came back for you. I'm here for you. And like, I'm going to help you get out of this. And so knowing that they're there in my mind and hearing their cries throughout the day is like, it drives me forward to be like, there's so many other kids this is happening to. And like,
yes,
if I have even just an ounce to give, to stand on any type of platform. So I'm grateful that you guys are giving this platform, but like to advocate and say like, there are kids that are experiencing these like awful, horrendous things that like people's
Yep.
minds cannot comprehend, because like
Nope.
unless you've been through it, like you will not understand the terror and the places your brain can go.
Cognitive
moments.
dissonance.
Yeah.
So there was, through the blended family, 10.
That was so huge to me, just to hear her talk about that, because I've not been through it. Thank God. Okay. And like the Sacred Secret Society says, I was born into it and didn't know the darkness until 2 decades out. And they say, you've done amazing work to uncover so much. Kresha, thank you for all you've done. And I appreciate you. But I mean, again, this is a community effort. That's how I look at it. Because definitely not doing this alone. There's no way I could do this without, just this community, period. So I forgot about this though. Well, hearing her say that, because that's kind of how I feel coming through this, and as an outsider again, and knowing what happened to Tylee and JJ, and I know the mainstream story, that was put out there, and I know that it's not exactly accurate. There's people hidden, protected, there are a lot of people's expectations, narratives they put it on to this story to either drive it away from the church, drive it to the church, drive it whatever it is, and the truth is somewhere in the middle. It's somewhere for each victim, it's somewhere in the middle. And they didn't make it, but like the Frankie kids, they did. Thank God. Thank God, thank God they made it. They didn't make it unscathed though. And, I feel like Melanie Boudreaux, Pulowski's kids they were next, on the chopping block, so to speak. And that's horrible terminology, but I mean, it is what it is. I just feel like to turn and look away is to silence another victim. That's where I'm at. So if they can endure it, if they had to endure the horror, like I can't even imagine life-ending, life-altering abuse and trauma and just betrayal and all the things, then I can get over myself and tough through the information. Okay. That's all I got to do is just deal with the information. So that seems like the light end of it,
Children or so. Outside of you two, were there other siblings that were getting abused?
Yeah, everyone in that family didn't escape without wounds. When I was remembering, I was talking to Cece, and I just had pieces. I didn't understand everything at first, and I was just trying to trust myself. I had an incredible therapist who just stood by me. I had the resources and I had the safety to begin this unraveling. And I kept asking Cece, like, do you remember? Do you remember? And it was like, unknowingly, you were pulling on my program. Every time she said, do you remember? It was like, oh, don't do that. I get hurt so bad. And I was like, what is going on? Like, this is not right. I don't feel these emotions towards Alexa. Like, I love Alexa. And so why can't I hear her talk about things that she's struggling with without this like snap? It just felt like that.
It's interesting you say that, because you hear that so many times that a survivor will talk to family members and their family members get angry at them.
Yeah, it hurts. It's like very painful. Yeah, like mentally. It's like as if I had CC on a prong or a leash and all these harnesses, and every time I tug on my own programming, it's gonna rip into her, and it's all these deep wounds that have not been healed or processed, that like the cult just drives these anchors into. So anytime I pull on mine, it pulls on hers.
So how old were you guys then when you started having your memories?
Oh,
roughly.
Like safely? Like when we were in a safe environment?
Well, when you started to have the memories, how old were you?
See what I mean? Like listening to these stories, it's like, how did you know? When did you start having these memories? And she's like, safely. And I'm like, I didn't even know that was a thing, like I would have never thought safely. What do you mean by safely? Oh shit. Yeah, maybe so, so I just, anyways, just trying to look at it through other people's perspectives, I think is so valuable. People's stories. That's something AI cannot replace all the way. Please. Okay. Damn it. Slow down, AI.
10.
Wow. So very young.
Yeah. Maybe even
so
younger.
You kind of carried, so you were aware of this most of your teenage years, this was going on in your life.
And Yes and no.
Yeah.
Like, because of these altars, some know, some don't, right? And so the presenters, the one that go out into society, the ones that go to school, the ones
one
who
that
go to
everyone
church,
sees at
everyone
church.
sees at church,
Okay.
is not always fully aware, and most of the time isn't aware at all. And so when what it feels like my parents did is they prepped us to go out into the world, right? This evil world that they had described to us our whole childhood, and they spent so much energy and power zipping up that body bag and just threw a presenter out front and was like,
Wow.
we'll give you, I don't know, 10 memories, and you'll be surprised how far you can go with 10 memories, or 10, 20 memories of your childhood. You're like, I'm good, it's all there.
So
Like-
most of your childhood, you don't even remember then, is that?
I don't remember most of my childhood. I mean, I'm just like, yeah, I don't know if it's because I haven't sat here and thought about it in a while, or if it was from the compounding of traumas. I have no idea, anyway, so I thought it was just normal.
I
What you're saying?
didn't
For a while.
Until
about, for me it was like 2.5 years ago was the unraveling. And at first it was really slow for me because I was talking to quite a few family members and didn't get positive reactions. And so I was just trying to sort all these puzzle pieces into these bowls. And I'm like, it doesn't make sense, but I'm just gonna like trust that I'm going somewhere, right? And the floodgates kind of opened when Cece started to unravel. Yeah, I mean, with Lexa, I really just like, I have this bowl theory where it's like, okay, I will just hold this piece that she says. It makes no sense to me, but I'm not going to say it's true. I'm not going to say it's false. I'm just going to put it in this bowl. And as we collected these pieces, it was like we could come back and be like, oh, it goes there. That connects there. Oh my gosh, I'm seeing it now. And so I started to see it with her. And before then, I was still experiencing like unknowingly PTSD, because I feel like society is completely unaware of what PTSD actually looks like. And so I'd have what I called live photos, where I'd have these flashes. It was about 3-second flashes of just like, I was like, what?
Now I've experienced this before. I don't know if any of you have, and I know I'm not trying to, but I mean, that's the only way I can relate to it, right? But whenever I got in a motorcycle accident back in 2014, oh my God, I don't know how I even am here. So I had just taken my helmet off. Don't do that. We were about to turn down our road, so we were close to home. Been on the bike all day, the back of the bike, and it's like the front brake lock. I don't really know what happened, but the front brake allegedly, what do you call it, seized, and we went flying. It was crazy, and I just remember like 3 photos or flashes or whatever you want to call them or images of the taillight getting further away, like without us on it. It was wild, and don't recommend. Just wear your damn helmet for sure. There's nothing else around you. So I thought I was invincible, man. But that I can relate to that, like what she just said, in that sense.
What was that? Who was that? And I had a lot of body memories. I had a lot of physical pain, and I was like, I don't know what's happening, but something is. But as I started to lean in and trust and believe Alexa, because I've never done anything else but trust and believe Alexa, I started to experience a lot more of the memories coming back. And it really broke when I told some people in my life, like, I think I'm a victim of SRA. And they were they were the first people I told, minus my therapist, and they were so supportive. I went home after that conversation, and it's like the floodgates open, and within like a month or 2, it was like, I can see it, and I was just running and running. It was like constant, and it still is constant every day, flashes and memories and emotions and physical pains.
Oh my God.
Where I just have to sit with it, and I'll just take little notes of like, this is what happened, this is what happened, this is what happened.
I can't imagine that.
It is like opening the floodgates.
And how recent was that for you, these floodgates being open?
December.
Wow. So this is all very fresh.
It'll probably continue, because it takes a long time to piece back your whole life to all come back.
Exactly.
Right,
I mean,
Megan?
especially because it's not like, these memories are so painful. It's not like it probably takes time just to the shock of it.
Just to feel them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
your sounding boards for each other and your therapists. Are you soundboarding with your other siblings at all?
There's different reactions amongst the family. I've got siblings who are still trapped in the cult, completely unaware being handled by the cult. And then I have other siblings who just like life circumstances, it's hard. Like this is a hard thing to do, is to unpack all of these things and to be there for yourself in a way nobody has been. The body has a way of not letting you remember until you're safe enough to do so.
That's
I mean,
I've
a lot of times it's
I have experienced this with Lori and Chad, you know, from their actions. There's times when I don't know, it's like I went through this one period of time where if I heard something, news or information or something, it's like I couldn't physically talk about, like it my head felt weird. It felt funny. It felt, I don't even know. I'll have to think about that a little more to, you know, remember what I felt like. But I just remember thinking like, oh my God, it must be my brain protecting itself, or I don't know. That was my thought. And I mean, right. There's a lot of things that I didn't pick up the first time, you know, learning about all this stuff with Lori and Chad, with, you know, just the horrific stuff. And it's like when you go back another time and watch it again or hear it again, then you're like, I didn't even hear that part. Like, it's like, it just protects you. I don't know. Maybe it was my ADHD. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just me. I don't know.
when the perpetrator dies. That's a common pattern.
When they go to
this
the
is
temple
remarkable.
for the
And
first time.
one of the things I really love about survivors and witnesses coming forward and witnessing is every, like Anita, we was played this week, and it helped me really understand, you know, the different personalities and the fracturing, and so every story helps us, the audience, the people, understand this enemy that we're dealing with, whether it's in our own families or not, because the fact of the matter is, this is in your family, but this darkness is ruling all of us.
Yes.
Right. So this sexual abuse and stuff, this happens a lot of families. Okay. I did not go unscathed. It just was not, you know, my immediate, it wasn't like that. So, this happens a lot, and it happens way too damn many times. So you don't have to know about the rituals and things like that. You know, yours might come without that. But I still think it's something that it's something we can really get around and, you know, really advocate for children, right? Tylee and JJ, they were kids, you know, like you don't just, oh, my mom's gonna freak out and, you know, kill everybody or kill us too. And you're not thinking that, I don't think. And I mean, you're a kid, you depend on your mom and your dad. You depend on your support system, your family. I don't know. I just think we can learn something.
We're all affected by this. And so I appreciate you taking time to help us understand this. Could we take a moment to step back and for you to share kind of, let's just take your linear, your storyline, your story, your what, as where you are today. So now today, when you look back on your life, understanding both the memories and how it all happened, walk us through your story. Your
so let's start with like how they train kids. Like,
okay,
the youngest of them
how they
all.
train kids.
They have things such as blanket training. That's where they will hit the baby's hand if they try to get off the blanket, if they try to reach for a comfort object. It's just like no means no. And it's a very common training. It's among a lot of different Christian cults. So
remember Bonnie Holine, Ruby, Frankie's sister? She did blanket training. Had videos of it and everything.
So they did this training called the People, Places, Shapes, and Things. And so they would take these different subjects in our lives and would help us organize the organized abuse. So it would be like they would hand us a person's name and they'd be like, okay, where do they fall in on which list, and how much information can you tell them, and what should you never say in front of them, right? It was like almost a part of my homeschooling. And then we'd also do shapes training with my mother, where she would like put us into these sexual positions, and she asked me what this shape is called and what that shape is called. there was places where they would use code name for different places, and she would be like, what does this code name mean, right? And it's like, oh, it means I meet them there, and then if the lights are on, this is what I do. If the lights are off, this is what I do, right? And so it was like training these sex slaves from a very young age, and for me it felt just like homeschool, like family home evening activities. Yeah, honestly.
Can you give us an example of one?
An example of this was, a lot of this could happen on the weekends, and this specific event happened on a Sunday where we could be brought down before, usually after church, into the guest bedroom, and they would lay the siblings across on this edge of the bed, just like they did with body checks. And my father would go around and sexually assault each kid, almost like giving them a blessing,
allegedly,
a prayer, praying over them.
That is
boys and girls alike.
Yes. And it was definitely like, as the boys got older, they were expected to participate in it. But this is something that happened much more so in my early childhood, in normalizing this eradication of body barriers. Yeah, honestly. And almost the eradication of sexuality. Like, my mother really said, like, all the time, it's not sexual. Don't make it sexual. Okay. This is an ordinance, a sacred ordinance for them. It is not what they would deem a sexual act.
So sex was not really sex? Is that what? Okay. Up is down, down is up. I mean, what the?
Sexual. Don't make it sexual. This is an ordinance, a sacred ordinance for them. It is not ritual. What they would deem a sexual act.
So they literally were trying to groom you to think that being raped was.
Is that why their definitions are off? Not them. I'm talking about like people like Trisha and Lauren and stuff. I'm not saying this happened to them. Just what? So soaking. I'm thinking of these things that people have done to loophole, basically, from committing sins or, breaking ordinances or, oh my gosh. Wow.
Sexual act.
So they literally were trying to groom you to think that being raped was a spiritual or religious experience.
That's so fucked up.
Yeah, like there was nothing wrong with it.
There's all kinds of shit.
This is what they consider the fullness of the doctrine. So for the majority of the church, they believe there's like a shell, right? There's the sheep in the church. And then
I'm going to add to that. I wonder if the fullness, the fullness of the doctrine, the fullness of the gospel, the fullness. Oh my God. I went down this rabbit hole because of Mike Stroud, and I learned that there's 2 L's they use, and then there's 1 L in fullness. When there's talking about, when it's a higher ordinance, it's only 1 L. I don't know, pattern picking up. Okay. That's how I work. And then if it's just regular, nothing to see here, nothing special, then it's 2 L's when they spell fullness in different, it'll be in the Book of Mormon. It'll be in these papers that these scholars and these apologists, like John Pontius, Mike Stroud, and yeah, because I remember picking up on that, and I was like, the fullness. Okay, how come it's spelled with 2 L's over here, and then right here under that line it's in 1 L? Like, what is that? One of the ways that they communicate is what I'm basically getting around to.
There's the shepherds, and the sheep are kind of dumb, and they don't get to know everything because they'd get too scared and scatter. And the shepherds get to have access to these higher beliefs and these higher ordinances and covenants, and they get these special privileges to rape and murder and all these things. Special priesthood keys. Yeah, these special priesthood keys. And my mother painted it this way. She said, the leaders of the church and of these wards and of our family are men on the watchtower, right? And they have this duty of protecting us, right? Of looking out. But because they're on the watchtower, it also means that they are being hounded by Satan, that the devils that are going to affect the people that they're leading is going to affect them first. And so it's like this battlefield, and little girls were treated like these little nurses, and that we had this special ability and this duty and this higher calling. Like, we were treated like special little girls, where it was our God-given right and duty to go and serve these men, because the act of rape would be medicine to them, that it would help them defeat and get rid of these sins, get access to Jesus through the other side of the gateway.
The seed. Oh,
Wow.
But they're
the sperm is the
so are they
seed.
still worshiping Jesus in this sense?
Yes. So
Wow. So this,
Okay.
sorry, can I just pause
Yeah.
here?
This is an
Because
inversion.
because this all of a sudden makes sense
Fuck.
Yep.
of why, we see these high ranking leaders in the church doing these things, because in their mind, they are the shepherds, they are the watchmen. And
It's their duty.
we, meaning us who
The
are not
dumb sheep.
the dumb sheep. We're the
The
dumb
less
sheep. We're the
than.
lay members of the church who are the dumb sheep who just need them to protect them. And we don't need to know how it all works behind the scenes. Is that
Oh
kind of
my
what I'm
God.
hearing?
Exactly. And I mean, we can even go into the details
That's wild.
if you want.
Yeah,
like,
I'm very interested in this because
Yes.
Because I always think about this kind of stuff with Lori and Chad in mind. Like with Lori, yeah, her seeing Jesus and talking to him, and I'm just like, okay, alrighty.
it's very hard for me
It's
to wrap my head
enlightening.
around. And I have, again, the next couple of shows are going to implicate some high members of the church, and it's important to understand this.
So I'm going to get a little graphic, but I really want
Whoa,
people to hold in there
Trigger
and
warning.
listen to this, because this is really important. They see a penis as a key, and they see a vagina as a gateway.
There you
They
go.
see the womb as like access to godly power. And so they have angles, they have ways to penetrate that mean different things in different ordinances, right? It goes back to this. What is this position? What is this? What do you do here? It is very similar
Transactional.
to the veil at the temple.
Ooh.
They would drape a veil, usually, not always, over our lower half. And the man is then given the keys from my father, because my father has the keys and the responsibilities over me, right?
So he's your handler, correct?
Yes. And he's my father. Like, he has priesthood keys over me that he can give to other men to access the power that I hold.
You don't hold.
I don't hold.
You don't hold.
Sorry.
You are simply a gateway.
Yes.
It's just a way
Wow.
for them to commune with Jesus through us, through this experience that they're accessing the healing power of Jesus through this almost like portal, because this is where life comes through. So it's like where the veil is thin, right?
Because they believe the closest experience they can have to Godhood is an orgasm.
That's true.
What I understand.
Roselle Anderson Hamblin Stevenson, allegedly. Oh my God. And then the sperm, they think it cures everybody and it heals everybody. And ew, Lori and Chad were in the healing department. Remember that shit? Healing and music. Oh my God.
And
so they have that experience with God through raping you.
there's
right.
different ways to rape me, right? Men who have sinned can rape. Usually they would sodomize me because that was seen as like the trash can for sin.
Okay.
And righteous
What
men
the
that
fuck?
had the ability to orgasm without ejaculation could go into my vagina. And
Oh
that's
my
where they
God.
could commune and receive like power and healing from God. I was purely just a vessel. I was a vessel to digest and eradicate their sins. And I was also a vessel used
Tetris mitt.
for them to access the higher power of God.
Man, no.
Wow.
So sorry. Woof.
That's
And
called
if if the girls were having any issues, a righteous man could rape us, and their semen is seen as medicine.
Bing bong, right? Oh my God. I'm sorry. I had to pause it anyways. Just pause. I'm about to go find a puppy video or something. I will.
This goes back to David Hamblin and Brett Bluth, who was a therapist.
Seed of a righteous
wild.
man can cure
Welcome if you got 'em.
Homosexuality. It's so you see these patterns. I've heard that several times. It's
Yeah. I mean, my mother really painted this picture vividly for us that the clients that they were bringing to us, these brethren in our ward,
Clients
they were
and their
struggling. They were always out on this battlefield fighting these devils and these demons, and they were getting weighed down. And
And to have a
sounds like such a manipulation, though. They were doing all this for us, like we owe them, but I don't want any sympathy. I'm not a victim. Yeah, not them. I'm talking about the men that she's explaining, or whomever. Let me back that up.
these brethren in our ward, they were struggling. They were always out on this battlefield fighting these devils and these demons, and they were getting weighed down. And to have a client who's so far from God that he's struggling with X, Y, and Z, whatever they considered sin and shame.
Y'all remember Zalima as a cuddle therapist? Oh my God, and then didn't she one-on-one work with Jason Mal? Oh, this is bringing so many weird levels.
Right? Like, why would I withhold his ability to like be saved? Right? Like, and my mother taught the atonement in 2 pieces, which was forgive and forget. And
Neil Maxwell. That's Tom Harrison's apostolic friend. Forgive and forget.
That forget piece is really important as far as this comes, because she considered the sacrament and the rituals to be complete in helping this man when me or the girl like forgets, because that means Jesus Christ's atonement has come full circle, and that Christ has come into my mind, has helped this man so much that like he's removed it from our minds, and it's like it never even happened.
Yeah, because don't talk about it, don't think about it, don't bring it up. And it just don't talk about it. Put it over there under the rest of that mountain of the other things that we dusted under the rug. Okay? Yeah. Nothing to see here. And that's some bullshit, because we see this, I believe, in what like Trisha and Lauren, okay, and Megan and the whole group, where it's like, okay, we can shit on you, we can do this, but then whenever you stand up for yourself, you can't. How dare you stand up to me, and how dare you expose me for the shitty person I am? It's like, and then people sign on to that abuse. They side with the abusers. It's weird.
And just to like clarify, us essentially going back and digging this up is us declining Christ's atonement. And now their sins are on our head, which leaves us like to be blood atoned. Yeah, like we are doing the worst of the worst.
The ultimate gaslighting.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Tylee right now. Okay. Blood atone. I'm thinking some really crazy shit. Possibilities.
Now, I want to clarify that your family.
I always, imagine like Lori looked at Tylee like a reminder of Joe, right? Lori was obviously obsessed with Joe. Okay, she never could leave him alone, I think. And like he was always haunting her, according to Lori. It's like, no, he was just trying to be around his kid. Okay, it ain't about you. Anyways, and so it kind of makes me think that's part of the motivation for doing to Tylee what happened to Tylee. Like it's really gross and dark and deep and heavy, and I'm so sorry. Ugh.
Active LDS.
Yep.
It's reading the scriptures, going to
serving a calling in the church as a ward clerk, Chad Daybell.
Temple, all the things, and from the outside, someone like me would see a very normal active LDS family, but
he's a good guy.
But they have a darker side to the gospel, which is doing these horrific things, and they believe is integrated into the fullness. That's the complete, where they would view what we are doing as a lesser
and
gospel.
They see it as God's mercy, right? My mother taught me that God would make the church and his commandments easier for people to follow, because if they didn't, then they would have to be judged for not doing what God has commanded them. So it's mercy on God's part for not bringing you in on the fullness of the doctrine, because they do, like, God knows that you won't be able to follow it, right? And so that's where
that sounds like a whole lot of superiority to me. Okay, like we are less than. looking at people as measuring us. Okay. I mean, Jason Mao wrote a book about it's something measuring, and it basically implying that I take it as measuring people, dehumanizing. It is really gross.
Again, the shepherd and the sheep really starts to divide. Of they get access to a lot more doctrine and a lot
And
more
we
power
don't.
than you do, because God is trying to be merciful to you so that he doesn't have to punish you for not fulfilling the fullness of his doctrine.
Wow, according to
There's so
them.
much to say. I mean, we always talk about Utah as being sheep politically, right? All the
And I mean, that's according to them. That's according to Lori. That's according to Chad. According to these people who think this way. That is so. You're not fucking special, okay? You're not. You're the same as me, okay? You're just, the Pope is the same as me. You know, we're the same. We poop, we pee, we put one pant leg on at a time. I mean, you're not special. Get off of it. Shit.
sheep. They can't think. They obey. You know, following Romney, Cox. We can't think. We just obey what, you know. And we always just talk about the sheep here in Utah, and hearing it from this perspective, it seems like
Gives
it's
it a whole new meaning.
Yes. Polygamy was. Did your family have? What was your family's thoughts on polygamy? Was that something were they attached to that idea? What was their thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, how do I say this? The way that my father would pull new people into the cult, and a lot of the cult members do this, is through saying, do you know Joseph Smith's teachings? Do you understand Joseph Smith's teachings?
Okay.
Right. And he would go like down.
Think about Chad going back to the older doctrines. Remember that shit? Okay, here we go.
On level and layer, and he would stop wherever that person would start to show some resistance. It's grooming, right? And we're all like, everyone in Utah, I swear, is a victim to these people, because they are just like utilizing every resource. They're gaslighting people, and like everyone is a part of the system. We all have like a responsibility. That being said, as far as the polygamy, I was spiritually married off to several men. I would be sometimes married off to an uncle, like at a Trek event, and then I would have to pretend to be his wife that night, and we would go through a series of trials that night, and I would have to make all of the choices about how we were going to handle those trials on our Pioneer Trek. And some of these involved children. Like, they would bring in a baby and they would lay him out, and they say, your baby's about to die, but your other 3 kids are about to die because they're starving to death. What are you going to do? And this like goes back to the, I can't remember what it's called, when the pioneers got trapped in a cabin or like snowed in somewhere.
Donner party.
Yeah, the Donner Party, where they ended up like eating each other. And so it's like, that was, I wouldn't say my first, but one of my first experiences with forced cannibalism, where.
Wait, so were you actually?
Okay. Now, the OLAP not too long ago shared a video of compilation of Megan, of what Megan said. And I didn't take it the way that I didn't take it the first time the way I took it when I re-listened to it. And I was like, oh my God, is this what, hold on, I'm pulling it up because I need some, I just need some backup on that. I need to know if y'all hear it or if it's just me. Hold on, I'm pulling it up right now. I think it might be this one. No, it's this one. Okay, let me switch.
Thank you.
I might even have it on the spot.
And, you know, my flight was delayed, and then I got to the airport and somebody installed malware on my computer.
Sorry, don't fall asleep. Okay. This is melatonin.
No, and so I was dealing with all of that, and I just was feeling so incredibly sad. It's just a lot of grief to process.
Yeah.
You know,
so, cannibalism is what I'm talking about. Cannibalism.
I've had a hard time. It's been really, really sad and depressing and horrible. And
are you going to be okay?
The good news is that I was able to get out of bed today and put on clothes. These are my tire changing clothes, by the way, apparently.
Good. You look beautiful.
Thank you. It's just, kind of one thing after another right now, but
Man.
it's just grief. I'm just processing grief, and I'm not done processing yet. My
Come on, girl.
probably confessing too much here.
No,
Yep.
that's
My way
open
of
confession.
my way of dealing with trauma
Absolutely.
in the past, like my default coping mechanism is dissociation. And I think throughout this process,
She's
there have been a
special.
lot of times when I have just dissociated. For example, when Lori was reading her statement,
Yeah, bullshit statement. We can say it.
I
Mhm.
let me say it because then I'll feel better. Her bullshit statement.
Then you read it and then you made it yours. You tasted her words.
I dissociated. Like I completely did. I was not listening to her.
A lot of this would be explained if it comes out that Lori was sexually abused. That would explain a lot of this. Again, yeah.
No,
It would explain a lot about Trisha too, in my opinion.
evidence, no proof, just like I said, family rumors and stories. But like I also said, it happened to me. And so I recognize in her a lot of the same behaviors and the same coping strategies and the same personality traits. Alex and I would hang out from time to time. And
Here we go. Here it is.
I hadn't heard from him for a while, but he kind of called me out of the blue after not hearing from him for several months and was like, hey, do you want to get together and hang out and get takeout, watch a movie? So he came over to my apartment and brought takeout with him, and we were watching a movie. Halfway through the movie, he said, I've been really worried about Stacy. She's been really depressed lately. She told me she was just going to take a big shot and go to bed, and she's a type 1 diabetic. So that would mean if she took a big shot, that means that her blood sugar would drop really low. So he said, will you come and check on her with me? And I was like, yes, of course. I hope she's okay. So we went to the Cox's house. She was not in her bedroom. She was in the parents' bedroom, in the master bedroom. And Janice and Barry, which were the parents, as well as Lori and Summer, were in Hawaii on a vacation. And Alex, I guess, had kind of been charged with checking up on her, seeing if she was okay. And it was apparent that she was unresponsive when we found her.
Okay.
Alex called 911. The paramedics came. They took her to the hospital, and we went and waited there to see what the doctors were going to say. And I called my parents and had them meet us there. The doctors talked to my parents, and afterwards, several hours had passed, but my parents basically came and let Alex and I know that she was in a diabetic coma and she was not going to survive. And so my dad was kind of in charge of arranging hospice care for her.
Okay.
And he informed his sister Janice that
her glasses are too close together and it makes her eyes look like they're really close.
Stacy was not going to survive. And they stayed in Hawaii. They did not come home.
Oh my God. I needed you to tell that again.
And they're still in Hawaii, okay? According to Megan.
Again, because I can't grasp that. I can't. Was your father, was he shocked or not?
We're taking the long way, apparently, to get to the cannibalism. I think cannibalism part. Sorry. Whoa. Oh my gosh. I hate the way they reset this thing up. Sandwich, I think is the word. Oh. Oh my God, I can't fucking spell. Am I right? Okay. I just don't. No, I'm not. Oh my God. D. Okay, here we go. We're going to go here. 2205. We're going to go back a couple bars. All right, ready to go.
This is the oldest daughter, and then my dad. And then they had another sister, and then Rex is the youngest son. That third child, the sister, there's a story that at one point Noni was making school lunches for these kids, and she was packing up their lunch, and she made a ham sandwich for this sister and left a note in the lunchbox that said, if eating this makes you feel like a cannibal, don't do it.
I mean, why would you say that? Okay.
And she made a ham sandwich for this sister and left a note in the lunchbox that said, if eating this makes you feel like a cannibal, don't do it.
Again.
Oh, God.
Wow, what? I can't even wrap my head around that. I've heard
What does it mean, though?
a lot of strange things,
Uh-huh.
but not something like that.
Well, I will just tell you, it kind of makes sense
I really don't.
in my family dynamic where my dad kind of never really gave me a genuine compliment.
Oh my God. Go heal, Megan. Go heal, lady. In my opinion. Okay. Trying to get back over here. All right. Boop, boop, boop.
Snowed in somewhere. Party. Yeah, the Donner Party, where they ended up like eating each other. And so it's like, that was, I wouldn't say my first, but one of my first experiences with forced cannibalism, where.
Wait, so will you actually share what this experience, like what happened?
Yeah. So we were on a family trek.
Sure.
And the day trek went as a typical Mormon trek does. Come nighttime was when they did this like marriage ceremony and assigned me to one of my uncles. And I was given a whole new name. I was to choose one of our pioneer ancestors.
Pioneer ancestors.
In the night, like in the middle of the night, I was taken into.
Okay, you got that right. Pioneer ancestors. Okay. She had to choose. Lori was also, I remember this in the beginning of the case unfolding, unraveling. Okay. It was Lori thought that this was what I was told. Lori thought that she was Mary Joseph Smith's mom. Okay. I forget the name. Mary French. And anyways, so just put a pin in that. Not to mention now, and if Megan is telling the truth about this one part, okay, in the FOIA docs, there is a section of documents that show it's got a lot of redactions because it's got a lot of names listed. My mom actually has that. And I'm like, oh my God, I need to see that. Okay, I need to see those names. And I still haven't. I just remembered. But it was like I guess the more belief system part of this shit, anyways, they were named, like Lori had 9 angels or whatever the hell. And we're like, who are these people? We don't know these names. But then I shared it with Megan one night. I was reading it and she was like, that's my so-and-so. That's my so-and-so. That's our grandma, and I'm like, what the fuck? Oh my God. It was like all of them. Okay. I'm gonna have to go pull those clips, not tonight, but yeah, because that was like, oh shit. It was weird. It was another weird moment.
And then later in the night, like in the middle of the night, I was taken into this like tent with him. And we had like 3 or 4 different trials and tests that we were given. And I was supposed to act like a woman, like a mother, and like figure out how I was going to handle these pioneer tests and tribulations. Yeah, I think it's important. How old were you?
I was just going to ask.
I think I was 10. Yeah, I was about 10 around this time. And so the night involved things like consummating the marriage and having to face child loss and starvation.
And we're not talking about just hypothetical things. You were living through these things.
Yeah, they want to make them as real as possible.
So how did the cannibalism happen?
So they brought this baby into the tent.
Oh my God.
And laid him down. I remember my uncle leaning over my shoulder and just like telling me, oh, this has happened and this has happened. You have 3 other kids who are going to die from starvation and this baby isn't going to make it because you've lost your milk or whatever.
This sounds like the game fuck one, marry one, whatever, kill one, right? I mean, it's weird.
Whatever it might be. And
weird.
He said, he handed me a knife and he said, like, it's your choice. Are you going to let 3 of your kids starve and just let this baby go to waste? Or are you going to like save your family?
Yeah.
10 years old.
So go on.
And so
if you're comfortable.
Yeah. So he, had us he forced me to eat this child.
My God.
And this wasn't like the only time. There was lots of forced cannibalism from many leaders amongst the church.
Wow.
Because they view a sacrificial body to hold higher powers, almost as if it's Christ's body himself, because the atonement or
The blood atonement.
Yeah, the blood atonement.
Right. I didn't realize that this kind of validated what I've researched too about Tylee and JJ. Mostly Tylee.
Sacrifices come upon this body, and now it has like these magical powers. And this,
especially now, according to like Aleister Crowley, the sacrifice of a young male child, especially with autism, that's like top of the line. I don't know. It's fucking gross.
healing ability to like protect you and like keep you going, and also to like exempt you from sin.
Does it help with the wrinkling? Right.
You know, I'm familiar with the blood atonement idea as far as a lay member, or whatever I would be called, sheep. What is your understanding of blood atonement?
My understanding of blood atonement is when somebody has committed a sin that is too great for Christ's atonement to cover.
Wow.
This can be many things, but it usually is, in my experience, defying authority. And that constitutes a blood atonement in that case. And when somebody is blood atoned, they need to be blood atoned. It is a merciful thing to blood atone someone who has committed such a great sin, because there is no other way for them to get back to God. Like, they will go to hell. They will go to outer darkness unless they are blood atoned. And so,
what is blood atoned?
Blood atone is what they used to teach in the temple of slicing your throat, bleeding out, taking the heart out, and taking the bowels out.
Okay. All right. Palate cleanser. Okay. All right. We got to do it. We got to do it. Got to get the fuck out of there. Anyways, these are just some dogs. Okay. I don't even know what it is and I haven't seen it. Got to be better. Whew. Oh my God. That was me this weekend. Look how funny.
Wanted to give you a quick update. Ty is a big humper. He's overstimulated.
Like, whoa. Oh my God. All right, let's see. Oh shit. Oh my God. That's me all the time. Look how cute. Oh no. Go, buddy, go. All right. The ones that come up in my feet are better. This is a new passion of mine. That's weird. All right.
She took her puppy to the vet for the first time.
I don't think he wants it.
And he was not a fan of taking the medicine, saying that her little chunk is always being overdramatic.
Oh my God.
She took her puppy to the vet for the first time.
I saw one the other day, and it was a compilation of puppies of puppies getting their fingernails clipped or whatever, and it was hilarious. And Jason was sleeping, and I was like, he's pooting and stuff. Anyways, let's see.
Yes, twice. Buster, did you just fart? Yes, twice.
All right. Oh. He's mad. He's mad at his hiccups. All right. Oh my goodness.
Watermelon sugar. Hi. Watermelon sugar. Hi. Watermelon sugar. Hi. Watermelon sugar. Hi. Watermelon.
Okay. I'm gonna have to find my good ones, okay? Because I mean, yeah, like I said, it's a new thing that I've been doing. I don't know, it's weird. I don't have animals, I don't have dogs, but I'm just getting a lot of enjoyment out of watching the puppies. Okay. And yeah. All right. So let's go back to the darkness. Oh my God. We got to do it though. We're doing it together. We're not having to live through what these victims experience, you know? It's like the least I can do.
And you both had to go through this ritual.
Yeah.
Many times.
Yeah. Countless amount of times. When somebody's blood atoned, like their life is taken, and that is essentially like side by side what Christ did, right?
Okay.
And their flesh becomes an atoning.
No, that's not the same.
Have atoning powers just like Christ's body did.
So you obviously have not been blood atoned yourselves, but you have witnessed blood atonement. And when you witnessed it, is a cannibalism involved with that? Sometimes, maybe
Sometimes.
not.
There were other times where I would be hooked up to this machine, and I would have needles placed along my body in the same place, and they would bring this child in, right? And they'd have me lay down next to this child and stare at this child's body while they're placing needles along me in the same place where they're about to cut this child. And the intensity of the pain would go up my body at the same time that they were like cutting this child apart. And it was very much so like, don't tell, don't remember. If you refuse the atonement, this is going to happen to you. And so, right, that's where this risk piece comes in, right? Cece and I coming and like dumping all of these people's burdens and sins out here in the public eye, we're shouting our sins from the rooftop, right? We have broken the blood oath.
Go, girls.
They are going to view it as a mercy to remove us from this earth, right? My mother told us that she will never have any of her children fall to the powers of Satan. That like she will never give in to Satan and let him take her children away from her. Like she was trying to raise
like this is I'm trying to understand the thought process here. And so this I don't quite grasp it, but I mean maybe. Let me back that up a little bit.
Mercy to remove us from this out here in the public eye. We're shouting our sins from the rooftop, right? We have broken the blood oath. We are they are going to view it as a mercy to remove us from this earth, right? My mother told us that she will never have any of her children fall to the powers of Satan. That like she will never give in to Satan and let him take her children away from her. Like she was trying to raise warriors to fight him, not fight for him.
It's so crazy. It's so inverted and so twisted. Like they're literally worshiping him and yet saying they're.
It's like they don't know it. I've asked this myself. I'm like, who? Oh my God, it's not the same Jesus. You know, I've said this so many times. You know, just trying to understand. And like going through the Hamlin documents and everything, and the way the girls line out the beliefs, the alleged beliefs of the alleged whatever cult of their parents and everything, the ring, they've laid out that whenever they pray to these people who worship the dark side, whenever they pray out in public, like let's say we're all in the same place and we're like, oh Lord, you know, Jesus or whatever, I don't know. And so when they'll say the same words, they'll sing the same words, they'll pray the same words, you know, the same words, Jesus, Lord, Heavenly Father, all that, but they are really not talking about him. They're talking about Lucifer, Satan. Okay. So I'm like, okay. All right. So they do a swapperoo. And that way, no wonder, like Lynn Packer at the end of his video, op-ed number 23, the one I was playing earlier with Gordon Bowen, at the very end of it, he talks about how, you know, proving ritualistic abuse is real. And he says it's not like Gordon Bowen was praying for demons to possess his body. He was trying to cast them out. So do you see what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, but they're inviting them in because now I get it, you know, like they're saying Jesus and they're saying all the I'll say correct things, the lighter things, but they're not being honest and open. They're being very secretive and lying, inverting it. And no wonder, you know, they aren't openly. They're not openly praising Satan. You know, from what I've looked at, they're praying to Jesus. I mean, look at Gordon Bowen earlier, and when he was that whole thing about the black horse and and it being Jesus and just all the blasphemous shit. Okay. Oh God, it's so fucked up.
They don't think they are.
They don't think they are.
No, they don't. Lori thinks she's normal.
Like my mother, if you know my parents, you know that they are some of the most faithful and valiant people out there. They have some of the deepest discussions of doctrine out there. They have done
religious
beyond pretty much anybody I know. Have they studied the scriptures and studied doctrine? Like they truly hold on to this belief that they hold the fullness of the doctrine. Let me ask you this.
Yeah,
I think
please.
it will sum it up for you. If you were asked by God or by a church leader to sacrifice your own child to kill them, would you?
No, of course not.
I think they
That's
did.
great. That's a great answer. But then you don't have faith like Abraham. Then you don't have faith like these prophets and these
The
people
Abrahamic
in the
test.
Bible.
Yep.
Right? Like even Jesus Christ's atonement is based off of this idea of child sacrifice, of I gave my only begotten son to like
Wow.
save the world, right? And so to like give any of your children to like that's what my mother's doing. She was placing each of her children on this on this altar of sacrifice, whether it's to save a different man or to save ourselves or to save my father, right? Like they were paying the price
Horrified.
to like create this internal to keep their family together in the celestial kingdom. Like that is what
But
they're
it's
fighting
fucked
for.
up, man.
This is
It's so
phenomenal.
fucked
I really appreciate you guys helping me understand this.
Whew.
But I'm also seeing that because I'm also familiar with like the Hamblin and so many of these other people in the Church of Satan where LDS Church of Satan where there is literal Satan worship.
It's overtly
Sorry about the
satanic.
topic.
Like they'll
It's
have
overtly-
Jesus come in and be the perpetrator.
But yours was not
True.
that. Yours was
Oh, I'll explain that
yeah,
to you.
please.
Wow.
I had an experience just like that at our church where we were doing a ritual in the gym, and you know, it goes like most rituals go, where loud noises, chaos in the darkness, very satanic type worship. And I had Jesus come in and save me.
This has been
What
done.
you're mistaking for
That's been explained by Glenn L. Pace in the Pace memo, where it's like they foster this oh my God, I never think of the freaking name of this, where you basically the victim ends up falling for or feeling for the perp. Oh my God, it's a syndrome. I can never think. Stockholm. Shit. That.
or abuse is what my parents see as a saving ordinance. What
There we go.
you're mistaking for abuse is what my parents see as a saving ordinance. Jesus then took me into a room and raped me, but that was to save me. Like that was not to abuse me. That was not to worship Satan. That was a ritual in showing what the world is. Like
For
the
sure.
chaos and the devils that were going to attack me. That was trying to prepare me for the world. That was trying to prepare me to face the devils outside of my house and outside of my community.
So sorry.
And that Jesus was the one that could help me and
I will
heal
find
me
out.
and save me through rape.
Oh my God.
There's this idea that they have
It's a
of
fucked up one.
it's better to experience it under my control than on your own, where you can like fall to Satan, right? There was
Wait.
a time where we were taken up to the Hebrew Valley.
I mean, that sounds like whenever I was a teenager and my friend's mom was like, I'd rather y'all drink here than, be out there doing it. And so she collect all our keys. I'm just saying, it kind of reminds me of that. I know it's nothing the same, but the same logic, right?
Idea that they have of it's better to experience it under my control than on
Right,
your
right.
own, where you can like fall to Satan, right? There was a time where we were taken up to the Hebrew Valley Girls Camp, and I was probably 5 or 6, and they had these wooden boxes.
Isn't that where Tylee was? A girls' camp or something? During Colby's wedding or something?
Out under the pavilion.
And so many stories.
And they'd
that-
strip the girls naked, dump them in the boxes. And the women, these like warm and almost like cozy women from our
Melanie
Lord that I
Gibb.
admired would be standing on the outside of these boxes, and they'd keep turning us inwards and turning us inwards. While over on the side,
What do you mean
on
turning us inwards?
like they wouldn't let us hide in the corners. They wouldn't let us try to like climb out of these boxes. And then over on the side, they had these tarps, and they had the boys.
Tarps?
This
There were tarps, lots of tarps found in Lori and Alex's apartment.
Remembering people and cutting them up.
And the tarp. Oh my God, Nimrod shut. I just paused on the wrong thing right there. Yeah. But I learned that tarps are a common thing with ritual abuse. Think about Alex Cox using a tarp with his new wife, Zalema.
Boxes. And then over on the side, they had these tarps, and they had the boys dismembering people and cutting them up. And then they told the boys to come over and basically terrorize us with the limbs.
Wow.
And I remember eventually like surviving this moment, being taken out of the box and going to look over the whole Heber Valley and being said, one day, Alexa, there will be a great and last battle here. There will be.
Indy Cindy, the tarps, my understanding, used for chopping people up, getting rid of things, kind of like the cartels, I guess. I don't know. That's
be bloodshed, there will be war, this will be the coming of Christ, and we want you to be prepared for him. We want you to be able to be a leader and a warrior, to rise up among your peers and to lead the sheep to Christ. And you can't do that if you are weakened with the rest of your generation. We don't have an active war going on, but if a war does happen, we don't want you to be floundering. We don't want you to be struggling. And so it's like the boys need to be prepared to kill people. And the girls need to be prepared to tolerate the massacre and the bloodshed, while also having clarity and kindness to be able to cut through it and to help the warriors on this battlefield.
Oh my God.
It was all for the great and last battle.
I'm literally.
Whoo. Indy Cindy, this is oh my gosh, I suck with names. Oh my God. Hold on. I'm trying to minimize this so I can tell you. So Peterson Twins expose Heber, ritual abuse and blood atonement. Basically, what I believe is what Tylee and JJ went through. Okay. In one of the most powerful and courageous episodes, this is Jason and Alexia are the hosts of We Are the People, Utah. And they sit down with twin sisters, Sierra and Alexa, formerly known in their community as the Peterson girls, who grew up in Heber Valley, Utah, in what appeared from the outside to be a picture perfect active LDS family. And then so they just talk about their abuse, their mind control programming. They are going to get into Tom Harrison, John Pontius, Visions of Glory, Jacob's Ladder, the mind control aspect of it. And that is like, whoa, it's, I'm telling you, I've been doing research here and I'm like, oh my God, it's so validating in my research. Just, like, wow.
Really have my mind blown.
It's hard to hear. It's hard to listen to, but I mean, if victims have to go through it, I look at it like, okay, the least I can do is listen to it. Okay. I can hear what they have to say and take what I need, leave the rest, filter through it. I'm not here to invalidate anybody. I'm here to believe it's real to them. It's real. It's, to them. And I do believe it happens real life. I believe it happened to Tylee and JJ and so many more. They just don't call it that in court.
I'm processing so much right now.
Yeah. I thought we had our hands around this.
Yeah,
it's not funny. It's
good.
not funny
It's
at all.
not.
It's sickening.
Yeah.
Who? Because I'm at a point now where I see this stuff running our state.
I'm sorry. It is running for sure, Utah. No, I did not. Where? And thank you. Wow. I'm curious now. I want to know. Oh my gosh. For sure.
Yes.
Like I see this as like all the top brass of the brass that are running the state, from the church to banking to real estate. I'm seeing this stuff everywhere.
If I could share something, and hopefully this isn't offensive to the audience. Like, I really believe in the goodness of the Mormon community, of the sheep, right? This is the church, frankly. It is not the Satanic LDS church. This is the church.
Thank you.
And to call these men worshiping Satan. They're not, right? If you say these men are demon possessed, they're like, I agree with you. They are. That is why I had to do what I had to do. That is why I was responsible for them. Is because they have demons on them, because they are fighting this war, this great and last battle, this psychological warfare. How do you prepare a child for psychological warfare? Mind control. Like, my parents didn't want me to fall. They loved me so much that they did this to me. They loved me and they wanted me to make it back to Christ. They wanted me to make it through this war. And so they prepared me every possible way they could, because they genuinely believe this. They genuinely believe that Salt Lake will run with blood. They genuinely believe that I will have to face everything that I have faced in my childhood, and I will be able to withstand it at the last day. They believe this stuff. Like, they believe it. Everything from the Bible. They believe everything in the Book of Mormon. They believe in polygamy. They believe in incest. They do not believe this is sexual. They believe that you have perverted their teachings.
Wow.
How many generations do you believe this is going on in your family?
Ooh, that was intense.
I am from pioneer after pioneer. This is from the beginning.
So this is what.
One who else said they were pioneer was Megan. Okay. But she said it was on the her mom, who opposite side from Lori, but whatever.
But they speak of when they talk about royal bloodlines.
Yeah.
Pioneer
Julie
royal
Rowe,
bloodlines. So
royal
do you
bloodline.
think this started as far back as the state and maybe even before then?
Yes. I was a Smith. Yeah.
Who is
Or a
involved
Smith?
with you guys? Are you comfortable sharing? You talked about people in your church.
Yeah, so it's our parents. It's a good majority of my family. There's like varying levels, I'll say, to being a part of this club. Some people just do it for the hunt. Some people do it for the rapes. But then there's people like my father who are like, I'm going to prepare the next supply for the highest of the leaders, right? Last I heard, my parents were preparing for the second anointing. And yeah, I was passed around by stake presidents. When my father became a county councilman, he got into the politic world. And like, I went to political parties. I was abused there.
Talk to us about that, because we understand that world. We understand our version of that world.
Yeah.
Okay, hold
And
on.
we
I'm
know
about
it's
to pause.
extremely corrupt.
Yeah.
So tell us about.
So I'm out of pause because I just finally found it. I've been looking for this everywhere. Okay. One of them has a transcript, one of them doesn't. So this is about, let me just play it. It's about Tom Harrison.
Harrison for years.
Hold on.
A patient of Tom Harrison for years. She started seeing Tom Harrison. And I want to say that I have vetted this individual. I know who they are. They're vetted.
In other words, you find them to be credible.
I find them to be very credible. This is a very
Do they
credible
find you
source.
credible?
And yes.
And I'm just going to say, for legal reasons, that these are allegations. We're not saying that they're true, but we're sharing them with every good reason to believe they could be.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is I wouldn't just share any source as a credible source. This is a person that was a
Now,
patient of Tom Harrison's for.
You got to think this is, oh my God, October 17, 2023. This is their big spiel on Tom Harrison. Okay. This is just one of the videos. The other one's 5 hours long. Okay. Not one time in any of these videos or any other time has Lauren ever revealed that her brother, the one that died, remember the one Spermgate, we say, Jameis Johnson, he was best friends with Tom Harrison's son. Okay. So these are her good sources. All right.
Years I have seen text exchange between them, if that means anything to anyone too. So these are the points that I want to share today that she's allowing me to share. She started seeing him as a young adult. Tom referred to me and others, including someone close to me, as having light and dark energy, or being light and dark spirits. That is, I just need to repeat, that is Chad Daybell's rating scale. And we'll get into Tim Ballard there, but
Brother's
I've
best
also
friend,
heard
Dad.
that Tom Harrison would help OUR know who was light and who was dark in the organization as a whole. So that goes with what else I'm hearing too.
Big
so Tom
ball.
referred to me and others, including someone close to me, as having light or dark energy or being light and dark spirits. He violated many boundaries in therapy, including those I told you about, specifically taking me to a temple as a young adult, and considered me. He told me there in the temple that I was one of his eternal wives.
Of course, you know.
Truthfully, so much of it was about spiritual connection and eternal marriage. And he frequently spoke of alternative, mostly not included in mainstream LDS doctrine practices beliefs and ideas about the pre-existence, eternal polygamy, relationships with people in other states of existence, etc. So that's not all she told me I could share, but I think that's what matters right now, is we're seeing a pattern in these beliefs that are being shared and taught, and even now entering into therapy with his.
And she's the know all be all, right? She's the go-to source, right? She got people to trust her. So Indy Cindy says, Crush, that video I did was on June 1st. What did you share it up higher in the chat? Because I will have to go. I didn't see your comment, but I'll go look after after we're done with this live. And yeah, I know all about the shadow banning. It sucks. We get to play in the gutters over here, right? Because we don't water ourselves down, and that's what we like. So I appreciate that. But yeah, I've looked into the 9 angles too, the order of the 9 angles. I look everywhere. I do. I know, right, Faye? She knows it. She knows what it all means. Stop acting like you don't know, evil Lauren Matthias. Yeah. And Bert Ernie said, I often wondered how she knew so much about all this. Right. Yep. Insider, without telling us that she's got, inside associations. That pisses me off a whole lot. And the fact that this is just normal to her, for these things to be known about Tom. I mean, when you add them all up, it don't look good. It's not a good look, Tom.
Is we're seeing a pattern in these beliefs that are.
So let's stay there. Yeah. And hide it.
Are being shared and taught, and even now entering into therapy.
Therapy. Okay. I just got to go and show you this other part. I mean, we're going to share this too tomorrow with the Tim Ballard thing that me and Nonsense are going to do. Which one is it? Where's it at? Well, here's Chad Daybell talking about visions of glory.
It's really affected the belief system, as she mentions visions of glory.
Should we play it?
Let's play it.
All right, let's roll the
Play
clip.
that shit.
According to multiple sources, including family, Lori also loved the book Visions of Glory by John Pontius.
And there you are,
Pontius
Lauren.
passed away from cancer shortly after his book's publication and remained a member of the LDS Church at death. But his book, too, has been controversial. It revolves around a man named Spencer and Spencer's multiple near-death experiences and visions. Pontius interviewed Spencer for his book and declares Spencer's visions as truth.
I believe the 10 tribes have great gifts that we don't understand. In Spencer's book, Visions of Glory, he talks about how they can just mold rock. They can take a tree and tell it to be
Yeah, I will too.
a chair or something like that, and the tree will obey.
I found the real Spencer during my research. He's a therapist.
Oh, really?
from-
You found the real Spencer through your research? Horseface? What the fuck?
A chair or something like that, and the tree will obey.
I found the real Spencer during my research. He's a therapist from Salt Lake City, Utah. His real name is Tom Harrison. After asking Harrison many questions, he mailed me a letter he had written to leaders of his LDS congregation in 2014. I read a part of the letter to one of our interviewees named Anna, who also brought up the controversy and prominence of the book, Visions of Glory. Here is a snippet from that interview.
I don't know that I'd ever heard of portals before Visions of Glory.
Okay.
I mean, come on. She had never heard of portals before Visions of Glory. Okay.
That I'd ever heard of portals before Visions of Glory.
This is going to make sense.
And, Mike Stroud started talking about portals. Chad talked about portals. But I think it's really influenced.
Yeah, Beach Bum.
It's really influenced people. She says.
Yeah, Lauren.
Right? To say the least.
Uh-huh.
So what do you guys take from that as being kind of essential takeaways?
Lauren's a liar.
The prominence of the book.
Yeah.
I think that
it's the man, the fucking man, lady.
This group. So again, these conferences, it's being talked about. Right. That this is so again, Anna's in a vow, a prepper website that does visions and visions and dreams and prepping in Rexburg, Idaho. And then you have the Preparing People conference, and Chad is talking about it. Then she mentions Mike Stroud. He's now an excommunicated member from Arizona. He was a seminary teacher for years, and he's talking about it. Julie Rose talking about it. This book is taking this group of like-minded Mormons by storm.
By storm.
It is well known. Even if you've never heard of this book, I think it's really important to say, because I hadn't heard of this book until the Daybell case. But it's really important that even if you haven't heard about this book is making waves.
Absolutely. I think that the next clips that we want to talk about, before we do that, we did mention in the previous episode about the video from Hawaii where the police approached Lori and Chad poolside. We don't have to show the whole video again, but I do think we have a clip of that. If you can show that, a photo.
And just everyone pay attention to the book that's under Lori Vallow's right knee. This is after all the deaths.
Yeah,
all the deaths.
Of all the children, of the ex-spouses, of the spouses. Check out, while they're in Hawaii at the poolside, what book is under Lori Vallow's knee.
And it's really full circle. Here we have the speech that Chad gave when he's meeting Lori for the first time, mentioning it. And here he is now with his new wife after a murder spree, reading it. This book is clearly not just, this book clearly has played a major role in their belief system.
Yeah, for those who can't see.
Right, Lauren. Right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for all that you exposed.
The Visions of Glory book is right there on the beach lounge chair under Lori Vallow's knee, and Chad's kind of bending over, checking at least the book out.
Yeah, and is this a good time to also state that I do know from 3 separate sources, once again, that Tom Harrison was meeting with Chad Daybell and Julie Rowe.
All right, hold on, because she says it again in this other one, the 5-hour one, I want to say. So that's the one I had pulled up. We'll go back to that one in just a second.
Core, the majority of that podcast all lost their lives. That was the Daybell. 2019 was a Daybell murder spree. And that banner, the Eternal Core, the majority of that podcast, everything is 2019 as well. We've mentioned, we've seen Tim Ballard, we've seen Jody on that banner. There's no Chad Daybell, but I do need to say this comes from 3 very concrete sources that I have. That on the Daybell side, we have 2 very concrete sources letting me know that Chad Daybell and Julie Rowe were meeting with Tom Harrison in his office. Then I have on the Harrison side, someone that knows Tom Harrison saying
the Harrison
Tom
side
was meeting with Chad Daybell and Julie Rowe in his
who on the Harrison side? His son, maybe?
In his office. And then I have on the Harrison side, someone that knows Tom Harrison saying Tom was meeting with Chad Daybell and Julie Rowe in his office. And so though I want to point that out too, while they don't show up on the banner, it's more than just seeing the book. I had been hearing of these meetings. So I want to put that out there because 2019 is a really important year.
I mean, so the rest of that story is that they were, Tom Harrison was allegedly teaching Chad and Julie, and I want to say Hector Sosa too, how to portal, how to remote view. Okay.
And I do know that
just prior to the spree of murders,
it wasn't just that Chad and Chad liked his book. He was meeting, according to 3 very concrete sources, he was meeting with Tom Harrison as well. Chad also.
Super important.
Lauren, the insider.
Thank you. Okay.
Right. I know. Yeah, oh my God. Like, just seeing it in the context. Let me go back here.
From 3 extremely reliable sources now. I have that information.
And we don't have a video clip. That's just a still. Is that right, Mindy?
Yeah, we showed the video clip in the first first episode. I don't think we need to show that again.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Lauren had the opportunity to interview a gentleman by the name of Braxton Southwick. Megan.
Oh God.
Do you want to tell us about Braxton?
Well, Braxton is another one of
Don't fall asleep.
my cousins. Also
Splash water in your face.
Lived in the California area when we were kids, and we did spend a little time together during the summers. Braxton became an extreme prepper. He appeared on many episodes of, I think it was a Discovery Channel documentary about prepping. And when,
you know who else did? Paul Hutchinson. The billionaire Paul Hutchinson. Okay, y'all still awake? Everybody awake? Splash water in your face. Maybe move around, do some jumping jacks. I mean, it wouldn't hurt. Okay, sorry. Oh my Lord. Anyway, so let's go back here.
The political experience you had.
So one particular experience was at a water park, and they always layer these memories. And so there's the gaslight memory where everything's happy and fun. And then there's like the after party or the dark.
It's like they turn the lights off. That's how I explained it, because they do. Like when we were transitioning into a ritual, they'd walk into a room and turn the lights off. And so sometimes they would just wait until the sun went down, right? Like with the trek thing, we did the normal family trek, and then at night, like things got scary. And so it was the after party, and I recall a couple of politicians hanging around, and I had a good time at the water park. I was in the car and I was ready to go home.
I've been to water parks.
I was ripped out of the car. I was taken back into the water park, and I was left in the bathroom to be raped by man after man that came in there. I was dumped into the pool and some of my siblings were forced to drown me for entertainment in front of them. Like these men are a part of like an elite club where they believe that they have every right and ownership over these women and these children because God has given them the keys to return them safely to their heavenly Father. And what is so dangerous is when we give a man like a prophet and say, oh, you can do no wrong. Oh, you speak for God. Your voice is like God's voice. His own internal dialogue then becomes the teachings and the preachings of the church. And this started with Joseph Smith, and it has not stopped. They are just getting really good at hiding it because they have the money and they have the power. They have the structure. We see people like Jeff Warrens and Samuel Bateman, and a lot of people in their church like to turn and go, ha ha, at least that's not me. And it's like, you don't understand. They don't have the money and the power that like the Mormon church does. They have the ability to hide this. And like, as they've like been programming and training these kids from like the beginning. And so they've like infiltrated them into hospitals. They've infiltrated the law enforcement. They've infiltrated the political world, right?
Everywhere. Different than Masons, right?
Yeah.
We look at Masons, how Masons are everywhere and they protect each other. I've come to understand it's the same thing.
But there could be low-level Masons that are just
absolutely. There's low-level Masons that are great, honest, good, salt of the earth people, and they're good.
Michelle, wouldn't you? I mean, I feel like super cautious now. Like I feel really violated by Megan. Like she posed as a friend. I mean, I looked at her like she was a victim of all this too. And then to find out like to find out the grossness of, like me and mom need to shut up basically. And we don't need to talk and Lauren's right and and just standing 10 toes down on Lauren and Trisha. Both of them, all of them. And it's like, oh my God. It's like, I've realized that, she was such a fucking liar, in my opinion, saying that because, they look for things to they look for things to make my life more miserable, but I'm poor. I got that going for me. Right. But yeah. And I don't know, Auntie Cheryl, I think that Chad and Lori, it seems like it makes sense that they would have known each other longer than what's been said. I mean, like them just meeting and then sealing in a temple, a couple weeks later, and then just plotting murders. I mean, that just sounds fucking crazy to me. Like, what the fuck? I can't imagine meeting somebody new and just being like, oh yeah, by the way, like is bizarre. It would make sense to me if there were drugs, if they had known each other longer, like, I don't know. I really don't know about that. I'd have to, it seems to only go back to October 26th in St. George, of all places, Utah. Nothing against St. George, but the people. I mean, Lauren's from there. Jody lived there, around there, Hamblin, his grandfather, or, distant grandfather, Jacob Hamblin, he founded, or whatever, Santa Clara, or whatever the hell it's called. These are old roots, old pioneer roots. It's crazy.
The LDS people that are good, honest, some of the best people I know. But there is a level of corruption above it.
I will say,
it's hard to work in a corrupted world.
Members of this church, like, I am not after you.
I stand with her on this. Okay, we need people, good people on the inside too, right? Just become aware. Help us make this not a topic, a discussion, a debate. Like, it's not for debate anymore. It's now a choice, in my opinion.
To the good members of this church, like, I am not after you. Like, I have seen the good people and how much good this community can do. If there's anybody who can go against organized abuse, like, they already have the structure. They already have the resources. We just need, like, some really brave and strong people to step forward and to be a little bit rebellious. Like, please go against some of these authority figures, because they're going to tell you to not talk about what consent is or what sexual abuse is. But, like, trust me, there's kids like me who are not, like, receiving this education, don't understand that they're being raped day in and day out. Like, my mother had us, like, write down the definition of rape over and over and over again, but she, like, picked it apart. And on the outside, I was just supposed to tell people that rape is being
pull a clip
violated by someone else's genitals, which, like, on the outskirts kind of sounds accurate, but, like, if you pull it apart to what she truly meant, violation is to like, she actually, like, defined the word, which is to mean to, like, to go against or to break something, right? And for her point of view, like, rape could only happen from a stranger because all these other men have keys and, like, have the authority and the right to do it.
They're not violating,
and they're not they're not strangers. Like, actual
have the
true
keys.
Yeah, actual true victims are, like, the ones who get attacked by the dark men in the alleyway. And for her, like, it was so hard for me to understand, because I was like, if I tell anybody about this, I will be the violator. I will have violated ritual. I will have violated, like, the cult oath.
It was like a permitted trespass.
Yeah.
For these.
No, it's like
something very interesting. Utah, again, we come from the political side. That's how we got here, right? It was political. And we saw the political corruption. And one of the things we were very frustrated about Utah is the fraud around our elections. Like, it is impossible for a grassroots good person to break through and get into office. Mm-hmm. And I've come to understand, more than almost any other state. And I finally come to understand.
All right, hold on. I pulled a clip or some clips from Jessie Hildebrandt. This is Jody Hildebrandt's niece from, the Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt child abuse case. So let's play this for a second.
So I was doing homeschooling at first, which eventually stopped, which I will add is illegal to keep a child from school.
This also plays into, the wilderness camp, the teenage troubled teen wilderness camp issues, especially around I Strive or whatever the hell it's called, that John was involved in. Apparently, I don't know. I need Andy right now, but I remembered this part of it where porn addiction is not listed in the DSM, yet the church was paying, Jody for her therapy. They were sending her clients and cycling that through. That's what we learned from Jesse. So how can John have, be helping people or kids, especially with porn addiction, if it's not a DSM thing? Yeah. Anyways, it's just another thing to consider.
And I wasn't allowed to use the phone. I wasn't allowed to use the internet. I wasn't allowed to use any form of communication with people other than my grandparents, my aunt, young women's leaders
from Tucson, by the way,
things like that. I was also
had a lot of both. Were you going back and forth?
I was going back and forth, and I had a lot of rules,
training,
structural rules. I had to be awake by 7:30. I had to make my bed. I had to make sure everything was clean and organized, that I helped my grandparents. So I had a lot of those types of rules, which again doesn't seem very. I mean, I think it's extreme, an extreme reaction to what was going on. Looking back and knowing where I was emotionally and mental health wise, I needed love. I needed to be seen. I needed validation and safety and emotional safety. I needed answers. I needed to there was no conflict in my home because it wasn't allowed. So there was no space to be angry. There was no space to feel anything other than being digestible, being the docile, happy, helpful. I'm certain lots of you have seen that documentary, the Stay Sweet and Pray one.
Keep sweet.
Yeah.
So, hey, Michelle, I think what has happened to me when I'm buffering like that, sometimes I'll have the video speed set, faster. And so when it finally catches up, it's it'll sit there and buffer because it's trying to speed through it. It might be what you're having problems with. I don't know. Let me know.
Sweet, pray and obey, I think it's called.
Yeah, that one. That's what's expected. And if you, especially as a condition, a female conditioned person, I didn't fit into that role. I didn't fit into that category.
I'm so sorry to keep pausing it, but yes, Cindy. And if you think about it, Brigham Young wanted to take over, so he had the mob go after Joseph Smith, who also did a dog whistle, Mason dog whistle, basically, where is there no what is it? Is there no something for a widow's son or something? I don't know. I just heard it last night again, and I'm forgetting. But to go after Joseph, these people are so inbred in murder and envy. And if you think about it, Trisha's distant grandfather he was Wild Bill Hickman, and he was Brigham Young's right-hand man. He was the henchman. He would go and kill. And it sounded like, from what I read so far, if it's accurate, I mean, I got it from Grok, but anyways, that all Brigham Young had to do was just say that he didn't like someone, and Wild Bill Hickman would just take him out. And I'm like, that's like dry begging, kind of like what, I know it's not Trisha's grandfather that's doing this, but it's Brigham Young that's basically dry begging, in a sense, hinting around that people are getting on his nerves. And so the henchman, Wild Bill Hickman, would go take him out. I mean, I was just like, oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. So he didn't ever have to say, hey, go kill him. He just would do it with a very... Okay. Thank you, Morty. But yeah, that's what it reminded me of when you said that. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you.
I didn't fit into that temperament. And my mother was very much that temperament. And so, because in these traditionally structured family units, the mother is in charge of rearing the children. And because I didn't fit into this digestible, easy, stay sweet and obey kind of behavior, it was bad. It was what
You were a wild horse and they wanted to break your spirit, girl. Or I know she goes by, or they go by, I forget. I'm sorry. They, them pronouns.
I think is the reason it was like the foundation for everything else to happen. And I think a lot of people, a lot of female and femme people that don't fit into that have experienced, maybe not to this extreme, but have experienced that sense of isolation and rejection from religion and from, and especially if you grow up in like Utah or these communities that have a lot of Mormons.
Yes.
The isolation and rejection from community as well.
Jesse did.
So but things progressively got worse because Jody's belief and her therapeutic modalities are
right,
which is just crazy to say.
Not
she
intentional.
believed that if you are angry or depressed or anxious or any like mental health, it's a result of shame, and shame is a result of sin. And so mental health is a result of sin through the lens of shame, and everything can be brought back to shame to the point where like because I had undiagnosed ADHD, I like even sitting here, I'm like I'm constantly moving and tapping my foot or that she would talk about, okay, if you're tapping your foot, it's because your body is full of so much shame. There's nowhere else for it to go. So it comes out in these sort of like tics. She talked about OCD and how OCD was a result of shame and that your body is so full and your spirit are so full of shame that it has nowhere else to go. So it overflows into these neuroses. And
I mean, the same could be said about Jody and what I believe is her denying her homosexuality, like because she's had to fit into either, her family mold, her parents, and the church system too, just like Gordon Bowen, and it's like it makes them hurt people, and it's like because I don't know, it's a very complex, thing, and it's not just one thing, that just like with Lori and Chad, it's complex what all factors into what makes them Chad and Lori, what made them murder, what made them feel like they justified it too. If it comes at you once, if it comes at you twice, if it comes at you 3 times, remember Lori said that. It says it right here in the scriptures. I can kill him. It's like, no, psycho. Nuh-uh. That's not, no, you're doing it wrong. Ugh.
And shame is a result of sin. And so what she did is because I wasn't getting better, I was getting worse, is that there was still sin in me that wasn't coming out, that I hadn't confessed yet. And she was so hyper fixated on me confessing sin. And she
did the same thing to the Frankie kids.
Convinced I was a sex addict. I was a drug addict. I had abortions. I had kissed 2 boys. I mean, I had kissed lots of girls when I was like a young child. But at the time, like I was giving Book of Mormons out at school. I had never done drugs. I had never had anything close to sex. I didn't even know. She was convinced I was also masturbating. I had a masturbation problem. I didn't even know female anatomy people could masturbate. I didn't even know that.
Right.
But because she was convinced, I was also not allowed to use tampons because she was convinced I was masturbating with them, which is insane.
It is. That is fucking insane.
So things got progressively.
This sounds like projection. I don't know if it's projection.
Welcome, John.
It's so, I know. So things got progressively worse and worse and worse because I wasn't getting better. She would say, I'm trying to make you so physically uncomfortable that it forces the sin out. And so that's when she started, I had to sleep outside in the snow. That's when I was, so when she would lock me she worked in Lehigh in like the, what's that area called in Lehigh with the golf course?
Thanksgiving Point.
She worked in Thanksgiving Point. And,
yeah, she is.
I lost my train of thought.
They are.
You were talking about her keeping you out in the snow and torturing you in various ways.
She had an office in Thanksgiving Point. There was a little side office closet kind of room. It was like a little bit bigger than a closet, but it didn't have any windows. It had like a table, a chair, an actual closet, and that's about it. So that's where when I was pulled out of school and I started living with her full time, because she worked, I went with her to work, and that's where I stayed.
Yeah.
And sometimes she would lock me in it, sometimes she wouldn't.
Bombshell.
But I was not allowed to leave. That was
Love
like
you.
rule number one. I was not allowed to leave that room. And she would have me write out my sins on a piece of paper. And every day she gave me the same piece of paper. And I would have to write out my sins. And these sins that I was writing out, I was like, and again, I believed all this. I believed this fully. So I was like, oh, there must be more in me. I'm trying to think of it. Oh, one time I lied to my best friend, Scotty. And like, these are the types of things I'm writing out. And then she would come back in, take that paper, read it to me, make me get on my hands and knees and beg for forgiveness as she read this back to me. And then she was,
that's no rumor. Remember, didn't Lauren say this herself? Jody took most of the work in the area from John. Wasn't that on a documentary, or was it Lauren Mormon Story podcast? I don't remember. It was one of the two. Where did I hear that? If anybody knows, please let us know. Because yeah, I want to, just like the quote unquote rumor where Lauren's like, there's a rumor going around that I cheated, I had an affair on John. And I'm like, you just started your own rumor. You just started it, lady. Other than that, I'd never heard of it before. It's like, what the fuck? Crazy. I think so too. Yeah, that was surprising to hear that. How can you confess? It's like false confessions, Think about it. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. Crazy town, y'all. Crazy town.
It's like, no, this isn't it. This is not it. This isn't all. There's more. There's more. There's more.
Okay.
And
I'm looking for.
There wasn't. And I would start making things up because I was like, I don't know. And because she was,
I'm going to hear
to her anything and everything that I did. So if I did talk to someone, she found out somehow. Like, and the amount of paranoia and fear that I had, where it's like, I can't talk to anyone. And also people saw me duct taped. People saw that these things were going on. And other than like the few people that like went to Bishop and being like, hey, something's wrong, no one did anything. And I believe, because of the culture of the church, of this patriarchal familial setup, is like, my dad is the patriarch of our family, right? He's supposed to receive revelation for his family. And so if he is in support of something, it must be good. It must be because God gave him revelation that this is the right thing. And so it creates the system of not challenging things that should be challenged.
Drive.
And it disempowers, especially women, to not challenge anything and not voice anything.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, I know this timeline is going to be kind of
this is amazing. And Gerardo's asking me to remind everyone, this is such an important story. It speaks to Jody Hildebrandt, but it speaks to purity culture. It speaks to high demand.
It's crazy, that whole Lego. I mean, I haven't watched it lately, like recently, so I don't even know what's going on with it right now. But that is so scary in the sense that, I mean, it's just not how I would expect a corporation to operate at all, or the police, or just everything's like inverted. It blows my mind. Okay,
religions to Mormon culture and to other Christian and other religions in general. Just purity culture is so destructive, and mental health ethics are so important. And the fact that Jody was given access to Mormon apostles and was strategizing for the Mormon church on how to deal with mental health, but more specific.
I mean, did y'all know that? No, it was Jody that took John's work, according to Lauren. Wait, no, I remember where I heard it. Wait. No, and it was Mormon Stories. I was thinking it was whenever she went on with Richie T. Stedman. Look where they are now. Episode number 400. I remember that. See, this is why my memory is weird. It remembers all the things it shouldn't, and then but she said something about moving. That's what it was. Her and John were selling the house and moving. So yeah, where she revealed it was, that Jody had taken over John's work and he couldn't get any work in the town. Remember, he couldn't get work during COVID either. But yet, Lori, she was in prison at the time, and she was being assessed by by a psychologist and stuff. And they were like, oh, you're not competent. Oh, you're competent. They worked on her competence. But John, not John, he could not find any work. And according to Allegedly Innocent, who is awesome, by the way, go check her out. Go subscribe to Allegedly Innocent, y'all. She's, I really appreciate her. But she was saying how, oh my God, you know, so what if a prisoner got had their arm broken or something? What do they do? Sit there for 4 months and nothing? It's like that is, I mean, if you think about it, sounds like a bullshit excuse, John. Oh, Legos, kids. Oh no. Wow. I thought so. Carolina says, I thought, and it's good to see you, girl. I don't ever get to talk to you as much as I want to. I thought that it was John Matthias who took over Jody Hildebrandt's clients. No. And so what I wanted to add to that is that Jody, according to Adam Steed now, okay, Adam Steed had said that Jody was in the same ranch or teenage wilderness camp that Paris Hilton was at. Okay. And I'm like, oh shit. Small world, man. It's like a lot of these circle moments are happening where it comes full circle. Yeah, Lauren crying because John was broken. She said she was fat and she didn't have a podcast or something. I'm like, girl, that ain't no damn problems. Those are not okay.
Specifically, porn and masturbation and homosexuality, as the church likes to.
Where's the duct tape part? I guess. Anyways, that was it. But I was just trying to see and kind of compare the stories a little bit, see if there's any similarities, and kind of, but no, I'm gonna have to look at it further.
And after interviewing enough people,
back to the Petersons,
the reason that is there is for this club to stay in power and to keep the sheep asleep and protect each other.
Well, let's go back to the club for a second, because you did mention earlier at the beginning was your family was part of multiple cults, and you talked about Christian cults.
I think
so. Can you help us understand like the differences in the cults, especially amongst different religions, and how they either interplay? Because as we understand, it's more like there's covens, and they kind of compete or work together.
Well, they talked about the KKK. So what groups were you involved with?
I'm not sure to the fullness of what groups we were involved in, but my father definitely found wherever he could of, I see truth in here. This reminds me of this. This reminds me of that, right? The KKK gets involved, this Nazi type belief, because of the pure bloodlines, because of this white and delightsome from the book.
White delightsome.
Like a lot of the kids and the people that were murdered, that I got witnessed, blood atoned and murdered, were those of color. Why? Because they believed that that people of color were less faithful in the premortal life. Right. If you go back to Bruce R. McConkie's teaching in Mormon doctrine.
In this book right here, I mean, I have the PDF forms, but oh my God, you go and you just look up a belief and you're like, yep, that's it. That's it. You know how Lori said that I mourn with those who mourn my children. You know, that thing. It's a thing that they say, to mourn with those who mourn. I'm like, oh my God, that's a thing. That's a thing. That's like a quote, you know. Wild.
Which my mother thought was scripture. He says that if you have colored skin, if you are disabled,
like Tylee was sick all the time, JJ had autism and ADHD,
you must have been less faithful in the premortal life. So these people believe that they have the right and the responsibility to blood atone these people, that they are doing them a favor. They are sending them back to God.
You see,
so they attached onto the ideologies that then attracted them to.
Okay, right. I want to take that back because we need to hear that again. That blows my mind. It makes me really just think of Tylee and JJ right now. Ugh.
You must have been less if you are. He says that if you have colored skin, if you are disabled, you must have been less faithful in the premortal life. So these people believe that they have the right and the responsibility to blood atone these people, that they are doing them a favor. They are sending them back to God.
So they attached onto the ideologies that then attracted them to those specific
Yes,
groups,
yep.
not vice versa.
Yeah. And like my father will crawl anywhere where someone will give him a lick of power. And that was a lot of these cults. And the best way I have to show how he was a Nazi is probably when we hit middle school, something that I call the experiments or the torture tables. And this is where they started to do it on twins, right? And this is exactly what we see in Nazi Germany, right? Is where homosexuals, multiples, right? People with disabilities, like, they're being taken and they're being tortured and put like through experiments because they have this like fascination, this need for like understanding of something like beyond the veil, right? This promise that Joseph Smith gave everyone that like life after death is this, the celestial kingdom, blah, 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 blah. He had no idea what was after death, right? Like these people prove it. Why? Because like I was killed and brought back to life multiple times and asked like, what did I see? What did I witness?
We've heard that from many survivors. I want to hear.
Hold on. Okay. Just like for the Nazi point, like to drive this home, they tried to have Lex and I switch souls because we are twins. We were put like we had tables and our heads were touching on these tables, and they would kill us, bring us back. They'd electrocute us. They'd bring us to points of like
Ramsey, I'm sorry, right here.
Catatonic states where they were. Stacey, what are you seeing? Can you see out of her eyes yet? Okay. And they just keep going 4 hours, naked, bare, like afraid, like I was just gone. And I have to like, this is where mental health really needs to start to be brought into this, because especially with this DID dissociative aspect of it, my body will do anything it needs to do to survive this moment. And if my father will not stop torturing me until I can see out of Lexa's eyes, then I will force myself to see that. Because it's the only way to survive this moment. Like your brain can go to unimaginable areas because purely this child needs to survive, and the brain knows what this child needs to survive, and so it will make it happen.
And this is what the Nazis literally did, and what Operation Mockingbird and what
all kinds of operations. Okay, but they didn't do that, right? They didn't do that here. So let's just hear this, right? Just to get the full effect.
I mourn with all of you who mourn my children and Tammy. Jesus Christ knows the truth of what happened here. Jesus Christ knows that no one was murdered in this
Lindsay, go slap the shit out of her.
case. Accidental deaths happen. Suicides happen. Fatal side effects from medications happen. I have a different perspective in life because in 2000,
I think that what Lori is explaining right here, I don't know if it's an outer body experience and not a near-death experience. You know what I'm saying? With the portaling, with the remote viewing, which we're going to hear here in a minute.
When I was pregnant with Tylee, I died in the hospital while in labor with her. They tried to stop my labor. They put me on the table and they put something in my IV, and I felt my spirit falling to the floor.
It was called breathing or whatever. They did it to me to stop my labor. And I just shook. I didn't die. I was pissed off, but I didn't die. And it saved my baby's life. Anyways.
I was standing near my pregnant body, watching the doctors try to revive me, which took them a few minutes. In that time, my sister Stacy was standing to my left. I turned to hug her and was surprised that her spirit was as tangible as a physical body, because I knew I was in spirit and she was in spirit.
Okay, everybody was in spirit.
She said she needed to show me some things, and we went to heaven.
Allegedly.
I later returned to my body. Because of this experience, I have access to heaven and the spirit world.
No.
Since then, I have had many communications from people now living in heaven, including my children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, my sisters, Stacy and Lolly, my aunts and my uncles and my grandparents.
You took that away from me of being an aunt, you bitch.
I have had many communications with Jesus Christ, the Savior of this world, and our heavenly parents. I've had many angelic visitors have come and communicated with me and even
That's
manifested themselves to me.
Important.
Because of these communications, I know for a fact that my children are happy and busy in the spirit world.
Busy. I heard you're busy. Okay, hold on. Also, let me pull it here. And crap, I hate when I do that. Okay. Oh my gosh. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to make you dizzy if I did. Sleep. Let's see. Okay. All right. Just seeing about where. Let's listen to this real quick.
Yes, introduce yourself.
Oh.
I feel like I love Melanie. I just loved her. I saw her that we were.
I'm gonna turn it up in a minute.
I was sent to her. I prayed for her and who the Father wanted me to go to
Shit.
elevate.
Oh my God.
You're so beautiful.
Oh, okay.
Good crowd. Yeah, good crowd. It's just a good energy, and I appreciate that.
I'm about to crank it up.
I'll just start by saying that I am a personal witness of the resurrected Jesus Christ. I am his advocate, and I am his friend, and he is with me.
I found it interesting because it doesn't play really loud in the beginning. This right here, like who the Father wanted me to go to, and then she pauses and she says to elevate. And she also talks about being awake. You know, these are just very interesting words.
Elevate. You're so beautiful. Good crowd. Yeah, good crowd. It's just a good energy, and I appreciate that. I'll just start by saying that I am a personal witness of the resurrected Jesus Christ. I am his advocate, and I am his friend, and he is with me. I know him, and it was a hard road to get to know him. It's not an easy road, but it's everything that I chose in the pre-mortal life. I sat down with him, and we discussed what I would have to do to get.
It's hard to hear.
To get to this point, I knew everything I was going to do, and everybody agreed, and I made covenants with all of these people that they would play these parts.
Covenants.
So that I could be here
Parts.
at this time, and it's a very important mission. It's something that I signed up for, so I blame no one but myself for what has happened.
Yes.
In my life.
You'll hear a bottom rung here in a minute.
When people hear my story, they're like, "Can't believe that you did that. Can't believe you lived through that. Can't believe that you're still here." But I too, like Melanie, have
I'll work on it.
The love of Jesus Christ washed over me. There is nothing like that on this earth. It is life-changing and eternity-altering.
That it is.
I love
Eternity-altering.
my Savior with my whole heart. I have had some wonderful experiences. I have been ministered to by the angel Moroni. I have seen him.
I blame Lauren if
I
so.
have had lots of angelic ministry with people who wake me up 4 o'clock in the morning and tell me things to do. I no longer need to sleep very much because I'm woken up constantly by angels and giving me instructions on things that I can do to help further the Father's work. I don't know if you want me to tell the story or you don't want me to tell the story.
Just tell the story. It's just a story, Lori.
Your story's pretty meaty. Yeah.
She just said, I'm awake now. After
I don't know if you want me to tell the story or you don't want me
sorry to do this again.
You do want to your story's pretty meaty. Yeah. Are you awake now?
I'm awake now.
I it's been a long journey. There was a point in my life, there's a changing point in your life, right? You're a member of the church your whole life. I always loved the Lord. There's a turning point.
There's a turning point. That's just for all you people who are like, oh shit, a turning point, because there's points of light. Just know the cities of light, the points of light. It's been said by George Bush, both of them, I think. Million points of light, blah blah blah. Points of light is in Freemasonry as well. This is a turning point, and I also heard President Nelson at this time say it was a hinge point. Okay, for anybody following that stuff, the point. I think it's where to mark to their other people, maybe communicate with others who speak of the language. Where they're at in maybe this grand conspiracy, alleged grand conspiracy.
In my life that turned me to the temple, and this is what I teach everybody, and my change of heart was to the temple. So
Mighty change of heart is also mighty change of heart. That is also like a phrase, code phrase.
I had been married to someone who was very awful, who
Why'd you
raped
marry
my
him?
children,
Nope.
and I had divorced him and gotten away from him,
He
and
divorced you and got away from you.
he had joined the church. He spoke in
Because of
state
you.
conference. Everyone thought he was wonderful. He was very good showman of all those things. And after we were divorced, he told everybody that I was this lying, crazy Mormon.
He was telling the truth.
And got up in court and said all these horrible things about
The truth.
me, and turned it around to where the judges believed him instead of me.
Because they saw the truth.
And he was constantly trying to get custody of my 3-year-old daughter, and
And you kept moving away.
just to rub it in my face. And I went through a lot of years of this kind of hard stuff.
Yeah,
and
so did they.
I was going to murder him. I was going to kill him, like the scriptures say, like Nephi killed, like just to stop the pain and to stop him coming after me and to stop him coming after my children. And
Justifying.
I just felt I couldn't take it anymore.
And I love how Netflix left this part out.
And I would go through the scriptures and find all the things like, if he comes against you once, if he comes against you twice, if he comes against you 3 times, then you can kill him. It says it in the scriptures in the Book of Mormon. I was like, there.
They're like, oh, don't include the Mormon scriptures because then the Mormon people will be so pissed at us.
It is. There's my answer. I don't want to do anything that's wrong. I did not have a murderous heart. I
Yeah, you did.
just wanted to stop the bleeding and stop the pain. And so someone wise was speaking to me and
That's interesting. Someone wise means something.
said,
Her dad? I don't know.
you need to go to the temple. So I went and met my bishop,
Of course.
and I was like, I'm either going to turn my life to the temple or I'm going to commit murder. So
What
if you
does
want me
turning
to
your life to the temple really mean? Oh my God. It kept moving on me. I was like trying to pause it. Okay, so just hold on to that. And let's go back over here. Sorry, we're going to end soon, but
CIA was doing and creating these super soldiers and
MK
it's the
Ultra.
exact same stuff.
Yeah.
All right, you brought something up and I want to go back to that. You started in homeschooled and then you said you went to junior
Very good.
high.
Yeah.
It was
Private school, high school.
Okay,
Yeah.
private school. This is where this stuff was happening.
Yeah, I think it's important to touch on the dark days.
Yeah, so
right
before
that.
we touch
The
that,
dark days, y'all.
This is something we
Oh,
want to
egg
share
charge, yeah.
is so
Both
like
of 'em.
my image, like my outfit today is very like I want people to be able to see who is standing here today. And I in my household was during these dark days when the tortures and the experiment were happening, I began to rebel so severely.
Oh, shit.
And I was seen as devil possessed.
Okay.
And I need everyone everywhere to understand that we need to abolish the belief that children can be demon possessed.
Oh my God, right? Fuck.
Because how I was seen in my community, how I was seen in my family, how I was treated was that I was not me. That Cece wouldn't do this. Cece would not rebel. Sierra would not do this. This is not my daughter I see.
Ned,
I can see the
Nick.
devil in your eye.
Oh my
I
God.
was locked in basements for weeks on end. I was starved. I was chained naked to a tree. I was forced to step into an animal trap and stayed there all night, raped. I was treated so inhumanely during this time.
So sorry.
Like, if you see a devil here, like, just know that was me. Like, going back to what Lexa said, these are children. And they would tell me that these children are demons trying to speak to me, trying to show me things that were not true. And I had the empathy and I had the ear that would listen to myself. So much so that I started having these psychotic breaks where I would run out of the room and say, they're killing people, they're killing people. And I'd be screaming at my siblings, being like, listen to me, they're killing kids.
Wow.
And my parents would drag me into the basement and I wouldn't be seen for a long time.
How old were you at this time?
I was 13, 14, 15.
Do you remember this?
I do. Yeah. This was
Jesse,
a
Jesse.
time where Sierra attempted suicide.
And Tylee.
And the attitude in the household for when
Oh,
she got
shit.
back from
Hold on.
the hospital was that we were to pull up
my
the
God.
drop.
It still showed that I was showing y'all the other screen. Let me make sure. Okay. Let me close this one. It must be whenever I use that booster, the sound booster, it creates like every window I put it on. Instead of canceling it, it shows them all open. Anyways, that's kind of weird. Oh, wow. I did not know that. But that sound, that tracks for me, actually. Huggy Bear. It really does. Okay. All right. Let's get back.
Bridge and to keep her on the outsides of our castle. That we were to pull up the drawbridge and to keep her on the outsides of our castle because
Wow.
this isn't CC. This is a devil and our family is under attack by Satan and we cannot let somebody like this into our midst or else we will all go down. And just similarly to how hard it was for Cece to grasp why she was so angry every time I asked her if she remembered something, it was so devastatingly hard for me to be like, what are you talking about? This is like my best friend. This is like Sierra. Like, I'm not gonna like kick her out of the house. Like, are you guys like, I could not fathom this. And so I would go down in the basement and I would spend hours just like talking to Cece. And this is where like my spark for victim advocacy really began. And it was like because I could see her and like I would actually sit down and I would talk to her and I would like try to figure out why she was acting this way, right? Because I would see her snap into these modes where she would attack my mother and she would attack my father, right? And they would just like step back and be like, oh my goodness, I'm such a victim. Look, like this devil has attacked me. Like, Lex, why don't you believe us? You're being fooled by Satan right now. And I was like, well, let me just, she doesn't do this with me. Let me like talk to her. And I would like sit there and I would talk to her. And I quickly realized that like, this isn't a devil. This is a child who's so hurt. And like, I have been there on the brink of just absolute pain and terror where you're just ready to like roar and you're ready to like fight back because they've pushed you to your edge of insanity. Right. And so oftentimes this is kind of, I think, why Cece and I are even able to stand here today. Like out of all of our siblings to like have survived this and get on the other side to get help is because we were able to reach out to each other when my parents were intentionally trying to pull us apart and to divide us. And I would sneak outside when she was chained up and I would pass her a crumpled piece of bread and like a glove of water or something like that. I would sit down in the basement with her. I would even go to my parents and I would try to like convince them, like, you're not doing, like, maybe if you were just nicer to her, like, right. And they're just trying to tell me, oh, with sweet Lex, like you're just being fooled by the devil. And there was actually a staged incident where they turned Sierra on me.
Wow.
Yeah. I was in the basement and my parents, right, my dad was really fascinated with this program and this almost like, I call it the remote of like me, like he could control us. And with Lexa having said like, you know, she doesn't do this with me. She's not like this with me. I don't understand what's going on. It's got to be something that you guys are doing, right?
Wow.
Using so much more understanding than any adult in our lives at that time. And they had her purposely step really close to me. And this is a really like memory for me is my father stepped behind me and he did this signal and I
oh my God,
can't quite grasp what it is because this is when I'd switch.
I was not watching. I was listening. Did she do the symbol?
Grasp what it is because this is when I'd switch.
Oh shit.
Father stepped behind me And he did this signal, and I can't quite grasp what it is.
Is this what set her programming into effect, or
because this is when I'd switch, and this cat came out. Like they would do humiliating things, right? They did humiliating CSAM. They would put me in crates at night and say that I was a cat. They would convince me that I am an animal.
This happened with the Hamblin daughters.
And so they would be able to turn this altar on, like flip this switch.
That's okay. So for those who aren't understanding, my understanding is that whenever they fracture a child's, their mind by inflicting intentional abuse in order to break their, fragment their mind into parts. Okay. And it's what David Hamblin calls his parts theory. I mean, he was a psychologist too, by the way. And so it makes it easier for them to program each part. Like she just said, a cat. They can, with the Hamblin daughters, it was like, one of the altars was called Tabitha. And so whenever David Hamblin, I guess, would allegedly make, like what she said, her dad did a symbol. She can't recall what it is exactly, but it caused her to transition into this other personality. And so this is how the Hamblin daughters explain their programming, to be seductive and dress up and play and basically allegedly be prostituted out to these other elites in these rings. Okay, so back it up.
And this cat.
Oh wait, shit.
He did this signal, and I can't quite grasp what it is, because this is when I'd switch, and this cat came out. Like they would do humiliating things, right? They did humiliating CSAM. They would put me in crates at night and say that I was a cat. They would convince me that I am an animal. And so they would be able to turn this altar on, like flip this switch. And at this point, Lexa was the closest one to me, and I just clawed her back and like left extreme marks, which I was doing on my parents, but now that my father had like shown that I could turn on her too.
Wow.
And I remember standing up after the attack and just being frazzled, but like bearing my grounds, right? And like looking at Cece and be like, this is my sister, right?
Oof,
and I looked over at Mike, and I recall looking at him and saying, like, I don't know what it is, Dad, but she doesn't act like this with me. And it's like, I'm not saying it's your fault, right? Because I needed to feed his ego to protect myself, right? To create this naivety that I was like, I'm not saying it's your fault, but like, there's something that you do that just like flips her like this, right? And it was like day in and day out, like they would take me out to the barn and like pin me up and torment me to try to get Cece to submit. That's like incredible. They were trying to pull us apart and create this wedge. And like one of the most rebellious and dangerous things that you can do inside of the cult is to attach, is to like build any form of attachment. That is what they're trying to take away from the very beginning. How we weren't even allowed to have comfort objects.
They couldn't break the attachment.
But I think that's the benefit of being twins. I mean, you have,
at least in your case.
In our case.
Yeah.
We had to fight for it. Like it wasn't an easy thing. Like we had to keep coming back to each other and have these conversations. Why did you act like that? Why did you act like that?
Why did you throw me under the bus there?
Right? Like we've caused harm to each other, and we've been forced to cause harm to each other.
Have a very incredible relationship. This sounds a lot like
Ruby Frankie,
Jody Hildebrand, and the Daybells, the type of stuff we hear out there. And I understand you guys went to American Heritage, and that has been a school that has been on our radar. We've had several survivors talk about that. And so when you brought that up, that was obviously, there's a lot of the aspects of your story that set off a lot of red flags of many times we've heard from survivors. So tell us about American Heritage, a school that when I came to Utah.
I want to know, is Frank Vandersloot tied to this American Heritage School? Because he is in the ones in Idaho.
because as an adult with Lexia, I thought, man, we homeschooled our kids, ironically, and it's just so horrible hearing your experience. But I thought if I didn't homeschool my kids, I'd put American Heritage. And now it's so funny because I see some of these schools like American Heritage that I once put up on a pedestal very different. Would you mind sharing your experience at American Heritage?
Yeah, American Heritage is seen as this very American core values school,
Right.
constitutional.
Right.
Yeah. And my parents wanted us to have a better education than Wasatch.
Who wouldn't?
And so
Right.
they did the 1-hour trek down to American Heritage. And just like, we've talked about my family having a cover and the church having.
Oh my Lord, I found it. Okay. So Vandersloot served as a national finance co-chair for Mitt Romney's presidential campaigns in 2008 and 2012. He contributed $1.1 million and helped to raise between $2 million and $5 million for Romney's 2012 campaign. Got to know, Gordon Bowen and Romney are so tight. Okay. Sorry. Okay. It says he is a significant financial contributor to Republican presidential candidates and Idaho political campaigns. He has also paid for advertising in opposition to several Idaho Democratic political candidates. Vandersloot is the primary financier of the American Heritage Charter School in Idaho Falls. Okay. Thought so.
Having cover, so did this school. And what I didn't realize walking into there my first day was that this school is just going to be another hellhole that I'm going to have to survive, because I was again surrounded by cult. It was like anywhere I went, anybody I interact with, it was cult.
So tell us about it.
Yeah. So 9th grade, this is still overlapping with the dark days. I was still being severely punished for being demon possessed and incredibly isolated in AHS. I didn't make many friends the first year.
I like how you said
my only friend was a handler, and I ate lunch in his room. We were often trafficked to some of the teachers and the administration in the school, and this would look like coming early, just pop into their classrooms.
I remember hearing that Lori would go to seminary. I mean, I get it might be that for everybody. Early morning seminary. I don't know. That just kind of.
They had classroom closets that they could pull the door open. They could lock their door, and nobody could see what was happening behind those doors. And this goes back to the trafficking that happened when I was younger, where they'd have certain hand symbols, or they'd touch me in the leg a certain place, and they would have a certain code word that would get me into their certain programmed that I had been programmed earlier by my parents. This is the client's door that they can open because they have this certain key.
Now, I don't mean to interrupt, but one of the questions I've had as this been going on is, were your parents, as they trafficked, were they making money on this too? Because I know that's
I assume so. My father does not.
If not just from the C-SPAN material.
Yeah, I've seen money exchange hands multiple times. There was even a time where, I'll show you the clock tower tomorrow, but where I was being trafficked, and
we'll put the video up here.
Yeah, a brethren from the ward actually came in because it was a torture trafficking event, and that's typically where they would have a man come and sit in because they didn't want him to kill me. And so this church leader from the ward came in and sat and would manage it, and I remember him getting his cut of the piece, and me just walking out, and everyone telling me, you should be just so proud of yourself for helping.
I hate interrupting.
Wow.
Because I'm on your story, okay, and I want to finish this, but you brought something I need to know the answer. What is this torture? What did you call it?
Torture trafficking.
What is that? Would you give us an example, or tell a story? You shared a story. Tell us a little, whatever you're comfortable with about that experience.
So Sierra kind of touched on it. They would train us to be all sorts of things for these clients, and any kind of kink or desire that these men had, or sin they were struggling with, that they couldn't stop thinking about, it was our job to fulfill that, right? And my mother said it was a necessary part. The torture trafficking was to help these men, because they got to get the devil out of them. They got to get the devil out of them. And you're just such a strong daughter of God, you can absorb it. And I have seen how.
I'm thinking about how we heard from Melanie Gibb. I'm pretty sure that's where it came from, that Tylee had been called a zombie since the time she was like 12 or 13 when she became difficult. Remember that? Same thing as demon, right?
God has helped you before, and he will help you through this again. Like he will, right? He'll take my memory away and the atonement will be fulfilled, right? And so I would go into this room, and if my father couldn't make the appointment, then he'd have one of the other traffickers from in the community come and sit in with him, and they would have the needles, they would have like all of these sorts of torture devices ready and prepared. And it was, yeah, like, unless you've experienced torture, like there's the English language fails to describe it. Right?
Shit.
Language hasn't even reached these corners of the world for a very specific purpose, because they don't want victims and survivors to be able to accurately describe what they're experiencing and what they've been through. I spent so much of my childhood digging and digging and digging to try to understand like what was happening to me.
But there would be someone in the room to
Monitor.
make sure that whatever the torture didn't end up killing you.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my-
And if they did, they had
Oh
a
my God, think about
defibrillator.
John Benet Ramsey, y'all.
I'm sorry. This is
So it could have been for some sort of prostitution or filming
Whatever
some
the
sort
client
of
wanted.
CSAM.
Yeah.
okay. So let's go back to American Heritage. You had teachers there that were trafficking you before and after during school.
Yes. I started to cause a lot of headaches for American Heritage. I am surprised I was not kicked out of the school. And I was handled just about 24/7 at that school.
Okay, hold on. Pause. I wish it was a palate cleanser, but it's not. The girls were terrified to go see him. This is about Gordon Bowen. This comes directly from the Hamblin daughters' victim statement, to the police. Because of his reputation, I would say Rosie said that if we did not cooperate, she would arrange for me, one of the girls, to live with him for a few months. When I arrived at the mansion, I was eventually told to go up to a bedroom and wait for Bowen. This is the bad one. Okay, when he came in, he was angry and R-worded me. Then he opened a small leather bundle which held all different kinds of strange and sharp knives. Now think about the damn apartment, right? He picked up the knives and started to explain how sharp they were. He would do this by putting the blades on my fingers until I started to bleed. He then described how he used them on disobedient young girls, to quote skin and fillet, that's in quotes, among other things. He told me that I was never to tell anyone that I had been there. After he left the room, I started to cry and kept crying the whole night because I heard her sister crying and a lot of other voices, animal-like sounds, screaming, right? And screaming. Oh God. The girls were terrified to go see him. Yeah, I started over. But I just wanted to put that in there because, I know it's horrible. That was just a short version. But make sure I did this right. Okay.
I was passed off. At one point, I was becoming so rebellious. I had called the cops during a ritual. I had told a friend who had called the cops, and now all of a sudden the HS has to put cameras up in the lobby and outside because somebody reported a suspicious something. And so I was becoming quite a headache for them. And
they have workarounds.
Yeah, and so they started to schedule handlers on me, where it's like, okay, you're going to go to this class where this teacher handles you, and they're going to walk you halfway, and then they're going to watch you get to the staircase where that teacher's going to meet you and walk you upstairs. Like, I had no freedom in ninth grade. I was deeply depressed. I was sleeping during the class, and like, to call out grooming behavior, my favorite teacher at the time, he was one of my clients. He was one of my handlers. Wow. And the problem about these individuals is they can potentially be split as well. And so add to the gaslighting, this man, I like, the presenter never saw get angry. And when a deeper part of me during a ritual or during the abuse would step out, like, you could see his face just switch. And he slapped me one time because I was refusing to listen to my mother and was causing a huge scene out by the playground. But they had they had chains on me. Like you couldn't hear them, but I could feel them. And I was a slave at that school just as much as I was in my own community.
Yeah. Were other kids
Frank
being
Vandersloot
abused
funded.
in that school?
Yes.
Are there kids that are not being abused at that school?
Yes.
Is everyone to some extent in power complicit or aware of it? Or are there people that are genuinely in the dark?
Either they're complicit or they choose to stay out of it or to look the other way when something concerning is happening, right? Because, oh, so-and-so is such a good man. He would never.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They have
Telling
telling ourselves lies over and over again to keep ourselves comfortable, right? No one wants to get uncomfortable and get muddy. And they have this you go there, you talk to the people there, it's a family, you know? And that excuses a lot of the grooming behaviors, right? Long hugs with teachers. The teacher who'd sit in the back of the class with me and rub my back while we watched a movie. This is inappropriate. And we need to call it out immediately. Like if we don't stop it here, it gets to where I was.
Yeah. And I think this is a good spot to have a call out to our parents to remind their children of these things and encourage the children to stand and let them know and make sure that you're teaching.
But I mean, her parents weren't going to do it, or their parents weren't going to do it. You know, hold on. I'm looking because I do need to wrap this up, but we will actually have to do a part 2 in a couple days. Let's see. It was this, y'all blew my mind. Let me see where we're at right now. We are at 117. We're not far from it, but let's get this show on the road. Yeah, because I want to go over this whole their sister Heather. Reminds me a lot of Stacy Cox. So we'll do that the next time.
So the how with this is interesting. At AHS, we had a teacher. He also was Heather's teacher. She attended the very first graduating class of AHS.
Did I press the wrong thing?
That class.
I think I did. Yeah, I did. We're going to go to Maurice Harker.
Mormon therapy.
Yeah. During the dark days, right, when I was labeled this black sheep, demon possessed, my parents began to search for any cure for me.
Thank you, Faye.
And one of the therapies that I was put in was called Daughters of Light. It's done by Life Changing Services that was started by Maurice Harker.
Maurice Harker. And he just a lovely, lovely, fresh face. Not. Anyways, Daughters of Light is something that I believe Nancy James participates in. Okay.
If you don't know who Maurice Harker is, he's recently, within the last couple of years, was found guilty of assaulting and breaking the arm of one of his patients.
We would like you to meet Maurice Harker. He is an LDS clinical mental health counselor. After working for LDS Family Services for several years and being the director of Life Changing Services, he's become the specialist for sexual addiction recovery. He works among LDS young men and adult men. He also specializes in marriage repair after a relationship has experienced betrayal trauma. He has found a way to combine eternal principles with cutting-edge science. Now, Maurice Harker.
And a former Utah therapist is facing felony charges for allegedly abusing a patient for nearly a decade. Charging documents show 54-year-old Maurice Harker reportedly used aggressive, hands-on therapy on his patient, telling her it was necessary in order to cleanse the victim of her demons. In some cases, when the patient would try and leave the session early, police records say Harker would physically restrain her. He's charged with felony kidnapping and aggravated assault of a vulnerable adult. If convicted, he could face up to 15 years in prison.
To enter the group that I was going to join, the female-only group, Daughters of Light.
Yes.
I had to be interviewed by him a couple of times before I was allowed and passed on to be accepted to the group. And so one day my mom pulls me out of school and we're driving up to Farmington where his office is, and I remember walking in, the reception was just walking out, right about to take her lunch break. It was about 12:30, 12:45.
Sorry, real quick, switch over here.
for licensed marriage and family therapist and sex therapist on Mormon Stories yesterday. She can confirm. Yes, there's probably, you know, when I was getting my PhD in psychology, we actually did a study at Utah State University, and we called it problematic pornography viewing. And the idea was if it's your values to watch less pornography or to masturbate less, then, you know, we can try and develop a treatment. And it wasn't me, it was my mentor, a non-LDS mentor at Utah State University, and a colleague. They did a study to see whether some sort of therapeutic approach could be developed to help a client reduce their masturbation and pornography viewing based on values. But there was no way. Go ahead.
That's just habit change. That's the thing.
Yeah, right.
Yes, anything can be compulsive. You can compulsively exercise. You can compulsively eat. You can, like, compulsive behavior is obviously real.
Right.
And sex addiction, masturbation addiction, pornography addiction, no.
Tell 'em, Jesse.
They
Tell
just
'em.
use those terms. They just slap that on there as a way to scare people, as a way of controlling people.
Absolutely.
But it's not.
Yeah. And by the way, you know, and I treated as a psychologist in training for 6 years, students and members of the community at Utah State University when I was getting my psychology PhD. When they called themselves addicts, they would show up at the counseling center at Utah State. I'm a return missionary. I'm an addict, you know, and I'm like, an addict? Whoa. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, what are you addicted to? Oh, well, it's porn and masturbation. Oh my gosh.
Right.
So you must be looking at porn like 8, 9, 10 hours a day and masturbating multiple times a day in public places. And it's like, oh, no. It's like once every 3 or 4 weeks. And I maybe view porn for 10 minutes while but just to kind of drive the point home, the Mormon Church has created addiction and recovery programs all throughout the world in every ward. And whenever a masturbating teen or adult goes to the bishop and endorses even light, moderate masturbation or pornography use, they're immediately referred by the Mormon Church, by Mormon bishops, to addiction and recovery programs that are sponsored by the Mormon Church, where they call themselves addicts. So this is not a Jody thing. This is not a Connections thing. This is a Mormon Church thing. Jody
used to run Lifestar Utah County back when I lived with her. And that Lifestar is one of those programs. And the psychological effect of labeling yourself as an addict for very normal human behaviors is detrimental to mental health and to relationships and to, like, self-trust and self-worth and just the destruction that it causes. And on top of the fact that they're billing insurances for these programs under false pretenses, using depression and anxiety as ways of insurance fraud, while telling the people that are involved that it's for sex addiction. But because
right, John,
addiction is not, you know, validated in the DSM-5, they can't actually bill insurances for it.
Are they doing it pro bono? I doubt it.
And it's also, I think, really disrespectful to people that actually have addiction.
Right.
Like, it's disrespectful on, like, both sides.
It's confusing too. And so it's wrong. It's misinformation or, okay. I did do this. I want to say it was, which chat it was, but I remember we were talking about, it was, anyways, I ended up having to Google something about Utah being the highest porn addicted consumption, you know, state or whatever. And whenever I Googled it, I got this response and I'm like, oh my God, I did not know this. Right. And so I was like, what percentage of viewers in the state of Utah view porn sites? And is it a higher percentage than the rest of the United States? And it says the claim that Utah has the highest rate of pornography consumption comes from a widely cited 2009 Harvard Business School study. And it says that specific study found that Utah ranked number 1 in the country for paid online adult subscriptions, averaging about 5.4 subscriptions per 1,000 broadband users. Okay, so that was according to 2009 Harvard Business Study. Then it says, however, looking at overall web traffic and free page views reveals a very different reality. And I was like, well, son of a bitch. When major streaming platforms like Pornhub analyzed their per capita data, Utah actually ranked near the bottom at 41st in the nation for page views. And the Daily Universe, BYU. That's what that's cited from. Oh my God. Data analysts refer to this discrepancy as a cultural contradiction often seen in more socially conservative states. Because adult material is less visible or harder to access locally in physical retail spaces, the individuals who want it are far more likely to buy private online subscriptions because they're shamed, right? At the same time, the general population in the state visits these websites at a much lower rate than the national average. It says the legal landscape in Utah has also completely altered these traffic numbers over the last few years. Why? Legal landscape. In 2023, Utah enacted strict age verification laws that require adult websites to verify a user's age with a government ID or digital wallet, which is good. That's from Mashable. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to push it. Rather than implementing those identity tracking systems, major adult platforms chose to completely block access to all traffic originating from Utah. That's from PC Mag. And, actually it said, sorry, no Pornhub access in 24 states and 3 countries. Okay. Did I? Yeah. Okay. While official viewership metrics for the state plummeted after the block, technical reports show that residents frequently use VPNs to bypass the restrictions. So anyways, I've just found that interesting. Just, take it for what it's worth. Do your own research too. We just hear.
And I go into his office, and that's when the abuse began. I remember being restrained in some way, and he started to assault me. And I didn't take very kindly to anybody touching me. And so I started to scream and cry and attack him as best as I could with being restrained. And I recall being late.
Look, it says prosecutors say Harker, this is talking about Maurice Harker, repeated assaults resulted in multiple physical injuries. These included a broken thumb, a knee injury, black eyes from being elbowed by Harker, and neck injuries. She said, now she's not talking about her, but she's the woman who was abused was a vulnerable adult. She said he would even pin her down and cover her mouth and nose, claiming this would help get rid of her demon. Sounds like Frankie. Oh my God. Charging documents also state that Harker also manipulated the victim in non-physical ways. He allegedly tried to isolate her from other people and relationships, created a profile for her on a dating app. Oh, wow, huh? Yeah, that's not pimping her out or nothing, right? No. Oh my God. He operated on her behalf, followed her, and tracked her location with a tile chip.
Laid down on this couch, and they had darkened the room because they intentionally, very much so, do that during these memories to make the place look off. And I see my mother's shadow come in through the doorway, and he puts his hands out and he goes, stop, hold on. I can handle this. I can do this. Like, don't intervene.
Oh my God.
I've got this demon. And then he continued on to
like
assault me.
Ghostbusters, you're gonna put it in a pouch or something?
My mother walked out of the door. And this was my initiation into the therapy of Daughters of Light.
Wow. At what age?
Wow.
15 years old.
And Daughters of Light, I'm not familiar. Is that a well-known organization?
No, so Sons of Helaman might be a bigger, and that's the young men's program. So Daughters of Light is just the female program
for troubled LDS kids.
Yeah, and it specifically targets like pornography, and masturbation, just like any type of sexual sin that they deemed in these kids. And I still have the book, my therapy book that he gave me, Power, Daughters of Light. And I wasn't able to receive any of my therapy notes because my therapist, Mindy, she passed away a couple of years ago, apparently, and didn't have any notes. So,
did you also go to this therapy?
I was
They were treated very differently, these twins. Okay.
It was like I
She wasn't the
I was
troublemaker.
I was the easy child, right? That was my survival plan, was to like give the parents what they wanted, at least what I could manage to live with myself more.
Is this the whole performative thing that, like to get accolades or to get acknowledgement? Is that what this is? Kind of, not that she's doing it to get it, but that's how the dynamics are, right? But what makes a child, I need to look into this. What makes a child performative later in life, allegedly?
You were still involved in a way.
Yeah,
like my dad, when he got into something, he got fully into it, and so
That's
like the whole
me.
family was forced to
Full ass.
participate, like read the book, like Dragons Did They Fight, which Maurice Harker has written. But I didn't join the groups. No.
So tell us about it.
Yeah.
You wrote it?
So I was reading through this the other day after having like recovered all these memories, and
here we go.
He has a very famous teaching of therapy that he has created, and it's called the Satanic spin.
Here we go.
So here in the middle, you'll see what we call the Satanic spin. I'm going to cover in detail the flash, the chemical spill, the feelings, the logic, and then we're going to spend some time on the chemical scale. To introduce it, I'm going to talk a little bit more about your brain, what's going on in your brain.
And
hold on.
It is this
in control, out of control. Hold on. I mean, I'm getting like light dark. Huh. Zombie fucking mode? Not the frontal lobe. Middle brain. Oh my God. What the fuck? That's what oh my God. I did not get this the other day. Okay. And text for more info to 91011. Anybody? I'm just kidding. So, passion projects, improve life, service, prayer, study, feelings, alarm, counter image, this fuck shit right here, chemical spill, zombie mode, middle brain. I don't really understand. Flash, what the fuck? Logic, thoughts, alarm, too late. That's me all the time. I'm always late. Ding, ding,
Brain,
ding.
what's going on in your brain.
And it is this map, and you probably can't even like see it very well.
We'll throw it up on the screen.
It's very janky. But even if you go on YouTube and watch his videos, like he is still
He has videos on YouTube?
He's still working with youth.
Oh,
and he's
hell
still
no.
teaching these things
And
to this
he
day.
raped you.
Yes. And so
in therapy appointments.
Wow.
And that follows the same Hamblin.
Sorry. Oh my God. I know a project when I see one. Here it is. Here it is. Maurice Harker. How does he, how do these people just like not skip a beat and they think it's cool? Like, how did they have the gall to show their faces after? I don't give a shit, guilty or innocent. Just the allegations are horrible. And I've never been accused of trying to, hurt somebody to get demons out of them. Okay. I've also never been accused of being a stalker. You know what I mean? Like, these things don't happen to just everybody. Okay. But a Holy Spirit activate. The Sons of Helaman program. Oh, hell. I'm going to learn all about the frontal lobe. For all the Trisha people. Which we got to do the web of spook. I was trying to figure out how to do this. So I think today we're doing this, and tomorrow Tim Ballard. The next day we'll do the web of spook and leave my family alone. I did write an email to the school, so I need to send it. That's the only thing I haven't done. This is Maurice Harker. You know who else was into marriage counseling? Well, quite a few people, but Tom Harrison was. 173 subscribers. All right. Eternal Warriors. Hear me roar. Not. Yeah. Okay. Crazy, y'all. Okay. I did not know he was on here, or I'd have been on here a long time ago. Right? We would have been here a long time ago.
Yes.
Patterns.
Yes. See?
And so I mean, we can even just take pictures if you're interested in like
Yeah.
putting this all on. Like,
We'll
this
get it on
is
screen.
his therapy
Yes.
teaching, and this is how he sees this. And so the satanic spin, Satan has figured out a way to
Here we
sprinkle
go.
mind altering chemicals into our bodies. He does it
Huh.
by using our brain chemicals against us.
Huh. Oxytocin.
We call it the satanic spin.
Okay.
When this happens, you literally disconnect from your rational thinking or from what you value and begin to operate on emotion or from the animal brain. Your thinking shifts from I value and love my family to I forget why my family matters to me. This makes you feel like you have permission to treat them unkindly and disrespectfully.
I mean,
Don't let Satan tempt you to get over emotional. He begins with a flash. We call it the flash because it is very similar to a single frame in a movie reel flashing by.
wow.
PTSD.
Program.
Now, we have learned that the dark side of the spiritual world cannot read your thoughts, but that does not mean he cannot slide thoughts in. Or, since there's two major forms of satanic influence, we have temptation, we also have torment. Okay?
It is very subtle. You are hardly aware of it, but something happens to you that triggers a response in your brain. The flash might be a smell or something that someone said or a thought or a taste or something that you saw. It happens really fast. The flash causes messy chemicals to start dripping into your brain.
That sounds like
these emotions are usually unpleasant.
That sounds like the programmer using, these sign symbols and things like that to activate the parts, right? The mind control, right?
For instance, you might start to experience feelings of sadness. As soon as you begin to identify with the feelings of sadness, the brain drips into the memory banks. The brain has a really good stash of vague memories. We call it the filing cabinet of memories. 1 or 2 vague memories will do. As you continue in the satanic spin, your body will become overwhelmed with chemicals that will cause negative emotions. This is when we start down the chemical scale. And he's got like it all technical out. He talks a lot about vague memories. You may start to feel foggy. You are probably getting a little jumpy. You may catch yourself saying things that are not nice. It is wise to place an alarm at this chemical level.
Think about if your enemy is intentionally causing chemical reactions so that you can't fight clearly, when should you be alarmed? When should you be alarmed enough to do something about it? All right? My recommendation, as soon as you can taste it, as soon as you can feel you're off, you should have an alarm go off that says, this isn't good. This is scary. This is dangerous. People could get hurt.
It just goes on and goes on. And as
hold on.
Served, times that others served me. And all of a sudden, as I just thought about those moments in my life, I was filled with something that I recognized. It was the same thing I recognized when I had gotten off on the freeway, off the off-ramp, to go visit this little boy. I felt optimism.
Oh my God.
I mean, I was in tears. I was just like floating. I feel like I wanted to go run a marathon from his house. I was like, what is this? I felt optimism. I felt courage, unity, these amazing things. I said, what is this? He says, Tim, it's a chemical reaction. It's a chemical. When you give, when you serve, your brain actually releases these amazing chemicals, oxytocin, dopamine, endorphins, serotonin, and it's what. And if you're a spiritual person like he is, he says these are the chemicals God puts in your body that opens up the heavens, that helps you to get past the physical and into the spiritual.
Adrenochrome. All right.
Whether you believe that or not, the reaction, the fruit of this is real. So I wanted to do my own research on it, and I found a brain specialist, one of the people that helps us heal the brain of the children who have been traumatized. His name's Tom Harrison. And this is what he says, his research. The research is conclusive. Through ongoing acts of service, charity, thoughts of kindness, and gratitude, the brain releases a powerful cocktail of chemicals, which include oxytocin, endorphins, dopamine, and others. These chemicals, in turn, produce in the recipient positive benefits, which produce higher levels of achievement, increased creativity, positivity, optimism,
Godhood.
and unity. Why are these fruits so important? Because you can't teach these things.
And you don't have them, so you go take them, in my opinion. Anyways.
In your home, to your children, in your businesses, to your employees. Can you go to your employee and say, all right, be creative. I mean, you can say it.
But how's that serving? Yeah,
Be
no.
optimistic. Be a unifier. Be a team unity. You can say it all day long.
Don't be a
but
douche.
How do I do it? How do I be creative?
No, I did hear that was Tom Harrison's quote unquote research that he was citing right here. You know, he just said that Tom Harrison was one of the, oh shit, where's it at? Oh my God. One of the people that helps us heal the brain of the, he stops. One of the people that helps, and then he says, heal the brain of the children that have been traumatized. Well, where? Because there's no aftercares. So where does this man come across children, Tom Harrison, that have been traumatized? Is that like Maurice Harker here? Huh? I mean, relevant.
As I read this, I can tell you this is how I would recall memories. Like this is programming.
Oh,
that makes sense.
Like my parents loved this so much for me because
listen.
it was teaching me how to ignore my PTSD flashbacks. It was teaching me how to like
forgive and forget.
It wasn't just teaching me. It was calling these children. It was calling these memories. It was calling these parts of me demons. The satanic spin. Satan's got your ear. Satan's gotten into your head and
stopping you from having memories.
Right? It even has a part where it's like something they call the stupid conversation. This is when Satan actually talks to us in our own voice. Have you ever seen the cartoons where the devil and the angel sits on the shoulder of the cartoon character? This is not too far from the truth.
What if Satan figured out how to talk to you in your own voice, in your head?
Oh, fuck.
This is what I was experiencing with my DID. Like everything he's saying, I experience, even now to this day, is PTSD and dissociation.
So he's basically reprogramming these kids that if they start to have memories, that the things that would help them start to have memories, it is satanic. So the minute you start to go down the road of being in a place where you can recall your past, you shut it off and stay
Exactly.
Amazing.
That's how my parents framed a lot of these memories, right? You would get flashes of like brother so-and-so naked and you'd be like, oh my gosh, I'm such a bad person. I am so ashamed. And you'd like go and confess to your bishop or tell your parents and be like, sounds like Satan's really, he's a good man, isn't he? He's really trying to like mess up what you see.
Lots of gatekeepers, man.
With him. And so they would say this about the nightmares we would have, the episodes we would have. Yeah, they basically like
they have like so many nets or whatever. If it falls through this net, then it lands in this net and it alarms, the perp, or you know what I'm saying, the system. Ew.
Like I reference myself as like their little secret jewelry box, right? They stuff.
The thing is though,
secrets
because I'm looking at the symbology of like things and the chains. And so Jesse also had chains around their neck. I also noticed that was Savannah Guthrie, for what it's worth. And then, I mean, this chain links are in Tim Ballard's Operation Underground Railroad imagery, his logos and stuff. And Chad Daybell, his presentation for closing statements with, during his trial. I don't know who freaking designed the presentation, if it was Chad or if it was John Pryor, but they used chain links as the decoration on the design. I don't have the picture pulled up right now, but I mean, I was like, what the fuck? You can't make this shit up.
And they lock it up, toss it in the back, and right, it becomes like Pandora's box if I'm ever going to open it, right? This is kind of where Jacob's Ladder comes into play. What's the book called? Isaiah's Ladder. Isaiah Decoded. Yeah, Decoded. Yeah, so this is where Isaiah Decoded comes into play. And this is Abraham Gileadi.
Okay, tell us about this, because his name has come up in the past.
Yeah. His belief is that, right, you have Jacob's Ladder, where Jacob passed out and had this vision of angels coming up the ladder and going down the ladder, right?
I remember.
There's these varying degrees. And he teaches this belief that the further down you go.
Okay. Y'all remember earlier whenever I was sharing Lori with Melanie Gibb and, if he comes at you once, if he comes at you twice, it's murder, Well, and Lori said that, and I mean, I've known this for a long ass time. I just didn't, and I thought it had something to do with Freemasonry, and it might, but I mean, it also has something to do with somebody who was influential in their circle, which would be Avraham Giuliani. Okay. And so she said the bottom rung. She said, I was at the bottom rung. I mean, so this is a ladder, same symbolism that, is used in Freemasonry. Again, so I mean, he's basically using Freemasonry stuff here. I've also found charts where they have the yellow, blue, red, green, yellow, you know what I mean? Like the different colors of the rainbow, seven colors. And what's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't get it. Anyways, but it had like, how Raphael symbolized the color green, healing music. That's what Lori and Chad's group was supposedly into. So I'm thinking that whole time, I'm like, oh, there's a yellow, there's an orange group, there's a red group. You know what I mean? Like there's a blue group. What are these people doing? So where's the rest of the people? What about the rest of them? Bondage to sin, started place or pivot point. Holy shit. Just men, remission of sins, on the path to perfection. Keep on going. Just men made perfect. This is also like calling an election made sure type shit on the way to it. This is what Chad and Lori were doing, y'all. These different levels. Wow. Okay. Translated beings. Well, I'll be damned. Possessing the sealing power. Holy shit. Bring divine intervention accompanied by miracles. Wink, wink. Ew. This one down here says deliver others from danger of death. Or don't. Just don't. Provide spiritual salvation from sins and iniquities. The King of Zion. Okay, so over here, the highest is the Most High God, and it says the begetter of humanity, the Father of all, grants exaltation in the highest heaven, celestial kingdom. That's the celestial room. Grants exaltation in order to get exalted. Lori said she was an exalted translated being. Okay. You have to have, go through the second anointing or whatever the hell is going on. I don't know. I wasn't there. I just know the language. I look, there's a tree.
On the ladder, the higher.
Orchestrate, move. I don't know how to make that move. Murders and evils in the world. Candidates for the pit of dissolution, the second death. And these are people who choose evil, who don't repent, are in bondage to sin, ripening in iniquity, which brings us, oh my God, I fucking hate this shit. I really do. Hold on, I gotta look for the clip. Right here doing it. Okay, it doesn't help that there's two. Okay. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, please. Get out of here and get out of here. Okay. It doesn't help that under like some of the Mormon Stories podcast, they just have like the chapters. So they don't put a transcript at the bottom of some of these. And I'm like, oh my God. So it's like, it's a freaking task to, find that iniquity. Okay. And we'll okay, be prepared because we're about to, Megan, you're in danger of going to sleep.
In the worst way.
In the worst way.
And it talks about people who are fully ripe in iniquity and who gets to determine who's fully ripe in iniquity. But the people who have special powers and know everything about everybody. And that takes us all the way back to the beginning of the book, the very first clip where he says, I knew everything about her. And so therefore, the implication is I can tell if she is repentant or not. I can tell if she's fully ripe in iniquity or if I should let her live, basically. And I think it's so incredibly
sounds like a narcissist and a psychopath thing
to insinuate that when you decide to relieve these people of their mortal lives, that they just fall down.
Megan.
Well, that's not what happened to JJ, and that's not what happened to Tylee, and that's not what happened to Charles, and that's not what happened to Tylee. None of them to Tammy. None of them just fell down. They were brutally and horrifically killed. And it is a direct result of this book.
And there are two other people that think they have these sort of powers too. You know, Chad Daybell believes he can see beyond the veil. Tim Ballard believes he's a visionary and can see beyond the veil. Tom Harrison believes he's a visionary and he can see behind the veil.
Julie
Rowe believes she's a visionary and can see beyond the veil. This is a book that they teach at the conferences I attend, Dreams and Visions, how to have them, how to be a visionary and see beyond the veil. There is a trend that is happening, and this book is a beloved. This book has a cult following in these groups of like-minded people.
And if any of you think we're exaggerating here,
Whoa,
let me just read a
whoa,
couple
whoa.
comments.
She said, "This is what I'm saying, y'all, and y'all, you can call me out on it, okay? But the like-minded people is a thing. Like when I was looking into AVOW, you know, like searching through all the crap that they had loaded on their site, which is a lot." And I remember perusing through some articles and I saw where I kept seeing a pattern, right? Fucking patterns. Fuck you, patterns. Thank you, patterns. Whatever. I saw them and I kept seeing like-minded individual, like-minded people, like-minded people. Are you like-minded people? I'm like-minded people. I was just like, okay. And the context was just like, it's a dog whistle. Okay. It is. Oh my God, these people are so spread out. Hold on. I suck with this because I want to just show everybody everything that I'm talking about because I'm not just making this shit up, first off. And then also because it's important to pull it together, I think. I know y'all do too, but let's see. I'm gonna have to look at the transcript.
And so I knew that there's many people.
I'm gonna have to look for it. This is Jason Mel's podcast.
I instantly knew you're one of us. You're a gatherer.
Okay, hold on. This is from Denise Rainey. God bless her.
And Lori is so cool. Lori and I met in a very, very unique situation. And real quick, Lori, let's talk about that before we start because people don't even know who you are. Well, people in the know who you are, but one of the reasons why we're doing this podcast is so that we can spread the light of knowledge and help people learn about who they are and find their gifts and draw closer to Christ.
Why are you trying to tell people who they are? Okay.
And
their
what
gifts.
happened to you was pretty unique, and how we ended up in the same room together is even more unique. So can we start off with that?
So without having to listen to her, basically her and Nicole Earl went to the temple and Nicole was like, "Hey, here's my friend Jason." And Jason was like, "Oh, you're like-minded? I'm like-minded."
We can. It's so fun to be here with Jason and Melanie. I love them so
fun.
much and grateful for them and all their service that they do. I feel like that I work for the Lord. I feel like
You
I've
don't.
turned my life to him from circumstances that have happened to me in my life. And I ask him who he wants me to meet, who he needs me to go to, and what he wants me to do. And I was sent to the temple on a certain day.
Sent to the temple on a certain day. On a Sunday?
To
No.
get a message from
They have phones and pagers and all kinds of like DMs, all kinds of things.
someone. And in walked Jason Mao.
And when I looked at you, when I looked into your eyes for the first time and really saw who you were inside, I instantly knew
That's gross.
You're one of us. You're a gatherer. You get it. You understand that there's something bigger going on here than just church on Sunday, that this is
Bigger than church on Sunday.
This is the end times, and you are awake. You are prepared.
She did say she was awake, remember? And the other one, you are prepared.
You are moving in that direction. And I saw that in just a half a second of that brother and sister connection that we made. And I just knew right away I had to get you in touch with Melanie. So
Lori reaches out to Nicole Earl, who's been friends with Lori and Charles for 10 years. Okay. She was one of these people that were, I know that she's got something to do with gathering humanity right there in Arizona. Okay. A nonprofit organization, of course, gathering shit that has to do with immigrants, by the way.
And we needed to connect.
And so look at the hierarchy here. Lori Vallow reaches out to Nicole Earl, who reaches up to Jason Mal, who reaches up to Melanie Gibb, who reaches up to who? Okay.
Somehow. And so that's how one thing led to another. And then Melanie, you got the idea to start doing a podcast so that we could kind of just spread the good word.
Yeah. So once, and I've known Jason for a while now, and meeting Lori, I knew that there was a message that we needed to share. And one of the things that we all have in common is we have all been changed by Jesus Christ. And we've all woken up. We've gone through some
awake,
incredible trials. And so I knew that there's many people that are becoming aware that either they want to be more awakened or they.
So I guess Lori wanted to be more awakened because she reached out to all these people.
They already are beginning to be. And so they wanted to learn more about some of the things that we've gone through.
So Lori inquired. She did the whole Mike. Oh my God, y'all. She did the Mike Stroud thing where he says, you have to inquire and plead to obtain and receive, brothers and sisters. Oh my God.
Some of the trials that we've gone through to help us have that mighty change of heart. And I've been wanting.
It all goes back to y'all. It all goes back to this.
He teaches this belief that the further down you go on the ladder, the higher up you will rise. And this is really the whole basis of programming, that like the more you torture a child, the more like chaotic chemical dumps that you can like cause in a child. I call them like these anchors into your brain, whether it's like moral injury or absolute terror. They like anchor it into your brain and then they seal it up in the back, right? And then that's where they start to create like these super human abilities, right? Where they like people are over functioning, people are succeeding so well because they're running off of like intense amount of cortisol and these really heightened adrenaline, and it can almost make them seem like they don't feel pain and that they don't need to sleep or what.
Keep talking.
And then I thought, you know what? I don't have to record. I just want to hear it with my own ears. So my mom and dad are very.
Wait, well, shit.
You're supposed to follow the prophet.
Hold on, god dang it. I thought I had it on there, but I didn't. Son of a biatch. I tried. So. Oh. Here we go.
What we can do, because Lori thinks that you can shoot her, nothing will happen. She told me she doesn't have to eat anymore because she's a translated being. If she didn't want to eat, she didn't have to. And if somebody tried to shoot her, the bullet wouldn't go through her. She actually said those words to me and to my son.
Oh wow!
So I know that that's not, there's, I don't know what the word, I don't know what crazy or delusional or whatever it is. But if you're living like that, as my mom and dad said, she's not hurting anybody. They said that on Thursday before we knew Charles was dead. Yeah, she hurt somebody, all right.
So has her temple recommend been taken away?
No. Okay. She went back. So Charles told the president all that. So then she had to go in with an interview with the president, and the president.
That's wild. Which, I mean, I've come to find out Shane, the oh my gosh, the state president he was just talking about that he was supposed to, Shane Holmes, he actually takes part in John Pontius's website. So, you can't really sound the alarm to people who are participating in the very same thing and club that you're in. So that's why that was very unhelpful to Charles as far as going to the bishop, which was Gabe Bonilla, Jason Mao's best friend. And then you have stake president Shane Holmes, who's takes part in, he did, at least when he was alive, for sure. And I mean, they still gob onto this shit. So I found a talk with Shane Holmes, on John Pontius's website, which John Pontius is who wrote Visions of Glory. I can't freaking talk. Y'all get it now, right? I have to let that absorb. I have to absorb that because it's really fucking sad. It's just really sad. Charles and Joe should be here today, right now, celebrating Father's Day, holding their grandbabies, but they're not. And it just sucks because Charles did try to reach out. And we saw it. We saw it with the body cams, y'all. I mean, I was just like, oh my God, I can feel the frustration. I can see it. I can feel it. And oh my God, how fucking frustrating. Only to, basically, I'm sure it turned out worse than they could have imagined, right? And I'm sure they never thought, hey, yeah, for sure I can see my wife or my ex-wife killing me. Or my mommy. And so, I mean, what I'm seeing right now is that Lori did reach out. She inquired this unburdening, that's a polite word, okay, to lose some weight. Her family, they were weighing her ass down, okay? And it's like, is there some kind of system in this system that people can sign up for? Like, hey, I'm ready to give my life to the temple. Wink, wink. Set me up with a spiritual husband. I don't know. I'm just spitballing right now. But it really seems that way. But the like-minded people, for sure, goes back to that. But I think that's a good place. Oh, no, I can't stop there. I gotta go. Damn it. I'm for almost 5 hours. My butt hurts. But it is important. This is the best part, I thought. I mean, I'm like, son of a bitch, it's making sense.
It is, right? Because they're in absolute survival mode. And I've frankly heightened adrenaline, and it can almost make them seem like they don't feel pain and that they don't need to sleep or whatever it is, right? Because they're in absolute survival mode. And I feel like, well, I know it's entirely unethical. Why? Because what I did when I unzipped that body bag is I saw a bunch of tormented children locked away in chains and harnesses and leashes. And they were saying, these are the devils. If we dump them back here and we leave them at the bottom of the ladder, you are going to rise so well. And when they introduced the program, they asked me the question of like, where do I want to go in life? And they said, wherever you want to go, I will do everything in my power to get you there. And they wanted to promise me anything on the table. That like
Wow.
whether it was a political position, whether it was like a position in a hospital, or like they wanted to promise me that they could get me there if I
Doctors.
just complied to the program. And as long as I obeyed the leashes
Okay.
and the harnesses that they were going to equip me with within my mind.
This goes into my whole thought process behind the network. If you're plugged into the network, if you're participating with the network, right, they'll go, like she just said, they'll help you out. If we participate in the algorithm by watering down the words and censoring ourselves and not, saying all the things that they are guilty of, in my opinion, I'm talking about the majority of them, then they'll let us participate in the algorithm. If we don't talk about ritual abuse, then they push us through. You'll see us in YouTube. What do they call it? Promoted, you get to participate. It's social credit score, in my opinion, somewhat.
I would get there.
She will get there.
So fascinating. Abraham Gileadi.
I have a question though, because this kind of mirrors what we see with MK Ultra and the entertainment industry, and
I was like, oh my god,
and even J.R. Sweet with the assassins. What was your thing? Did you have a thing? Did you choose a thing that you were being?
Did they have a talent that you were trying to like have you excel in, like music or?
That's just kind of where they.
Tom Harrison, y'all, with meeting Julie and Chad, teaching them how to portal. Lori looked at portaling / remote viewing as a gift that got in the way of Charles. I mean, Charles and the kids and Tammy got in the way of. That's what she considered a gift, in my opinion. That's where my theory has been at for sure. And then if you go back to what I was saying before about, I'm sorry, it's very tiny. But I asked ChatGPT a long time ago, I'm like, based on hypothetical premise that this transcript, which was it was from Tim Ballard's lawsuit, a lawsuit against Tim Ballard. And it was just a weird, it said God, Nephi, and Tom Harrison or something, and the angels. I don't know. It said something like that. But it was a screenshot from, it looked like a session. Anyway, so let me read this. It says, based on the hypothetical premise, this transcript describes a technique resembling MK Ultra style programming. And it said, here is a deep dive into its components. And it says, which I have better slides. Oh shit. They're out of order though. I'm sorry. Let me go back. Damn it. Try to be fancy and I can't. Okay, the number one is the setting and tools, creating a controlled dissociative state. So the foundation of this alleged session is built on specific tools designed to alter consciousness and increase suggestibility. Ketamine treatments. This is the most critical element. Ketamine is a powerful dissociative anesthetic. Medically, it's used for anesthesia and in smaller doses for treatment-resistant depression and PTSD. Tom Harrison, therapist, retired though, allegedly. Its psychoactive effects are profound. Dissociation. It creates a sense of detachment from one's body and reality. Lori. Stepping outside of himself. Chad. This is a classic goal in depatterning subjects. To separate the conscious mind from its established identity and emotional anchors. Neuroplasticity and suggestibility. Ketamine is known to increase neuroplasticity, essentially making the brain more malleable and open to forming new connections and patterns of thought. In a controlled setting, this heightened suggestibility could theoretically be exploited to implant new beliefs, narratives, or even a new identity. Bing fucking bong. Ultimate true serum. The subject's perception that the drug allows him to speak uninhibited truth is key. If a subject believes they are assessing their own deepest, truest self, they will be far more likely to accept the thoughts and quote unquote revelations that emerge during the session as authentic and divinely, like God told them, inspired, rather than as externally influenced suggestions. The scribe. So there was a scribe present, writing down this therapy session between Tom Harrison and Tim Ballard, okay, with ketamine and shit, allegedly. The presence of a scribe is highly significant. This individual is not merely a passive note taker. In a programming context, their role could be multifaceted. The handler / witness. The scribe acts as a guide and an anchor to the programmed reality. They are a witness who validates the experience, reinforcing its legitimacy for the subject. I wonder if this is why Ken Krogh and Tom Harrison did the patriarchal blessings or whatever, priesthood blessings for Tim about becoming a senator, then a president, and or whatever, prophet of the church. Okay. Busted, right? Creating a sacred text, the act of writing down these prophecies and pronouncements transforms them from ephemeral, drug-induced ramblings into a concrete, authoritative record. This transcript can then be used later for reinforcement, reminding the subject of their divine purpose and the truths that they uncovered. It becomes a foundational document for the new persona. Number one is, I'll say number one anyways, the content, forging a messianic identity, God complex, right? The content of the monologue and dialogue is not random. It appears to follow a structured narrative aimed at deconstructing an old self and constructing a new grandiose one. And oh yeah, deconstruction and vulnerability. Here is quoted, "Forgive me, father and mother. What have I done to these people? Father, mother, please protect me." These phrases suggest a state of profound vulnerability, guilt, and a need for parental / divine protection. This is a common starting point in psychological manipulation. Break the subject down, induce a state of emotional distress and confusion, and make them feel a desperate need for guidance and security. This empties the vessel before it is refilled. And this says right here, the mention of Catherine's sister is also telling. It points to the possible surfacing of a deep-seated personal memory or trauma, which can be a powerful tool for depatterning and creating emotional leverage over a subject. Construction of the new persona. The divine mandate. The subject isn't just having delusions of grandeur. He is allegedly receiving them from the ancient prophet Nephi, a figure of immense authority within his religious framework. So, I mean, this doesn't have to just be particular to Mormonism. It's for whatever that is in your world, you know? This externalizes the ambition. It's not his ego. It is God's will delivered through a prophet. This is your mission, Lori. This is your mission, Chad and Tim. This reframes immense narcissism as divine destiny. So they're not being narcissists. They're God told them. The prophecies. The goals are specific and escalating. Yes, I want Sonic. Okay. The prophecy. Okay, the goals are specific and escalating. It's a U.S. senator, then president, then prophet of his own church. This is a clear hierarchical path to ultimate power, combining temporal, political, which is political, and spiritual authority, ushering in the second coming. That's one of their phrases that Lori even used to my uncle, said it to my uncle. This is the ultimate justification. The new persona's goal is not personal power, but the fulfillment of cosmic eschatological prophecy. It imbues the identity with a world-saving messianic purpose, making it incredibly resilient to criticism. I'm saving the world. You know, internalizing the new identity and this is quoted, and this is something that Julie Rowe has said about this freedom on the forefront and bullshit. Okay. I think they're talking code for real and allegedly activating programming in people that follow them. Okay. Or read their books. Okay. So it says, with this freedom, I bring love and light. With this freedom, he effortlessly gives love and light. Notice the shift from the first person, I bring, to the third person, he effortlessly gives. This is a classic linguistic marker of dissociation, where the subject observes himself from the outside. Okay? In a programming context, this could represent the moment the new persona is being integrated and observed by the subject's consciousness. He is both the actor and the audience for his own transformation. Isn't that freaking wild? All that from a little bitty screenshot. I was like, oh, I mean, whatever. Okay. Oh my God. So they use the terminology, right? Of the scripture, the terminology, the lingo. And this is my, that's my bing bong. Okay. This is my bing bong. But anyways, yeah, I don't even know what to do. It's crazy. I mean, at the end of the day, they're responsible and they in charge of themselves. Nobody put them in the positions that they are in. They did that. Lori, I believe, inquired and pleaded to obtain and receive it. Kidding. Just saying that. I just want to catch this one part.
Right. When they introduced us to the program, they called it this like new age technology mental health program. And they had us create this thing called a wish list. And it was like places that I wished I could go. Right. And for me at the time, I was a lacrosse player. And so I was like, I want to succeed well in lacrosse. I want to be a mother. I want to do X, Y, and Z. And so what they actually ended up doing is bringing in equipment of those things. And I was like, I want to have a dog. So they brought in dog equipment. And these are the items that from normal society that they started to like torture me with. So I'd have this like draw towards the items, and I would like have this innate ability how to manage it, and it would always like spike, right? That adrenaline, that cortisol every time I picked up like a lacrosse stick, every time I picked up a baby bottle.
Shit.
Or
in Tom Harrison's book, he talks about picking up different items. I don't know if that's what she's talking about. I'll have to listen to it again. Not right now.
Like a dog leash. Like I would just like kind of zone in because these are the items that I have been tortured with through the program.
Oh.
So tell us about Abraham Gileadi. Did you have a relation with him? Did you know him? Where does he fit into this?
Bing bong.
Abraham Gileadi, my parents love his books, and very similar to like John Pontius and Daybell, like a lot of these fringe doomsday prepper ideology books my parents really delved into, and they got a lot of their programming ideas from it, a lot of their beliefs, a lot of their justifications for what they were doing to us from these frameworks.
Okay, so you just brought up another name that's been very huge in the circles we've been learning about lately, and that is John Pontius, Visions of Glory. Tom Harrison. Those names have come up a lot since I've come into this world.
And a lot more.
Do you have any experience? Anything?
No thanks to Lauren Matthias, in my opinion.
Any experiences with any of these men, or what do you know about them? Or
I know that I went to a lot of conferences. I went to a lot of Book of Mormon conferences, Doomsday Prepper conferences. It can be very difficult for me to recall these men's faces. But I do recall being trafficked at a lot of these conferences. To who I'm
another theory can like validate it, okay? Because I was like, these are fronts. These conferences are fronts for something more nefarious, harming potentially kids, right? Allegedly, Tylee, JJ, just throwing that out there again.
Sure, currently. But with John Pontius and the Visions of Glory, my parents love that book. That is where a lot of this is exactly what like the end of days is going to be like. This is what we need to prep our kids for, because John Pontius, Tom Harris, is like a visionary man.
Okay. And so I'm looking in Visions of Glory right now, and I'm looking at like page 171. And so it starts with the fourth vignette, the temple, right? They talk about things hypothetically through these books as if it's a spiritual experience, but he talks about the center spire was ornate and beautiful. This is walking people through the programming, I do believe. And those people that have these anchors, I do believe this is like a murder guide. I'm telling you. allegedly, the cavern. As this scene closed, remember when Lori said that scene? Remember when she said that? There's various cities of Zion. Hold on. I spoke about Jesus Christ, about his life and atonement. They wept and rejoiced. I'm just skipping around. I spoke of the current stature of the church and told them of the hundreds of temples and the great Latter-day gathering that was currently underway. They fully realized that this long-awaited moment had just arrived. They have been blessed with a long series of prophets who for thousands of years had preserved their sacred and secular history and kept their doctrine pure. They had the Aaronic priesthood and the appropriate ordinances thereof, but only their prophets held the higher priesthood. They knew that, and I mean, this all transitions into the belief of the Church of the Firstborn. This church right now is supposed to fall away and become corrupt, right? Okay, I'd say we're almost there. And then they're supposed to usher in this Church of the Firstborn. That's what this is. That's what Lori and Chad were doing, right? Remember? Oh no, according to David Warwick, they were going to, he saw an invisible church. Just an asshole. So this right here says they were truly a delightsome people, innocent and unpolluted by the world. They were like children in their faith and in their understanding of the world outside of their safe home in the earth. I wept as I thought about leaving them, but I knew they had to undergo their own journey to Zion, so they would be prepared when they arrived. I didn't go with them. I hugged many of them, accepted their kisses upon my tears, then walked a short distance away until I was out of sight, and I returned to Zion via the portal. When I arrived, I handed these books with their genealogy and scripture to the first presidency of the church, who by this time had relocated to what had formerly been known as Missouri, but no more. The world now called it Zion, the New Jerusalem, aka NWO, in my opinion. Their arrival in Zion. Okay, so then they arrive in Zion. All right. And then they become ageless. All right. People in Zion are no longer aged unless they were children. I'm sorry. People in Zion no longer aged unless they were children. So children do age and become adults, like Lori said. The children would mature until they were approximately 30 and then become ageless. There was no infirmity, no disease, no sickness, no threatening injuries, and virtually no pain. Then we have a blessing to be simple. Okay, so he talks about there was no money system, and gold, silver, and precious stones only had value as adornments for temples, churches, works of art, and as pavement for streets. Think about how I think YouTube does the whole jewel system now too. Just know that. It's also used in programming. We had all things in common because we had all things we needed. We were all wealthy beyond what any mortal king had been, and none of this mattered to us. A dump truck full of diamonds, which, I mean, are horrible if you think about what they're allegedly made from. A dump truck full of diamonds would have been spread on wet concrete as an adornment of Zion before it appeared on someone's finger or neck. The concept of ownership and acquisition of things as part of our identity slipped from our social paradigm. Then we go into Pillars of Fire, which is a chapter that Lori was reading to Chad. This played in court the day before the kids were found. Okay. She was speaking in Visions of Glory, and it says, this was all still before the second coming. The Lord had ordained for us to begin the millennial day within Zion and her cities, while war and chaos reigned everywhere else. We were surrounded by war in our own land. The foreign troops were advancing their agenda, and we ignored them. They had no power over us, though they tried repeatedly to enter Zion and exert authority over us. They were always disappointed in their goals. We did not have to call down fire on them, or guard our gates with anti-tank weapons. We lived within the safety of the power of God. The same pillars of fire that had accompanied us across the wastelands of America to Zion now blazed above the temple, is this code, and of the 12 gates into Zion. Pillars of fire were often seen above homes. Is that marking the homes too? Or other places where the people were worshiping God, teaching by the power of God, or learning in humble obedience. I mean, they can already see in our houses anyways, allegedly. As a living, or supposed to, as the living waters, which is interesting because Mike Stroud, he's building a whole like community down there in Arizona. And it's called the Living Waters. Okay. Yeah, northern Arizona, where they were supposed to build camps. Or whatever the fuck. I forgot. Buildings glowed, streets glowed, and sidewalks, lawns, and flowers glowed. The most beautiful sight of all was the mighty temple there. The light of the whole city seemed to be drawn toward the temple and then thrust above the temple, where it punctured the sky, right? That's what they'd be doing with them temples here lately, trying to puncture the damn sky. Okay? Like a mighty pillar of fire, and extended beyond the vision of man into the heavens. To those who knew not why these things were happening, or who mitigated against her, Zion was truly as terrible as a great, quote, army with banners, unquote, as foreseen by Isaiah, which goes back to the teachings of Avraham Gileadi. He really pushes that part. Tim Ballard swears by it too. Yet she was also as peaceful as a dove. And then it says expanding Zion, I mean, this is crazy. At this time, Jesus Christ was not seen outside of the temple. After the second coming, our Savior actually lived in the New Jerusalem and was not an uncommon sight within the city. He would visit homes and families and bless them with his presence, love, and glory. As that day approached, the worthiness requirements to dwell there became more celestial. And you know how the church says, let's just be more celestially, or whatever the hell. John Ponte has been preaching that a long time ago, before he died. We all knew this. I have a whole paper. We all knew this, and we accepted the standards of worthiness presently enforced. This is worthiness now. So just know that Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe, they weren't worthy in their eyes. And we accepted the standard of worthiness presently enforced as a minimum requirement. We also embraced the changes that were coming about in our collective holiness that would ultimately enable the Christ to walk our streets, which he lovingly paved with gold so that they would be appropriate places for his holy feet. When people arrived in Zion, we had a large company assigned to greet them, give them food, right? Oh, is that what happens when people move into the neighborhood or move? And show them where they could camp outside of the city. No, I don't know. Nobody was turned away, even those we knew had evil intent just by looking upon them. You are not special, Tom. You're a very small man. Ugh. There was no need to deny them. They could not harm us, and they could not enter Zion. Okay. Our job was to love them and teach them so that they could have the opportunity. So they could have the opportunity to hear the gospel taught to their understanding, because we're just so stupid. The only food we had, that which we grew, which I was describing earlier. Even a small meal of these foods would heal sickness of any kind. A steady diet caused health to be restored in a few days, but we learned that outside of Zion and the further changes did not occur that would have made them. I can't fucking read that shit. It's like, then it goes into portals among us after return of the 10 tribes. Anyways, I mean, the city of Enoch, teaching with power, spiritual technology. I mean, the second coming. Okay, yeah, I did not mark these pages. For this reason, the exact timing of the second coming is indistinct to me. No shit. It was a while after we arrived in Zion, perhaps no longer than 3.5 years. This is a marking point. Like, this is one of those things where I'm saying they say turning point, hinge point, starting point. You know what I mean? Like, this is million lights a point, points of light, or whatever the hell. We did no work among the warring and evil. We were only gathering the elect, those whom the Father had placed into Christ's power. Quote, they are Christ at his coming, unquote. Yeah. Okay. Conference center in Salt Lake City. And that reminds me of that woman. Y'all, I forget her name, but the one who fled with her children to a freaking country. What's her name? Anyways,
and this actually attaches to Daughters of Light. Like, hand in hand, they were teaching me from both ideas. And she told me, right, that when you had specifically like any homosexual feelings, that it was a devil of the opposite spirit crawling into your head, experiencing the orgasm, and then leaving you. And that's why you feel so used. And so, again, demon possession. This is what my parents were justifying their abuse towards, of we have to protect our daughters from these unseen demons that they hear in their heads, that they are fighting with in the psychological war. And with the end of times, right, he talks about the streets of Salt Lake running with blood. He talks about this idea of blood atoning someone for for mercy, like out of mercy. And have you read his book?
I have.
Yeah. He just talks about like going around.
Okay. Just that part right there. And I think of Tylee and fucking JJ. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cuss with their names. Oh my God. It pisses me off.
Times, right? He talks about the streets of Salt Lake running with blood. He talks about this idea of blood atoning someone for mercy, like out of mercy. And have you read his book?
I have.
Yeah. He just talks about like going around and seeing these zombies, almost like things that are so demon possessed that it would be so cruel of him to leave them alive.
Yeah, I actually really enjoyed the first part of it, but by the second part, I really didn't. It did not resonate with me, and I had a problem with it. And since then, I've talked to enough survivors that I kind of have real red flags.
So I know we're throwing some names out. Can we just clarify for Visions of Glory, some of these names involved, since there are pen names? And
so John Pontius, he wrote the book, but the story is about Tom Harris, who goes by the pseudonym Spencer within the book.
Got it. Okay. Hope that helps clarify things.
Yeah.
So
okay, hold on. we're almost home, y'all. We're about to slide into the home plate. This is Senator Mike Lee.
That it's my personal view, rooted in the scriptures and rooted in my own faith, that America is indeed a special land. It was a land set aside for a free, prosperous people, a group of people who would be free from tyranny as long as they were not fully ripe in their iniquity. There are indeed so many
Oh, that's me. When I
free,
recorded it.
prosperous people, a group of people who would be free from tyranny as long as they were not fully ripe in their iniquity.
Oh.
There are indeed so many righteous people in this country, in our faith, outside of our faith. There are good people. Sometimes our government gets ahead of itself, and this is one of those times. This is one of those times where we need Donald Trump. Sure, he might not remind you of your bishop or your stake president, but I know him, and there is great good in him. And the good that he did as president of the United States will be replicated and indeed magnified in his second term. And as good as he is, Kamala Harris would be equally destructive of everything we hold dear.
Right. Okay. Going back to this thought.
It did not resonate with me, and I had a problem with it. And
Wait.
since
Salt Lake.
Sorry. Okay.
And so, again, demon possession. This is what my parents were justifying their abuse towards, of
we have
Justifying.
to protect our daughters from these unseen demons that they hear in their heads, that they are fighting with in the psychological war. And with the end of times, right, he talks about the streets of Salt Lake running with blood. He talks about this idea of blood atoning someone for for mercy, like out of mercy.
I don't remember which one, but I can
have you
find
read
that out
his
for
book?
you, Huggy.
I have.
Yeah. He just talks about like going around and seeing these zombies, almost like things that are so demon possessed that it would be so cruel of him to leave them alive.
I actually really enjoyed the first part of it, but by the second part, I really didn't. It did not resonate with me, and I had a problem with it. And since then, I've talked to enough survivors that I kind of have real red flags.
So I know we're throwing some names out. Can we just clarify for
Yeah.
Visions of Glory, some of these names involved, since there are pen names? And
So John Pontius, he wrote the book, but the story is about Tom Harris, who goes by the pseudonym Spencer within the book.
Got it. Okay. Hope that helps clarify things. So what was your interaction with them specifically? Was that part of your therapy at all, or was this just the books that were in your family?
Yeah, the books that were used for the high school program is what I'll call it. So we were programmed really from the get-go in different ways by different programmers. Yeah, so we
That's
had
wild.
the early age program. His whole idea was the tree of life. Okay, so this is the imagery that he
Tree of
really
life.
worked off of with us. And so there's this idea that my father and mother were trekking us towards the tree of life, and that we had to hold on to the iron rod. And right, with mind control and substances, right, and hypnosis, he would drop us into these states where he could make these things feel very, very real, right? Especially
David Hamblin used to do this, or I don't know if he still does.
with the
allegedly.
dissociation.
This is the first therapist.
Yeah, the
Really?
first programmer. It was probably like elementary. Yeah,
Wow.
this was about
Age.
elementary age. And he would create this like warm, cuddly bubble around us as we trekked and held onto the iron rod. As soon as we let go of the
Oh.
iron rod, things would get cold. If we started to lean
Remember Chad Daybell's alleged belly flop, and he felt warmth and yellow. Ugh.
outside of the bubble, that's when
I
we
don't
would
know.
get burnt, is what we say. And so when the programmer
Burnt.
came,
If they got outside of the bubble, burnt. Tylee was outside of the bubble because they
to our
pushed her out.
house for an activity, he would
Ugh.
basically like put himself into this imagery, and he would put us onto a harness of some sort, and he would take us out into what he would call the mist of darkness, or the great and spacious building, and he would show us or create these visions of what the outside world was like, right? And we would be terrorized psychologically. I recall coming out of some of these hypnotic states in a full-on sprint, right? And crying and feeling like it was really real. And a part of this program was, you know, as long as we stay holding to the iron rod, we are safe. If we go out into the mist of darkness, we will be lost, right? And there's three kind of options that I know they wanted us to feel like we had if we were ever to defy the iron rod or to leave. And that was that we'll fall into the river, right? And this is typically where they hope survivors either end up homeless, you know.
I was just thinking, look, I didn't think about that part, but I was thinking about how Gordon Bowen in the Holy Dream or whatever talked about a river or something with heads in it. Remember that?
With a
Earlier?
substance use disorder, or will
So-
fall into the river if we were ever to defy the iron rod or to leave. And that was that we'll fall into the river, right? And this is typically where they hope survivors either end up homeless, you know, with a substance use disorder, or kill themselves, quite frankly.
Awesome.
And that's a
Programming.
real reality with the amount of like mental health problems that this amount of abuse and torture comes with. I had Cece, I had resources, and I had like sisters who believed in me that like really supported me through this. And I know not every victim survivor gets that.
No, you two are amazingly adjusted for what you've been through. I mean, my
No
mind is
shit.
blown.
Yeah, I think it's because we've been adjusting our whole life. Yeah.
No.
This And- isn't our first time fighting back or trying to speak out.
You guys are very strong.
So glad.
Clearly.
Appreciate that.
I'm amazed by you guys. It's
So,
mind-blowing.
All right. That's a good
who-
stopping
Are you
point.
comfortable sharing any of your
Well, I
abusers?
almost want to follow
Follow
along because
the
we're
program.
yeah.
Yeah. So the other option was that we get
lost in the great and spacious building, right? And this is typically where they wanted us, if we were to leave the church and become ex-Mormon, they just wanted us to go into that building, mock them, support this.
It reminds me of Mormon Stories podcast. Like you go over here. You're not quite away. Why can't you leave the church alone? That kind of stuff, like they just said, mock us.
In the great and spacious building, right? And this is typically where they wanted us, if we were to leave the church and become ex-Mormon, they just wanted us.
Or if it was like in Scientology terms, you would look at the Scientology church, and then when you leave it, you become Leah Remini or that other guy, Render. Not anymore. He died, I know, but you see what I'm saying? Like these buffers where it's like a controlled opposition, in my opinion.
To go into that building, mock them, support this victim narrative that the church
Become
has.
their persecutors.
Yeah, become their persecutors.
They want us to be victims also. Like they love that. And that's why I say I'm not their fucking victim, period. But like she just said, they want to be persecuted. That's so weird.
Support this victim narrative that the church
Become
has.
their persecutors.
Yeah, become their persecutors. And
you're
to
anti.
and to get distracted in the great and spacious building. The other option kind of comes back to Jacob's ladder, which I call the pit. And the pit was akin to the stripling warriors. It was kind of where we were going to put down all of our family problems, all of our family secrets, burdens, sins, devils, like anything that you could imagine. This programmer would come, and whatever we were struggling with, he would like create a little mind ritual for us that we were supposed to implement for the following weeks if we were feeling like we were being attacked. And basically take all these devils and dump them in the pit.
What?
And he would build our worst fears as children around the pit. So like devils, like a bomb that was about to go off, a glass bridge that is about to shatter. And so Cece and I turning around to remember and to reach back out to ourselves, quite literally in our bodies, we're experiencing it as running towards like a grenade, like running towards a bomb that's about to explode. Like that is the feeling and sensation that they want you to have, so that you just keep running away from them and don't look back. Or like if you do, you're gonna explode and you're gonna die. Like don't look back, don't talk, don't tell, don't remember. Like they
Wow.
spend an extreme.
This is blowing my mind. I'm gonna have to go read another book that I've read before. I can't remember it, but y'all know, if y'all been around in this area with the mind control stuff, I can't think of the dude's name, but anyways, anyway, yeah, they talked a lot about the programming, and I was like, what the frick am I looking at? I mean, when I first looked, I'm still like that, but it's like I'm understanding a lot more. I mean, are you guys? Or what? Okay, it's time to go. Good night, sleep tight. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with me. And if you're not sleeping, yeah. Oh wait, L. Ron Hubbard's outlandish and psychotic beliefs. I just don't understand why people would buy into it. What if you're born into it? So, I was born into what I know is normal, but if we don't know that as an outsider, we think the way we grew up is normal and that everybody else is weird. Right. But it reminds me of how Russell Ballard either funded, Huggy Bear can help me with this, Program to Kill. Yes. That I need to go look at that. Yes. Which I've been looking at Process Church. Oh my gosh. The Process Church of the Final Judgment. Yeah. I was looking at those or listening to those episodes recently too. But Scientology, how M. Russell Ballard was said to have funded and I don't really know I don't think he invented it, but I want to say funded all kinds of gadgets, but one of those being the e-meter, which turned into what Scientology basically uses now as, was it the cans or whatever it's called? Thank you, Faye. Thank you. Y'all did this with me. Love always wins. Right. At the end of the day, I have to remind myself of that. And right. Thank you for reminding us for sure. You're so very appreciated. This is a wild ride. Okay, so now I got to go. Yeah, the e-meter. And it measured. Hold on. I gotta go look at it. Okay, because it's all sus. It's what it is. Let's see. The hell. Okay. Lynn Packer. Reap. I know exactly where it is. I just need to get there. Here, let me see. Let me switch my tab.
I'm Lynn Packer with my 33rd report on Operation
33rd.
Underground
You know,
Railroad.
I can say the 33rd, number 33, and Russell Ballard. And it's, let me skip to Malou. E-meter. I don't know if it's one word or two. Let's try one word. Oh my gosh. Scientologist? Whoop. What the fudge? Oh my gosh. Let me just try that. Damn. Here we go.
Filings indicate Russell Ballard's son, Craig, and son-in-law, Brad Brower, participated in the investment. Another Ballard penny stock investment after becoming a general authority.
Wait, what about Zion's
The
Bank? Because I had an anonymous person send me some shit. And I'm like, what?
Canyon Gold, Defense Technology.
I looked for
and
Gravity.
KLS
LLC.
Enviro Resources. Stutter was CEO of KLS Enviro. Ballard Investment Company acquired as many as 1.6 million shares in Stutter's company.
Look at
Zion's Bank $710,000 loan may have been involved with the investment. SEC filings indicate Russell Ballard's son, Craig, and son-in-law, Brad Brower, participated in the investment. Another Ballard penny stock investment after becoming a general authority. The Biomeridian electrodiagnostic device tests galvanic skin resistance to an applied electrical current. It purportedly detects.
I remember Emma Daybell Murray saying about the galvanic stuff that she had to. Anyways, basically this would detect. It's basically like Chad's rating system, if you think about it. You know, gauging between light and dark. Just listen.
Energy imbalance applied to an electrodiagnostic device tests galvanic skin resistance to an applied electrical current. It purportedly detects energy imbalances. They're often used to recommend vitamins, nutritional supplements to treat supposed ailments.
Okay.
The website Quackwatch calls it a scam.
I've read that.
Scientologists use a similar device called an e-meter that operates used to supposedly detect whether a person has been relieved of spiritual impediments of past.
Heber Jench, right? I got to go look more into him. I have not done that recently, but he was like, for a brief time, I want to say, don't quote me on this, but I remember researching and finding this, that Heber C. Jench was a prophet of the Mormon Church briefly before going and being basically the leader of the Scientology Church. So if anybody knows, I think maybe Hug, you might know, and maybe you can straighten that out for me. I really have forgotten a lot of this stuff.
Experiences. Ballard-related entities made.
It's crazy though. All right. Okay. So I got an anonymous email. Thank you for sure for the emails. Okay. I do appreciate them. And I know I don't always get to I don't always get to respond for whatever reason. It's not because I'm being rude, just, but it brought me to, which we got to get into, not now, because I'm already keeping everybody way past time. Here it is. And y'all have seen this if you've been following.
Secondly, it would be a disclaimer. I'm very pleased to have been working on the Temple Open House, but I'm certainly not leading it. And but it's an honor to be part of such a magnificent project. Secondly, it would be a disclaimer. I'm very pleased to have been working on the temple open house, but I'm certainly not leading it. And but it's an honor to be part of such a magnificent project.
He's the alleged Church of Satan Punisher. Allegedly. What kind of jewelry does he have on there? I can't see it. So stand taller, dude. What are you wearing? Very special. Oh my God, I can't see it. But there is also looking. There's a longer one. There it is. So it says Zion's Bank. Unlisted. Okay, so somebody from Zion's Bank had to have sent me this link or had the link to send it to me because it's just a link. It's unlisted, allegedly. I probably shouldn't have shared this. You know what I'm saying? Because it says expanding into new markets is one challenge, being understood and chosen in each one is another. A 2026 American Advertising Federation, I don't like that word, Hall of Fame inductee Bowen shares how brands translate across cultures and what it takes to build relevance, and connection that hold across markets. The man in me. Ooh. If you want to sing out, I don't know. T for the, I don't know what that says. I agree with this person right here. But so somebody emailed this to me, but it's unlisted and only 57 views. You know what I'm saying? So, oh my God. Oh God. Oh. Open your eyes. Damn it, son. Okay. All right. Well, what the fudge did we just step in? Okay. Yeah, his voice, I know. He's like this. I want to thank the Academy. Sorry. Oh my God. I've been trying to, you found that link on YouTube? Unlisted though. I feel like I need to freaking screen record it. That's what I do when the scrubbing bubbles are feeling froggy, you know. The damn I have for new channel emojis or whatever, chat emojis, I have scrubbing bubble is one of them. I need to do it. So, all right, I got a schedule for tomorrow with nonsense. Y'all come join us. That'll be crazy. Okay. Because Tim Ballard was making sense to me and I don't like it. I feel like I have inverted headphones on or something. I'm like, what's going on? You know, I mean, I'm saying like, I don't know what's happening. Right. Because it's like, okay, I've been studying this dude since 2020. And how can he start making sense to me? And I don't even like saying that because I feel like I was vulnerable or something. Where'd he go? Yeah, he's got a new documentary out called Backfire, episode 1. Oh no, that's not episode 1. Well, that is, but I mean, he is promoting that too. So all these people drive me insane. Hold on. We really are about to leave. I promise. I've watched a lot of shit. Apparently. There it is. Okay. Oh shit. I hit the wrong fucking one. Don't bring me back. It did. It brought me back to the goddamn top. Oh my God. Okay. I'm around it again. Let's not do that again. Crush a K. Okay. Turn. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. This is crazy. Just going to give you a taste of it. It's wild. Oh, it's muted.
Not invited in. Guys, he didn't step out. You can't step out of something you were never inside of. Check the 990s. The guy was never hired for anything because he wasn't talented. And obviously he's got some issues with being honest. We didn't hire him. He didn't step out of anything. He was mad because I wouldn't let him step in. Are you seeing this? Because that's the truth. Next.
Of operations, going on missions, because I knew that Tim wouldn't have my back, and if something bad happened to me, I'd get left in the jungle.
Stop. This guy was never invited on operation. Why would I bring this guy on an operation? Show me one email or text where I invited Ryan Fisher on an operation and he had to turn me down. He wasn't invited. He wasn't qualified. He wasn't wanted. He never was wanted. And that's why he's mad. But
he don't go here.
Back it up.
If it was going to be damaging to his PR or his image somehow. I didn't trust him. I didn't think he knew what he was doing. But then also on the film side of it, which was my expertise, he wanted to tell a fictional version of himself. And ultimately he rode that fictional narrative about himself all the way to the blockbuster Sound of Freedom movie, which millions of people saw. And but it's not true. Like
Stop.
Very little.
It was so fraudulent, Sound of Freedom, everybody, that we're in a bidding war for Sound of Freedom 2 and 3. People have vetted this. They vetted the next story and the following story after that. Ryan might even show up as a character in the third one because
he just
story and the following story after that. Ryan might even show.
What the hell is wrong with you, Popeye? I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. Okay, that's all I got for y'all. All right, wink, wink. That was crazy. All right. Okay, for real, we'll let y'all go this time, allegedly, maybe. Okay, it's a long goodbye. Very long. And do that. And I gotta play. This one is a little slow at first, but just we're gonna leave on this song, okay? This is a schizo clip for Tim Ballard. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe, right? Love always wins, guys. You guys are proof. Thank you so much for being here. All right, let me exit. Allegedly. I can't. Oh my God. Gresha gets button happy. It's nothing big. Just
in the
the poem I found on Wiki
the falcon cannot hear the falconer.
that we can't hear.
Things fall apart. The center cannot hold.
Oh, wait.
Your anarchy.
Okay, just know that it's gonna just all of a sudden have a burst of sound. Okay, so just prepare yourself for the burst of sound. Can't hear it now, but then it goes bow.
Loosed upon the world. The blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Surely some revelation is at hand.
Mm-hmm.
Surely the second coming is at hand. The second coming. Hardly are those words out when a vast image out of Spiritus Mundi troubles my sight.
It's about
Somewhere in the sands of the desert, a shape with a lion body and the head of a man.
Whoa.
A gaze, blank and pitiless as the sun, is moving its slow thighs, while all about it, real shadows of the indignant desert birds.
Nope.
The darkness drops again, but now I know that 20 centuries of stony sleep were vexed to nightmare by a rocking
Took it
cradle.
down? What?
And what rough beast? Its hour come round at last.
It's on
Slouches
which channel
towards
though?
Bethlehem
Hold
to
on.
be born.
Oh God dang it. Oh my God. Did I just scare y'all? Tim did. It's his fault. Okay, but it was on Quick's channel is what I just caught Huggy Bear's comment where they said that looks like Tim took it down. And I don't know if you're talking about the video we were just talking about. You know, the other one. Yeah, I did that though. So it's something I did. I know. That's why I don't ever hardly play it. Or I play it without that. But yeah, so all right, ready? Okay.